Welcome to Sydney.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti.
What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB Index au mètre carré.
And it is not over.
Oh non.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes!
Good work, Rod. Good work.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are here in the incredible Blue Mountains National Park in New South Wales, Australia, ahead of the incredible 100k and 50k races today. My name is Mael Backhausen. My co-host today is Jackie Bell. Jackie, how are you? Are you excited?
I'm excited. I sort of feel the buzz, even though, you know, we're in here and they're out there. But yeah, it should be good. I mean, they must be feeling nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be an absolute epic out here today. This is the 17th running of the 100k race here out at Katoomba in this beautiful part of the world. World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park here. Jackie, the competition out here today, you know, Ultra Trail Australia is now part of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB Majors Series, so that's a big thing. The top 10 of the 100k, the 100 miler, and also the 50k, they get direct entry into the World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So the competition here is really something on another level today that we've seen. So what are you excited about most?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are going to be pushing extra hard for, you know, those spots to get those direct entries, and also the double running stones and everything. So a lot of people probably seeing how they kind of how the dice rolls today ahead of even competing overseas.
Yeah. Folks, if you can have a look in the top of your screen there on the left, you can see that it is just over 16 minutes until the start. So it has just gone past 6 a.m. local time here. You can see this drone footage here. This is the start line at Scenic World in Katoomba. The sunrise is just about to happen. And we are just flicking through some of the context there. But it is early morning here, just gone past 6 a.m. The start of this race, the UTA 100 is at 6:20 local time. And then we have the first start wave of the UTA 50 as well, and that is at 6:25 local time. So we're in the studio here, but the runners are outside. We can feel their nervous energy and their nervous tension coming through the walls, I feel, Jackie. And yeah, it's such a big day here in Katoomba in the Blue Mountains when this race comes here on the weekend, and stoked to be here to see it all unfold.
You can sort of see actually from the shots there, the sun's starting to rise as well. So it'll be quite nice as the runners kick off and the light starts coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see here, folks, we've got a couple of the favorites popping over the screen right now. First, we had Beth McKenzie, and now we have Lucy Bartholomew, who is a late entry into the race. Beth McKenzie was the winner from last year, and she actually placed just ahead of Lucy. You can see here, Beth, an amazing start to the year already, Jackie.
Yeah, she's been really getting in some strong Ks, and she's recently been quite injured actually, but she's still been getting in the Ks on the bike. So I think she's feeling pretty fit and ready to roll today.
She's very happy to have her kids here as well. She really wants to finish and make sure that her kids are there to see her come over the line and be a part of the event. Obviously, we mentioned Lucy Bartholomew. She is a previous champion here, along with Beth. So they are going to really have a bit of a duel out there. Well, that's our prediction anyway for the event today for the UTA 100.
Oh, you can see a few of these runners looking a little bit nervous. Probably final moments, packing gear in and.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be a fresh start out there, but it's perfect running temperatures. Really, it's not too cold. 18 degrees down on the ground there. We also want to make a bit of a mention. There's a lot of amazing runners out there. Naomi Brown from South Africa, giving Naomi a shout out. She is on the scene a lot these days, and she is going to be ready to go out there as well. A couple of the guys in hot contention for the podium today. Rhett Gibson, he has been out and around these parts many, many times before. You can see there that he came second at the Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB a couple of years ago. Mikey Carroll, had a chat to him yesterday. He is very excited. He loves coming out here, Jackie. He is 100% ready for this one and wants to be a part of it. Wants to be a part of it out there today. Wants to be a part of that battle.
Has he's done this one before, or?
Yeah, Mikey has done it before. I think he's done it 4 times. Yeah. And our favorite for today, Jiasheng Zhen, he is coming all the way from China. Shen is running for the North Face, and he is cool, calm, and collected. He reckons he's got to run his own race, but he's our clear favorite out there today with regards to his UTMB index. But really interesting. First time he's been to Australia. Him and his wife arrived earlier on this week, and yeah, he's very excited to see some kangaroos out there as well.
He might be running too quick to see them.
Yeah. Big shout out to that gentleman just on the screen there, Matt Crean, another favourite of the race today. Also very top bloke. Matt Crean is going to be out there. He has placed as high as 6th here before in the race. So, big shout out to Matt and everyone else out there who's going to be running today. Huge field of people here assembling at Scenic World in Katoomba. As you said before, Jackie, a bit of nervous energy, a bit of nervous tension, but I think once everyone gets going, it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, the weather looks like it's going to be incredible today. I mean, it's been hit and miss the last few days, but I think the sun's going to be shining.
Yeah, it's going to definitely get lighter pretty early on into the race. I dare say a few people will start with head torches, but it is going to get pretty light pretty soon. The UTA 22K race started yesterday at 6:40, and no one started with head torches in that race because it was definitely light enough. But yeah, Jackie, we are set here for a big day of coverage. We are going to cover the UTA 100 and the UTA 50 all day. There is definitely going to be a few moments there due to the nature of this terrain and the nature of this amazing course that we are going to have some black spots with regards to the coverage. However, we're going to hang in there. We've got a lot of content to be able to roll through and share with you about this beautiful place and some of these amazing athletes that are out there. So, folks, we're going to be here all the way until the top of the podium in the females UTA 100K. And yeah, we just can't wait to settle in. Folks, if you want to, please jump on the live chat at live.utmb.world and you watch the live stream from there. It would be amazing if you jumped on the live chat and gave us a shout out. Let us know where you're dialing in from. Let us know where you're watching from. It would be awesome to get an understanding of the people that are out there and following along with the live chat. So please, you can do that via live.utmb.world, and if you head to the UTA 100 live stream, we can check it out from there.
We can interact with you guys as well if you have any questions, and yeah, we'll be able to see your thoughts, feelings, and everything for the race.
For those that haven't met me, I'm on the TV down there.
Here we go, folks. This is Uncle David King.
I'm Uncle David
He's a
King.
Gundungurra
I'm a
elder. He's going to
traditional
perform
custodian.
the Welcome to Country
You're on
for
the
the
traditional
runners
lands of
today.
Gundungurra as you
So
run today.
a Welcome to
So
Country
I'm
is
here to pay
something that is
respects to
done
my
by the
elders
First
past
Nations
and
people
present.
of Australia.
Not
It's
welcoming you to
it's a
Australia,
cultural
just
practice.
Gundungurra, okay? So
It
when you head
is
over,
really like a
you gotta go find
welcome
your own elder, okay?
for visitors
Obviously.
to come onto the ancestral lands of the people like Dave, the traditional owners. So this is it's a practice of respect and acknowledgement, and the ongoing connection that the First Nations people hold with the country and with everything that exists on the land. And so this is Uncle David King. He's been a part of this event many years. And he's always here with his clap sticks, making sure that everyone is welcomed.
Pathways towards the Burragarang. You'll come across the ridge line to the sandstone tops, where we ground and we made axes and we sat and we connected to country for thousands of years. So when I play these clap sticks, when I say my language, it's to welcome you with peace and joy and honour. That you enjoy yourselves today. That's not my phone, it's all right. I left mine up on the hill. With peace and joy and honour. To enjoy yourselves, to run as a community, to connect to country, to come back and share your story and the story of this beautiful land. So, Galambunyan Gundungurra Maranu, I'm a Gundungurra man. Baringaling are elders past, Marinda are elders present. A few years ago I got old and serious, so they call me Uncle Dave. Bayami, my mum, Uncle Harold, my law auntie, Auntie Sharon. On behalf of the Gundungurra elders, I will play these clapsticks. I get to run now and come first. I have every event so far this week. Welcome to country. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle David King.
Thank you, Uncle David. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I just want to say a few things before we get started.
A big
today.
thank you
First
to
and foremost,
Uncle
I want
David
you guys
King
to take the
for
words of Uncle
that
David
welcome
King
to
with you
country.
throughout your journey today.
He
There's
is
nothing more
here
special than
pretty much
having the
every year,
opportunity to be here
and
today.
yeah, it's always a really powerful way to start this event for these runners and for everyone that's involved. So yeah, big thank you to Dave, making sure that everyone is dialed and connected in and ready for their day out on country here in this beautiful part of the world. That drone shot before, Beth, was pretty beautiful. It's going to be an amazing day. As I said before, it's going to be perfect temperatures. You can see there's not a whole lot of long sleeves and a whole lot of gloves and a whole lot of hooded jumpers going on out there at the start line. It does seem a little bit fresh, but it's going to be perfect running temperatures out there. So that is awesome.
I'm excited, honestly. Oh.
So, folks, be sure to jump onto the chat on live.utmb.world. You can even throw in GIFs there, which is an awesome feature, and I'm looking forward to seeing the GIF game really improve today out there. Give your loved ones a shout out. If you're following along, let us know where you're following from, and to make sure that, you get amongst it, because it is very awesome to see where everyone is coming from and what everyone is stoked about. A lot of past champions are lining up today as well. You can see there Oh, you can see here, folks, everyone giving people a round of applause because currently the UTA Miler runners are finishing this event as the start of this race unfolds. So you can see here, this is a UTA Miler finisher coming through after being out for just over 20. Yeah, that's amazing.
Wow.
There he is. Congratulations, sir. Have a towel, go find yourself a beach and put your legs up because that is an absolute epic. Just over 25 hours that gentleman just ran for the inaugural UTA Miler, which is the first year that they've done the Miler here out at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Huge effort there. Jackie, as I was saying before, just to the right of the screen there was George Murray, 2023 champion. Still hasn't cut his dreadlocks off, and he's rocking the mop. So that's great.
He's not going the aerodynamic look today, I guess.
No aerodynamics for him, no. But he knows how to deal with that. So. Yeah, folks, loving the gift game already. Winnie the Pooh has rocked up, and so life is good. Life is good on the chat.
We've got Win and Marlo here. They're Beth Mackenzie's daughters. So hey, girls, they've chimed in. They're excited to follow along.
Oh, nice work. Yeah, absolutely. You guys have got this. See here, this is George Murray, who we were chatting about just before, 23-3 champion.
Oh wow, the sky! Look at that.
That, folks, that is Katoomba in the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park, just west of Sydney, Australia, where we are today for the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, part of the UTMB World Series. It is one of the majors, and that really does allow so many of these people. I think there is exactly 210 places that are awarded to the top 10 runners and also age group winners of these events this weekend, which give them that direct entry into the UTMB World Series finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. And we are getting very close, folks, to the start of this race. Just a couple of minutes now as we edge a little bit closer to the race. It's always awesome, Jackie. I love the start of these races when you see out of the woodwork, just those 2 or 3 people push to the start at the very front, just at the last minute. I'm going to be very interested to see who does that out there today because there are a few people that I know are running, but I haven't seen yet on that very front of the start line. Look at those scenes, Jackie. What do you think? Sunrise.
Oh, here we go. Serious face. You always see a lot of smiles at the start. I hope they can keep them all the way through to the finish.
So that's our 2024 champion from last year, Beth Mackenzie. That was just on the screen. As you were saying before, Jackie, you know her quite well. There is 2017 champion there, right next to Beth, Lucy Bartholomew. She is going to be ready to go. She, just jumped off a plane a few days ago, I think, from the United States. And so she is hitting the ground running, so to speak.
Yeah, she had a big week. She was over there supporting Ryan Sance during the big Cocodona race. So lost a bit of sleep there, I think.
Yes, not one for sleep. But folks, it is getting very close to the start of the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. There is Shen from China. You can see him there. He'll be our flame robin to watch in that bright orange t-shirt today. Jiasheng Zhen, he is an absolute beast out there, and so we are going to be able to watch him all day, which is going to be absolutely exciting. Look at those scenes. The cloud is down in the valley, and these runners are absolutely ready to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of runners coming off in waves over the next hour, isn't there? It's going to be quite full on out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a full morning of race starts out here, and we are only 30 seconds away. But the emotions are flowing over here on that start line. You can see just there, folks, when that clock hits 25 hours and 20 minutes, that is going to be the go, because that clock there is for the 100-mile counter. Lucy Bartholomew getting dialed in, ready for a big day out here. Can she become a dual champion here? 10-second countdown, folks. Here we go for the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. And here they go, folks. They are taking off.
Whoa.
Fireworks and all. Let's go.
How good.
Yes, it is begun. Give these people a shout out, folks. This day is going to be massive. The first wave of runners are taken off as they leave the incredible scenic world, ready for an absolute journey out there in this beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Big shout out to the New South Wales government for being a huge partner of this event, making this possible. Thank you for having such an incredible, incredible part of the world for us to run and be a part of. We're going to have some early scenes here, folks.
Oh, there we go. You can see the sun. That looks incredible.
So these runners, folks, will take a little bit of road running for the first kind of kilometre and a half. You can see here we're just flicking back to the start line. It's a bit dark for the 100K, but you can see here we're flicking back to the start line because the first wave of the UTA 50 is going to be taking off in 5 minutes' time. But we are underway. We are absolutely underway here. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful day of running. It's going to be amazing competition. You can see here, folks, these are some of the top women of the UTA 50 today. Jess Jason had an amazing start to the year already. Had some top honours in a number of the races here locally and in Australia. So Jess Jason is definitely one of the favourites here for the UTA 50 this year. Ali Wilson, also a Brit. She is living in New Zealand, been there for about, I think it's 10 years now. She's had some awesome results over there in NZ. She is now coming over the ditch, ready to run in Australia. So Ali Wilson, she is going to be pumped and ready to go. And of course, Caitlin Fielder, another one who actually hasn't raced in Australia before, but she is an absolute pro when it comes to racing globally, and she is ready to go out here. She placed second at the recent Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB, punching her ticket to the Western States Endurance Run, 100 miler. But Caitlin is definitely, with regards to the UTMB index, she is at the top of that one for the UTA 50 today. As we and we're going to have a bit of a. You can see them all warming up because they take off in the first start wave for the UTA 50 just 5 minutes after the UTA 100.
Wow, look at the mountains clearing up now. These guys are going to get the best scenes as they kick off.
Yeah, and these are the top three males of the UTA 50 today. Piotr Babis, Polish gentleman coming. He's living in Tasmania, Australia. He has definitely been around and done a lot of racing in these parts of the world. He's placed highly in this event before. Miguel Benitez, he is coming over from Spain, first time in Australia as well. Young gun. This is the longest distance he'll be running as well today. It will be the 50K. So really excited to see how Miguel goes. Seems a little bit nervous, but I also think like he's a bit of a jet, so we'll see what happens. And of course, Dan Jones, look at that fresh race day haircut. He's on screen right now. Dan Jones, no stranger to the UTMB World Series events that are over this side of the country. First time here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, but Dan is definitely the favourite out there today. And I think he's in really, really good form, and he's going to have a great race. He is the current champion, actually. Just went back to back. I think he went back to back to back at Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB over in his home country of New Zealand.
He has a sort of calm confidence about him, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Miguel from Spain. You can see him there. Look at these scenes, folks, on the drone just to the left of the screen there. That right there is Narrow Neck. that is where the 100K runners are heading right now. That is where they are starting their race. Hannah Wall there from New Zealand as well. First time over in Australia racing. Big shout out to Hannah. She is going to have a great day too. She has been doing some epic races over there in New Zealand, and she's been getting some top results. So she's going to be ready. So we are about to get underway here for the UTA 50, and we don't have the start footage right there, but the UTA 50 for 2025 at the HOKA Australia by UTMB, they are off and they are racing. Here we go, here we go. Loving the addition of the fireworks there. Really amplifies the energy that's on that start line, because that is what those runners are definitely feeling on the inside, I reckon, Jackie.
It's always those first few kilometres is that your heart rate's a little bit higher and you feel a little bit stressed until you sort of ease into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So these folks, as I was saying before, Jackie, they start out on a little bit of road that go navigate this cliff top up here. But they navigate on a little bit of road. These runners here will be doing an out and back section. So hopefully we get some good footage of them coming back into this section of town as well.
That'll make it tricky for those who tend to kick off quite quickly, you know, to hold back and make sure they don't push themselves too fast.
Yeah, it's a really fast start out here. Really fast start because, yeah, as you said, there's nothing holding them back. A nice bit of wide road, and yeah, it's a beautiful place to get amongst. Some hard running. You can see there, folks, that's just on the right of your screen, that is the second start wave of the UTA 100. So there, as you were saying before, Jackie, how many start waves are there today?
Oh, I think we've got about 5, I think, in both categories.
And they roll out they roll out kind of in 5-minute increments as they go throughout the morning. So the first wave, which was full of our top contenders of the day, started at 6:20 local time, and then for the UTA 50, it started at 6:25 local time.
You could see a few runners there poking out through the mist, which was quite cool.
Yeah, that is epic. There is, yep, Shen from China, out in front as he comes down through Narrow Neck on his out section here. You can see here. He's flying. He said he was going to run his own race and just, you know, take care of himself out there, and that looks like it's exactly what he's doing. Jackie, I can't see anyone around him.
He looks so comfortable too.
Yeah, he's got wheels, absolutely. I think he was disappointed with the 2:20 road marathon. Yeah, so I think he's definitely got some good running ability.
2:20 road marathon.
Yeah.
That's an impressive time.
And I think that he wasn't too stoked on that one. So I think he's yeah. He's got incredible talent. I mean, you can see, you know, he's placed top 10 at Western States. And he's definitely got the wheels and the ability to run. You can see
Beth McKenzie here.
Beth McKenzie just at the bottom of the screen there on these early kilometers of the UTA 100.
She'll be enjoying this section where you can really open up and run a little bit, especially coming from, you know, that triathlon background with the road running.
Shen, our lead male of the UTA 100, is heading out along this dirt road section of Narrow Neck, and these are the very early kilometers. You can see here he's being followed by a mountain bike. That mountain bike still has a head torch on because it is a bit, the visibility out there is not 100% just yet due to the obviously the sunlight, but you can see it is pretty foggy and misty out there. Early morning, but perfect conditions for running, Jackie. It would be so ideal out there. I think he still has his gloves on, but he, the Phantom Falls. Folks, just to the left of your screen here, this is called the Phantom Falls, and it is a phenomenon out here. It happens only with the right conditions out here in the Blue Mountains National Parks. And it is, you can see that the cloud and the mist is getting sucked over this escarpment and these cliffs, and it's like a waterfall down into the valley. That, folks, is incredibly rare, and these runners are running through that right now. So what we saw from that drone footage is what is above these runners at the moment as they're running through that Phantom Falls, which is, it's so rare to see that, Jackie. It's like, and when you do get a chance to check it out like we just did, it's yeah, it's something to be remembered. We're very lucky to have just had that little bit of footage there of that moment. Only happens, you know, like in the early hours of the day when the temperatures are heating up on the ground and the mist is still in the sky. But
everything has to sort of be perfect to see it like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
It's such a diverse race today. I mean, all of the different terrain and elements that these guys are going to be running through.
Yeah, a lot of runnable sections, a lot of very steep hiking sections, a lot of stairs.
A lot of stairs.
The stairs
we haven't mentioned those yet.
yeah. I mean, it's a very common word used out here for this event. The stairs are definitely a factor for people to consider.
A little treat waiting for them in that last 22k section.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of stairs leading up to that, and then there's a huge punch of stairs at the very end. So you can see here we're just chopping between the lead male and the lead female of the UTA 100. Shen and Beth McKenzie. Beth is on the screen right now. The winner from last year of this event. She is stoked to be able to come back with her two girls. They're here, and she really wants to make sure that, she finishes and gets to see them at the finish line.
Yeah, she had to pivot a little bit. She had a few minor stress fractures and things, so training hasn't been exactly how she wanted it, but she was able to get herself back to a point to make it to the start line today, which I know she was stoked about.
Yeah, Beth has had a great start to the year already, placing third at Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB just earlier on this year in February. So yeah, as you were saying, Jackie, she hasn't been able to do exactly what she wanted since then.
Yeah, she had unfortunately in Noosa DNF. It was a very hot day out. I was in that same race with her actually, and but I think she made the smart choice there to look after her health, and you know she knows her limits. So
big advocate for mothers getting amongst it.
100%. I mean, I think a big drive for Beth getting out there is being a good role model to her daughters and all females out there. So I mean, I hope one day when I have kids, I'm still out there running around.
Yeah.
Juggling a lot of things. It's amazing.
Yes, well, Beth is one of many that show that it is possible. Folks, be sure to jump on the live chat and let us know where you're dialing in from. Let us know who you're following. Throw a GIF up there if you can. It is great to see everyone get amongst it. You can find the chat available on live.utmb.world. If you go to the live stream there, and you can see it all unfolding. It is great to see where people are dialing in from. We are here in the incredible World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park of New South Wales, just west of Sydney, and we are following our UTA 100 lead male at the moment.
He's looking strong up that hill.
Yeah, and that hill is so steep. It's actually, you can see there that it is concrete because it's so steep that if it was gravel, it just wash away in this part of the world with the rainfall and all of that. So they've had to put a huge section of concrete road here to make sure that this part of the road is maintained and stays there. So to Shen from China running this section is it's like you could walk it. It's so early on in the race, you could easily just hike this, and it probably wouldn't have that much of a dent in the overall day. But he is just charging up that.
He's making it look easy.
That is a freaking steep hill. that is no joke at all. And he's really just powering up that. Getting his warm-up done. You can see here, see the difference of how he was running so powerfully up this hill, and you can see some of the other runners that really do probably demonstrate how steep this hill is in that context, because
I bet these guys right now are thinking, oh, will I walk? They're fighting the demons for sure.
Yeah. Fighting the early morning demons of 100K.
I love this section of Narrow Neck. I mean, how you can do an out and back section of it, and it's such an amazing run. But these guys go all out to the end, and then they pop down into the trails.
So we're just about to come up to 15 minutes into the UTA 100. Early kilometers here. But yes, this is Narrow Neck, and the UTA 100 runners go out along this section. It is, the majority of it is like this, Jackie. It is open fire road, so gravel. It wouldn't be too wet out there. There might be a few puddles, but it is it's very open, very smooth, very easy to maintain a good cadence and get a good flow on. It's pretty undulating. There's definitely some steep, spiky sections, as we saw just before. That was that concrete hill. That is very steep, and there is quite a few of those elements to it.
I was going to say the elevation, it's 4,500 meters, so it's quite well spread out over this course, though. There's then a few spikes as well.
So you can see here Jiasheng Shen from China is getting his flow back on with that run.
I wonder what pace he's at right now. He's just looking incredible.
Yeah. You can see here, folks, this is the beginning Strava segment of the UTA 100 as they go from Scenic World to Glen Raphael Drive. And you can see here that this first Strava section, 3.41 kilometers, 150 meters of elevation gain in that section there. KOM for that, 15:31. Ben St. Lawrence, a previous Australian 10-kilometer record holder, Ben St. Lawrence, so he has wheels. Gemma Jenkins, also an absolute weapon when it comes to running that shorter, faster, flatter stuff. So that is that first Strava segment of the day that these UTA 100 runners are running. You can see here, folks, the day is waking up here in Katoomba in the Blue Mountains National Park. And look at that beautiful, beautiful sunrise popping out the back and following these runners as they head out on Narrow Neck for the UTA 100. So pumped, Jackie, so pumped that this is now a majors on the UTMB World Series circuit. Absolutely awesome. Really, really, it is to have the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB be a part of the majors and give so much opportunity to runners to get over to the World Series final in Chamonix Mont-Blanc is a huge thing. Prize money also increases a lot. The number of stones that every runner gets to go towards their lottery for the UTMB World Series final in Mont-Blanc is huge as well. Yeah,
the prize money, I mean, across the board, 50K, 100K and the milers. It's great to see these lead runners being rewarded.
Yeah, we are very, very lucky to have this incredible drone footage here of Narrow Neck. That, folks, is just absolutely stunning. You can see that early morning mist is starting to blow over and blow off, and the day is opening up. You can see there on the right of your screen, you have got some of the UTA 100 runners just cruising along there with the sunrise coming up behind them. It does, you can see there, folks, there was a little bit of water on the ground. A few puddles still remain out there, but that trail surface is going to be perfect for running. It's going to be nice and sticky. It's not going to be slippery at all. It's going to be absolutely perfect for those runners out there. And you can see here, folks, look at that mist just blow over this incredible part of the world. Absolutely stunning.
I'm getting praise in
yeah,
French.
Jackie, as you said before, this is just, this section of the course is so awesome to run along. Like, it's so fun to be out there running along this section. It's just, you've got views either side of you. You've got this beautiful native forest and native bush that's around this trail. And it's absolutely idyllic for an early morning run.
Yeah, I'm actually quite envious now. I said this morning, I'm not jealous of everyone lining up in the cold, but now that I'm watching them, I'm getting the itch. So I actually have just been checking here. The lead female is actually Eve Moore. I think she's just in from Beth.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah, so you probably couldn't see her on the live footage.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Jackie. That is so good. People can head over to live.utmb.world and you can actually do some live tracking on there, and that will give you a good understanding as to where these runners are placing as they move through the various different timing points along, especially this section right here on Narrow Neck. So, Jackie, give us a little bit of a rundown on the distance, the time split on that one.
So Eve Moore, she's just ahead. I mean, honestly, I don't even think it's 10 seconds. So they're pretty much head-to-head at the moment. And then we've got Julia Grant in third. We've got Alice Ragushin in fourth for females, and Lucy Singh just behind her. So between the first and the fifth female, there's about 45 seconds. So it's pretty tight already.
Look at that. Unreal, that footage there. Look at those eucalypt trees popping out there. Jackie, I think you can tell us a little bit about why this place is even called the Blue Mountains. And I think it has something to do with those incredible native trees that are lining this awesome section of the course.
It's to do with I think it's the eucalyptus oil. I'm going to have to fact check myself again.
We can change it halfway through the broadcast as well, Jackie. That's totally fine. we can come up with all sorts of reasons. Some absolute trail running icons have come and run at this race in its long history. We were saying before, this is the 17th running of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We missed 1 year at this race due to COVID, and there's been a couple of years where the course has been altered quite significantly, but there are some true icons of this sport that have come out and run this race. Some that popped to mind: Nuria Picas from Spain, she came out here and won it. There's also Kilian Jornet, he was out here, he's placed and won this race before.
Also Ryan Sands.
Ryan Sands, he's come out and he has won this race before as well. Dylan Bowman, big shout out to Dylan. He came out and won this race in 2015. And some of the local legends, Kelly Angel, or Kelly Emerson as she's known, she's been out here and won this race too. Well, folks, we're going to pop to a quick commercial break and we'll be back with some of this incredible footage right here in Katoomba.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And here we are, folks. Welcome back to the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are here out on this beautiful, beautiful early section of the UTA 100 course. This is Eve Moore, currently leading the UTA 100 female race. She is only a few seconds really ahead of the rest of the field in these early parts of the race. But this is Eve Moore from Great Britain running here in this beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Jackie, World Heritage listed national park here in the Blue Mountains, an absolutely epic place to be running. Tell us what you think is going to happen out there today.
I'm excited to see Eve kicking off quite strong, to be honest. She's got a great index score, 690. And yeah, I mean, we've been putting all the focus on Lucy and Beth, but maybe Eve's going to be another strong contender today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking pretty smooth out there. Looking cool, calm, and collected, which is how you want to be looking in the early stages of a 100K race. So this is great to see. This is very early stages. It's just gone 25 minutes into the race. So it's going to be a long day out there for some of these runners, a long day out there for everyone. Covering 100Ks with just over 4,500 meters of elevation gain is not easy, Jackie. And some of this terrain is pretty tough and technical too. So it's really going to keep everyone out there pretty honest.
I've just had a little bit of a look at Eve here, and I mean, she's got a pretty great rap sheet. She's done a lot of 50K and 100K runs, so she's got the Ks in her legs and the experience to do really well today. So it'll just be dependent on, I guess, how she goes with the conditions here in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. Give a little bit of context out there, folks. Shen from China just coming onto our screen now. He is the lead male. He's really kind of put himself out in front. He's been looking comfortable, looking smooth, running strong. He's really put himself out there in front.
He's got about a minute on the second male, so.
And he gained that minute in the first 2.8 kilometers of the race. So he is he's laying it down out there early, and he's just going to get on with it. He said he was going to run his own race, not really get caught up with anyone else. Shen from China is going by our UTMB index, the clear favorite of the race today in the males race. To give everyone a little bit of context with regards to the race unfolding, you can see, folks, that if we went and look at the finishing times of the race last year, Jackie, the males champion, Mikey Dimiantes, he just ran over 9 hours, so 9:01 hours. And Beth McKenzie, who won the race last year, she ran 10 hours and 41 minutes. So to give everyone a little bit of context of what we might see unfold, they are the times that the course was won last year. The male winning time has definitely been less than that. It's definitely crept under the 9-hour barrier a number of times. I remember Dylan Bowman coming out here in 2015. He ran 8 hours 50 minutes, and the female winning times have definitely come down just to be under that. Definitely under that 11-hour mark a number of times too. So
the times are just getting quicker and quicker these days, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
A whole new level of ultra running, trail running, and especially with a lot of road runners now coming across and trying their hand at trails as well.
Yeah.
Look at him flying down there.
Yeah, he's not holding back. Yeah, he's really getting after it, which is great to see.
I wonder if the mountain bike is struggling to keep up on him.
Yeah. This, folks, is one of those downhills that is really, it's almost easier to just go flat out than it is to try and hold back and pace yourself. But that section there is super steep. That is definitely a really short but steep section of downhill along here on Narrow Neck.
And this is the perfect section where he can now see out on the left of the views and on the right side. So Narrow Neck, I guess, has that name for a reason, and it gets quite narrow along there. And yeah, you can look out and have incredible 360 views. Oh, wow.
That is so stunning. You can see here, you can see him right there. Shen from China in the middle of your screen, and he is being followed there by the mountain bike camera. That, Jackie, is a beautiful, look at that.
Oh my, these runners are absolutely getting treated today. I mean, the weather is just perfect.
Oh, that is so good. That's why we trail run, to get in amongst that. I mean, I can't say I'm up that early every morning checking out these views, Jackie, but that is why this race is just an absolutely iconic race in the trail running circuit.
I mean, 100%, it makes total sense why this should be one of the majors, because this is insane.
Yeah.
This really puts Australia on the map, I feel. Look at those views.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning. Those cliffs, sandstone cliffs out here in the Blue Mountains are just truly iconic. And you can see this is what really makes up this terrain and this part of the world. These huge cliffs, and then they drop down into these massive valleys full of eucalypt. And as you were saying before, Jackie, that name, the Blue Mountains, really comes from that.
And I did fact check, I was correct, I wasn't making it up. But yeah, it's from the eucalyptus from the trees, and it offers out this sort of blue haze, which is quite incredible, and that's why it's called the Blue Mountains.
Yeah, so the eucalypt trees release the eucalypt oil.
Yeah, so it's got a special name for it, called Rayleigh scattering, where the fine droplets of oil are released by the eucalyptus trees, and it scatters these short wave length light, which appears blue. So it creates the blue haze over the Blue Mountains.
And then that's why they get called the Blue Mountains.
Yeah, there you go.
Unreal.
I wonder what he's listening to right now. I think he's got his Shocks headphones on there.
Yes.
Katy Perry, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if Joe Shen is a Katy Perry listener, but he might be. But you can see here, folks, these are some of the other males. I can tell you right now that I bet is Rhett Gibson in the very front there, running alongside Matty Crean. Rhett Gibson in the red, Matty Crean there in the black, followed by George Murray there in that second little cluster. He would be wearing the red backpack. Mikey Carroll there in the blue, and then the fifth runner in that group there in the black. I wouldn't know. I don't know who that is.
Peter Braga.
Peter Braga. Nice.
Yeah, he's an Australian, and yeah, he's starting out really strong.
So this would be the following pack. So that would be second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place running after Shen from China. These gentlemen chasing after that. Look at these views, Jackie. This is just the most epic morning of running in the Blue Mountains right now. Look at that. These are the mornings you dream of when you come out here to run. You want this cloud inversion that's down in the valleys, and then you've got the sandstone cliffs popping out the top. You've got the sunrise then popping up over those cliffs, and then you've just got...
Oh, here we go. The sun's popping as well.
Hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of trails, thousands of kilometers of trails out here to run. You know, you really just see a small snippet of this beautiful place. Look at that. Thank you, Mother Earth, for doing what you do and making this place amazing. So sweet. Oh, and then Eve Moore, it's just, this is POV style.
She's making it look easy, don't you think? She just looks like she's just cruising along.
Just cruising along. I mean, what else would you be doing at the start of 100K? I mean, it's probably a good way to start, I think. Don't you?
Do you use poles in a race of this with this sort of elevation? Are you a pole guy?
I do use poles. I mean, I wouldn't use them in this race. I feel like this race is definitely a race that you could get away without using poles.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I do remember though, like, not a lot of past champions have used poles in this race, but I do remember Pau Capel when he came out here and won the race that year. He and I believe that might have been 2016. He used poles, and he is like he really just kind of made the most of them and had a great day out there. But
I feel as if unless you're very confident with them, they can almost be a little bit more of a hindrance, especially with the terrain here in particular.
Absolutely, yeah. a lot of the uphills here, a lot of stairs and things like that. So maybe people opt for not really using them because, yeah, you've got to be really technically sound with those poles to make sure you can use them on any kind of terrain. But look at this, the sun. This is going to be the first rays of the sun that Eve Moore is going to be catching this morning, which is going to be beautiful. That will heat her up just that little bit more. But look at that. Unreal.
So we've got Beth behind her and then also Julia Grant. They're less than 10 seconds between each of them, so very close to the start here.
You can see these overhanging sections of sandstone here that the runners get to run through. That is just a beautiful, beautiful element to this race and this part of the world. These naturally formed sculptures, really, that people can get amongst and just kind of be a part of, really, as you run through this landscape. You really are running through this landscape, like you're a part of it. And then you get these epic views that it just all comes together to be just the best place in the world to run right now. Anyone who's running out here on this course right now today is just getting blessed with the most perfect morning for running, and I'm so stoked that we're able to bring this footage to everyone as well, because this is the first time we've been able to live stream this event and show these kind of images off in this consistency.
Oh.
Look at that. Like, it's just the best place ever to run right now in the world, period. Nowhere else is the sun rising like this on this kind of terrain with this beautiful scenery. And there's a whole bunch of runners out there that have signed up for this epic challenge, and they're getting rewarded with this beautiful start to the day. And their legs are probably not going to be stoked about it later on, but, you know, hopefully they reflect back on this moment and just think, yeah, absolutely, punch in the sky.
It's pretty incredible to see the runners space out quite quickly. You know, there's a lot of runners at that start line, and they're already sort of getting a bit of room between them.
Yeah, and you can see here, folks, Lucy Bartholomew's little vignette has just popped up on the screen there, and I believe that might be her there in the red. We might be able to identify her. I know she was starting in that red T-shirt, so I believe that is Lucy Bartholomew on the screen right now, coming along narrow neck. 36 minutes into the UTA 100 for 2025. So that's epic work to identify her. Thanks to the production team for doing that. But you can see Lucy Bartholomew just to the right of the screen there. She goes past that epic sandstone sculpture, naturally made sculpture there.
And it's amazing in the Blue Mountains down here. There's so many things you can do as well. You know, you've got the mountain biking, you've abseiling, canyoning. It's just such a diverse landscape where you can try your hand at lots of different adventure sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the climbers out here absolutely adore and love this place. It is an absolute mecca for that, and you can see why this is just such a beautiful place to do anything outdoors, really.
Also such an amazing place to, you know, come with your families, partners, loved ones, friends, and a lot of people have come down here and rented out, you know, an entire house, and they've spent 4 or 5 days to really soak up the whole atmosphere. You know, on Thursday they kicked off with the 11K race and then the 22 yesterday, and it's just been awesome to have so many different events and things going on. We can hear a few of the last waves kicking off now, actually, for the 50 and 100K runners, so it won't be long before everyone is out on course.
Yeah, and we will then be able to get a very clear update as to how many people have started out here on these trails today, which would be cool to, very, very cool to see.
Wow, she's looking strong out. Here we go. Is this Eve or is this Caitlin? First woman.
I believe.
I think that's Eve. Yeah.
I believe this would be Eve. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, she's looking very smooth, cool, calm, and collected in these early stages along here of Narrow Neck. Look at this beautiful drone footage again, folks. This is absolutely stunning. So that cloud down in those valleys, that cloud of mist, that is hopefully going to be burning off as the sun rises, and it's going to open up and be an absolutely stunning day out here for all of the runners. It has been pretty misty and pretty cloudy up here the last few days, so not everyone has been able to enjoy this epic scenery from the higher clifftop views because it's been a little bit clouded over, but it looks like today is going to be a different story out there for some of these runners and everyone amongst it. Look at that green.
I mean, we have to also really enjoy how incredible the coverage is right now, because later on in the race it gets a little bit trickier, doesn't it, in that last section?
Yes, definitely. We are going to have, due to the nature of this incredible place, obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult to get full coverage of this entire course. A lot of the technology we use in this live stream is reliant on phone reception or cell service connectivity. So when you get down into those deeper valleys and those deeper gullies, that ability to use that phone connectivity and that phone signal reception is going to be very, very limited. Within those moments, though, we are going to have the opportunity to jump between the UTA 100, the UTA 50. We also have a number of other things that we'd love to show you to help showcase some of these runners that are out here and also the location itself. So hang in there with us, folks. It's going to be a long but beautiful day watching this race unfold. You can see here back at Scenic World, looking at some of the final start wave runners of the UTA 100. They're still getting released out of the paddock into the play area here, Jackie.
I mean, it's amazing this event welcomes the absolute elite and some incredible athletes, and then it also, you know, welcomes the everyday athlete, mums, dads, like all different fitness levels to come out and have a go, and everyone's out there for their own reasons and they have a different why, so it's just great to see.
Absolutely. Nicholas Christopher, the race director there, just in your screen for a moment. He is standing there with the hat and glasses on, so big shout out to Nicholas Christopher and his team here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Massive, massive effort that he has put in over the last months and months and months to bring this all together. Here we are, Matty Crean. Matty Crean turned 40 about just over a month and a half ago. So big shout out to Matty Crean here, running for La Sportiva. He is cool, calm and collected. Matty has placed as high as 6th here before. And I was chatting with him. He reckons this is the best he's ever prepared for a race in Australia. So
wow,
really excited to see how Matt goes out there today. He's looking very relaxed and in a place that I'm sure he's very happy with right now. And he is looking to have a really, really good day out there. I'm really, really excited to see that unfold for him.
I think it's quite a special feeling to know that you've done everything possible to, you know, prepare to your absolute best ability for a race, and, you know, standing on that start line knowing that you've put everything into it. I think that's quite a cool feeling in itself.
Yeah, if you've got the opportunity to put it all together in the lead up to a race, that in itself is, it's just that's a real privilege too. Life
throws spanners in the works these days.
Life throws spanners. And if, you know what they say, Jack, if you can dodge spanners, you can dodge balls, right? So we're just here back at Scenic World watching some of the last start waves of the 100K rollout. Look at this determination and focus right there.
It must be pretty amazing for the 100-mile runners who are coming across that finish line. They're coming across to an absolute buzzing, you know, environment right now.
Yes, the 100-miler runners of the UTA miler started at 5 a.m. yesterday. And so their race has, just been going over 25 hours now. So, well, just over 26 hours.
And actually passed winner of the 100 kilometres, Cecilia Mattis. She came in at second and had an incredible race, which was cool to see.
Yeah, big shout out to the winners of the UTA miler yesterday and the whole top 10. They punched their ticket to an automatic entry into UTMB Mont-Blanc, the UTMB World Series finals over there in Chamonix. And unreal to be able to get that opportunity, because that is an absolutely stunning race.
Yeah. And the next time
We have a little bit of footage cutting back and forth between the first female, Eve Moore, and here with the second and third males of the race. That's Rhett Gibson and Matt Crean, as they start to get kissed by that early morning sun as it rises over the cliff tops here in this beautiful part of the world. The Blue Mountains National Park here in New South Wales. Big shout out to Jackie, to some of the event partners that make this all possible. The New South Wales government, of course, title sponsor here today, HOKA, along with Sunto, and
we've got NAC as well.
Also NAC. I haven't seen any NAC waffles popping around this morning for our morning coffee, but Jackie, if you know anyone who has that, that would be great.
I actually tried one of the waffles at the expo the other day, and wow, it was great.
Well, thanks for grabbing me one. We can talk about that later. You can see here, folks, this is the course out here as it overlays on this terrain map. And you can see the different colors here. They coincide with the different elevation changes of the course. So where it is green, it is the most flat. And then as it goes up in color, so the yellow to the orange to the purple and to the red, that's when the steepness is its highest. So the red is the really, really steep stuff, and then the green is the really, really flat stuff. And you can see here that it chops and changes a fair bit in this course. You can see that above on that top line there is fairly green. That's where the runners are right now. But when they drop down into this valley, there's going to be a lot more sections of red interspersed with some of that yellow. And so, yeah.
Isn't that incredible, the technology we have these days to see the course laid out like this?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here that section right there as they come back out of that valley up onto the cliff tops again. That's coming up 6-foot track up Nellie's Glen, and then they pop back into the town here. They come back very close to the start down in, well, up here in Katoomba. So here we shoot back to some of the early runnable sections of this course along Narrow Neck. We're here with second and third male, Rhett Gibson and Matt Crean, as they work together to get these early Ks done. They look both pretty smooth, cool, calm and collected here.
Do these guys know each other already, do you think?
I believe they would know, yeah, they definitely would know who each other are, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. Two pals out on a jog.
Two pals out on a jog. You know, just gone 10 Ks into this 100K race. So a 10th has been done. A 10th has already been done, Jackie.
Wow. Guys, also, you can jump on the live chat. I'm having a little look through. It's awesome to see everyone cheering on all their friends and family out there running. People have come from far and wide for this event, which is very cool.
And folks, don't be afraid to use that GIF button. You can see there, you've got the little send arrow, you've got emojis, you've got GIFs. You can drop a GIF in there, and we can really we can get some really, we can get some.
Are you that guy who just sends GIFs to their friends?
I definitely am not that person, but I am not that person, but
guys, on the screen here as well, you can see Eve absolutely just cruising, and you can see the mountain biker just behind her filming, and they are proper pedaling. So that just shows how strong she is. She's running through this narrow neck section. She's just in her own little world right now. I reckon she's in that sort of flow state where she's just legs ticking over and feeling good. Hopefully it stays like that for the whole day. Oh, the gifts have started.
Excellent. So I like to see, folks. Jeez, this gift with this girl high on fairy floss, that's been used already today. She's started this Saturday off with an absolute burst. So let us know where you're dialing in from, folks. It's great to see different parts of the world represented here. Love seeing that. Thanks for getting involved. Make sure you give your loved ones, your friends, family a shout out. There is so many people getting amongst this race today, and it is, yeah, it's truly awesome to see.
It's pretty amazing, the top 10 are women. There's only about a minute to a minute and a half separating from first all the way through to the 10th. So it's still quite close early on.
You see here, folks, we are currently just next to the start line here in this studio, and there are still start groups are still rolling out. It is quite incredible, but they are going to be rolling out the UTA 100 and UTA 50 start groups for just over an hour and a half. The different range of start groups get let out onto this course for an hour and a half. So it's got to be a while until we can get an exact number on how many runners have started this race precisely. But at the moment we have just over 1,200 runners in the UTA 100 for 2025 at the moment. So 1,212 people have started the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB already today, and yeah, they just keep on rolling out as the morning unfolds here. So that is awesome to see. Let's see here.
Who was it that gave little shuckers before?
Maybe that would have been George Murray.
I think that was George Murray.
George
Yeah,
Murray.
he looked like he was having a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These guys are all super tight together. So that's second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Yeah. So yeah. So they're all the guys that running together.
And I can't tell if Eve is just in front or she's just behind those guys, maybe.
So this is a split screen here, folks. We've got our first woman, Eve Moore, on the left, and we've got the chase group chasing down Jiasheng Shen from China. We've got our second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth male in the chase as they try to hunt him down along this early section. Of course, just gone over 10 kilometers here. Just gone over 51 minutes as well.
So Eve is just sitting behind that group of males from that split screen point of view there. So it's, yeah, the top 5 guys, and then there's another group of guys in between, I think, and then there's Eve.
Nice. Beautiful. Race is underway. And that is awesome to see. As you were saying before, the winning time of the males race last year was 9 hours and 1 minute, just to give people a bit of context there. And the female winning time of the race last year was 10 hours and 40 minutes, and that was Beth McKenzie. So, yeah, really to give everyone a bit of context here, we are in for a day of running out here in the Blue Mountains. We've just gone over 52 minutes into the race, and yeah, it's going to be a long day, Jackie, but an awesome day.
100%. I mean, I wonder, conditions-wise, last year was definitely a little bit wetter and it was raining more, so I wonder if that will make much of a difference for these guys.
Yes, I remember chatting to Beth McKenzie about that yesterday, actually, and she said that it was, yeah, a lot colder at the start line. Last year, it was about 6 degrees Celsius at the start line. Today, the runners had it around about the same as what it is right now. It's about 17 degrees, 18 degrees on the start line. So a lot warmer, and yeah, but perfect conditions for running out there today.
How did you did the 22 kilometers yesterday, and how did you find it out there?
22 kilometers, I did that yesterday, and my legs are feeling it today, but awesome. Yeah, so nice. That section, actually the 22 kilometers, the race that I did yesterday in the UTA 22, that is the final 22 kilometers of the race today for the UTA 50 and the UTA 100. So
you got to tackle the stairs.
I got to tackle the stairs. I got to tackle it all. I got to head down along Kadumba, down into the final valley that the runners go down into, which was awesome. And it's perfect out there with regards to running. There's a few sections there that are a bit slippery, a little bit muddy and wet, but overall it's really, really good. And it's going to be pretty chopped up with the 100 mile and the 22 runners all gone through it, but it's it is going to be perfect out there for these runners once they get to that final 22 kilometer section.
And I mean, these lead guys, they're all pretty experienced lead guys and girls, and hopefully they're leaving a little bit in the tank, because as we were looking at some of the stats yesterday, that last climb, the 900 stairs, the variance in time is huge. You know, some of the elites are getting up that in under 8 minutes or something, and then some of the runners towards the back, they take over an hour to get up the section of stairs.
Yes.
So it really shows how challenging that can be, and it sort of separates those who are really elite and used to that sort of running and terrain.
Yeah, absolutely. The infamous Furber Steps, 951 of climbs, 200 meters elevation in just on 1 kilometer. And yeah, 951 steps will do that to you. It is an absolute sting in the tail for sure. Podium positions have been made on that. It is, really incredible to see. I've seen second and third place change on those steps as it unfolds in those final moments of the race. And it is really something that you need to be mentally prepared for and physically prepared for just to get it done. You know, you just got to make sure you can nip that last little section, and then and that'll take you back to this beautiful part of the world where we are right now, Jackie. It's Scenic World here in Katoomba, and it will reward you with a finish, which is
Do you know what? I'm really excited for when some moves start to get made in this race. I love seeing underdogs, you know, come in and take over some of the leaders and the favourites. So, yeah, I hope we're in for a really competitive race today.
It's going to be unreal to see it unfold. And I tell you what, that chasing pack of guys at the start of that 100K have got some work to do if they want to chase down Shen from China, because he put in a couple of minutes already on those lead guys as they headed out along Narrow Neck in the early parts of the day. So it's beautiful to be here with you, everyone. The first time we have been able to bring you live coverage of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, now part of the UTMB World Series as a majors, and that provides a whole lot of incredible opportunity for the runners that are out there today, including 210 direct entries into the UTMB World Series final in UTMB Mont-Blanc, along with elevated prize money for the top 5 out here at this race. And it's a really, really good thing for this whole event and for this part of the world, New South Wales, the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains as well. It's really, really important to...
Not to mention the prize money equal between the females and males, which is incredible, and even the participation percentage. I think the females are making up, I think it's about 43% of this event.
Unreal.
Yeah, so it's really cool to see that the female numbers are really getting up there in the races these days.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely something that this event and many, many other events around the world are trying hard to work on, which is great. I believe they had a Women in Trails panel yesterday over here as part of the event, and some of the women running in this race were a part of that, and I believe that was a huge success and something that's helping that participation grow to a closer to 50-50 balance with regards to participation in these races. Folks, with this event now being a UTMB major, it also allows everyone to receive double the amount of running stones for your opportunity to put in for the lottery, which then will guarantee a few more spots into the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix at the end of August, that incredible event over there, whether you are running the OCC, the CCC, or the UTMB itself.
So that means that there's, I think it's, 6 stones for the UTA 100 and 4 stones for the UTA 50. And as you spoke about earlier, there's the 210 automatic qualifications spots for the UTMB Mont-Blanc finals as well. So it's the top 10 male and female athletes plus the age group winners, I think it is.
Yep, that's it, hey. So yeah, 210 automatic qualification spots to the UTMB World Series finals.
Which is a huge incentive for a lot of runners out there today to be able to, you know, set their sights on heading over to UTMB. I mean, it's always very exciting for Aussies, I guess, as well, to head over to Chamonix, and the mountains over there are insane.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a beautiful, beautiful part of the world to be able to go and run and experience things.
But I tell you what, the Blue Mountains are definitely showing off everything they've got. So, all right, so we're about an hour into the race now. We've just ticked over to an hour, and the runners are looking quite strong along here. Gosh, it is just clearing up massively now, and you can see the runners looking out to the left there. Hopefully they're soaking in the scenery a little bit. They're about 30 minutes now off from their checkpoint at Medlow Gap. So they'll be running into that checkpoint. Some of them might be restocking up on food, water, but I'm guessing they're going to be heading through quite swiftly there. And he says these are, here's Eve back on screen. So there's a big focus on, you know, Beth and Lucy, but there's also a few other females in there that could provide a little bit of an upset today. And they're all just finishing off this section and heading towards Medlow Gap, where I think we've got a last few minutes of final 50 and 100K runners are heading out, and then everybody is going to be out on course there. Well, you can see these lead 5 guys here. So you can see Jason Shen is right out in the front, and then the next 4 are in a bit of a pack. Wow, those scenes are just unbelievable. How good are drones as well? I mean, to get that sort of, that look on. Oh, here's Eve. She's just cruising down, getting to soak in all the views from the right-hand side there. How good it is.
Yeah, I just feel so bad continually repeating how good it is, but this is just one of those mornings in the Blue Mountains that is truly special and absolutely amazing. And we are just stoked that everyone's out there getting amongst it. You can see there's a little bit of water still, a few puddles still on that section in Narrow Neck that Eve is kind of running past, but there will definitely be a lot of that ground that is I wouldn't say it's dry, but it is not like saturating wet. And this is Eve. She right now is going to drop off, and there is Beth right there just behind her. They are going to drop off Narrow Neck, and they are going to head down a section of the course that is something that we cannot follow on with the cameras because it is very technical. There are actually safety ladders that are put in place to go down and scale that section. So they have completed that section of Narrow Neck, which is going to be just under probably 12 kilometers into the race. A really, really nice section to complete and get done. But they are going to move down into some really technical terrain right now.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB for 2025. You can see here folks, this is the start line of the UTA 100 and the UTA 50 at Scenic World here in Katoomba. Some stoked people getting around.
Happy faces and all smiling. I hope it's like that for the entire race for them.
Do you think that's possible, Jackie?
Oh, positive in mind. And depending on the epic tunes you're listening to, a lot of people here got their headphones on and whatnot, but the scenery today, I mean, we mention it every 5 minutes, but it just is absolutely stunning. Final people will be heading off, and then soon everyone's going to be out on course for 50 and 100K. Lots of happy, smiling faces. So the lead runners have now gotten towards the end of Narrow Neck, and they're heading down into quite a technical section. These guys might not know what they're in for. So I've got lots of friends, family members here enjoying the race as well and supporting loved ones who are taking on this epic challenge. There's some final runners heading off now.
7:38 is when our UTA 100 orange start route will be setting off. 7:38, so that gives us about 11 minutes time. Took a little bit of working out.
Rolling, folks. Look at this. There is, you can see just the back there, that was the race director, Nick Christopher, as he sees all of these amazing runners off for their journey out into the abyss. It looks like a bit of the abyss right there with that cloud inversion as we scan over this beautiful part of the world. Good luck, ladies. Good luck out there. You are set for an absolute soul session journey, which is going to be great.
It's such an incredible race as well, this one, because, I mean, there's such diverse terrain. There's the sandstone cliffs, there's gorges, waterfalls, all of the eucalyptus forest and trees, and, yeah, that sort of blue haze that everyone experiences from those eucalyptus trees and the oil.
And we have our commentators.
This is really just showing the Blue Mountains in such an incredible light today. And there's been a real buzz around Katoomba, the town, as well. There's so many people here, and it's great to see everyone enjoying all the local restaurants and food spots.
On behalf of the New South Wales Government, I'm delighted to welcome you to the official broadcast of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia 2025. The New South Wales Government is proud to once again support the world's second largest trail running event, particularly this year as Ultra Trail Australia joins the elite ranks of the UTMB World Series majors. Becoming a World Series major means that this year's event will also include the brand new 100-mile race, which, as you'll see during this broadcast, will push these amazing athletes to the limits of human endurance. Competitors and supporters have come from all over the world to experience one of the best trail running events on the planet, and with trails featuring breathtaking cliff tops, large waterfalls and native bushland abundant with wildlife. And all the runners this weekend are competing just an hour or so away from the heart of Sydney, which is a stunning reminder of the incredible diversity of experiences on offer when you come to visit our city. 2025 is a historic year for running in Sydney. In addition to Ultra Trail Australia, the Sydney Marathon will also make its debut as a World Marathon Major, joining the pantheon of world's most iconic marathons: New York, Boston, London, Tokyo, Chicago, and Berlin. Sydney's already renowned for being one of the world's greatest sporting stages, and with its outdoor lifestyle has established itself as the running and fitness capital of Australia. Whether you're watching from across the country or across the globe, I encourage you to add Ultra Trail Australia to your runcation bucket list and plan a visit to Greater Sydney, the Blue Mountains and New South Wales Central West at the same time. Enjoy the coverage and see you on the trail. On behalf of the New South Wales Government,
I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge and recognise and thank the volunteers and the team. This year is another level with the addition of the UTA Miler. It means that we've got a lot of extra hours to cover that we don't normally have to cover. So thank you to everyone for all of your hard work.
Folks, we are back here in the studio, live streaming from the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB for 2025. The first time we are able to do this here in this amazing part of the world. Thank you to the Minister there, Mr. Kamba. Really appreciate his kind words for this incredible event in its 17th running, which is a huge achievement for this incredible race, an iconic race here in the trail running world, and also a huge part of the UTMB World Series. You can see here, folks, that is another UTA 100 miler finisher coming over the line. Well done, sir. Big kudos there. That is unreal, running just over 26 hours out here and getting it done. The UTA Miler, the first year the Miler has been run, we had the UTA Miler finisher come over the finish line the very, very early hours of the morning today, just around about, actually right on midnight. The Eric Conti, the Frenchman who was the inaugural winner of the UTA Miler for the first year. So big kudos to Eric for his incredible run and getting that done last night. And also Megan Coffey, the female champion of the inaugural UTA Miler here. She ran a 21-hour, 52-minute finish.
That's fast.
Amazing run out there. Absolutely amazing run for that terrain and for that level of it's incredible. So Megan Coffey from Australia taking out the win there in the Miler, and also Eric Conti from France. He ran under 19 hours, 18 hours 55 in the Miler last night, finishing, yes, as I said, just before midnight he finished. So an incredible run there. Huge shout out to everyone who's out there currently and who is getting it done. In the UTA Miler, there was 373 starters. Currently, there are 55 that haven't been able to finish. There are 39 that have finished, and the rest are still out there getting it done on the course. A lot of the UTA 50 and UTA 100 runners will go past those UTA milers because they all end up being out there on the same course. So that's going to be a really cool thing for some of those miler runners to experience. Some of the UTA 50Kers stream past them with a whole lot of energy and excitement, just like some of these people that are just about to start their journey out there on the UTA 100 and the UTA 50 courses. Here from Scenic World, you can see there, Beth, in the top right of the screen there, that is Mount Solitary popping out. And then on the very left of the screen there, about 3/4 of the way up, that is the infamous Three Sisters, a very iconic outlook and a very iconic part of this incredible part of the world in the Blue Mountains. And you can see there, the gentleman there with the glasses on, Nick Christopher, he was actually on the UTMB Mont-Blanc live stream at the end of August last year. We had a chat to Nicholas. He came on and had had a chat to everyone about this incredible race and alongside the other race as well, Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB and Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB over in New Zealand. The team here down in Oceania work really closely together, and it is a really solid group of people that help put on these events weekend after weekend after weekend. So look at these folks getting ready to go. Big thumbs up and grins. They are starting in the sunlight in that early morning sun rays as well. So they are going to be pretty pumped to get under the way here for their journey on the UTA 100 for 2025, which is absolutely awesome.
And some of these runners, they might be out there for quite a while. I think the cutoff for the 100K is about 28 hours, and then for the 50K, they've got just under 15 hours. So, oh, here we go. We've got another mile runner coming through. Oh, how exciting for them. They get everyone cheering them in. Good for him. Absolutely smashed it.
Way to go, Ewan. Great running.
Oh, what a relief, honestly. Finishing 100 miles, I know I would be straight home to bed.
Folks, make sure that you do jump on to the live chat. We would love to see you on there. Maybe these are some of the people that you know that are taking to the trails right now. So it would be awesome to see who you are supporting and where you are supporting from as well. That would be so great. We are working on trying to get some of that UTA 50 coverage rolling as well. The runners are out there. They are getting amongst it. So we are looking at trying to get some of that footage when it does roll in. The nature of this course and the nature of this race and environment out there is going to make...
I'm from Rotorua, Aotearoa, and I race for Adidas TRX. Outside of running, I spend a lot of time doing art, so I'm also a professional artist. I customize road cycling shoes, so when you're watching the Tour de France and a lot of the Grand Tours, sometimes my art's on the shoes of a lot of the pro cyclists, which is super cool. I'm also into golf, so I just got some new clubs and tricking out the Tiger Woods movements over there. And yeah, just cycling, a lot of other stuff, but I like to be outdoors a lot of the time. So I'm loving being here in the Blue Mountains right now. It's actually my first time racing here in Australia, full stop. So I've always wanted to do this race, but it's kind of an awkward time of the year when I'm over in Europe. And I've just been in New Zealand, so it seemed like a really cool opportunity to get here and race in the lovely scenery that we can't see at the moment, but I'm pumped to try and see it tomorrow. And yeah, it's just an awesome checklist race that I've wanted to do, and now's the time. Yeah, so my goals for the race are just to have fun. It's like always fun to say that, but sometimes I realize that it's not always fun out there, but I just want to see where I'm at fitness-wise, and also, yeah, try and give it my all and just get a really good indication of where my fitness is. Yeah, so it's always great having a really strong field in the women's side of things, and the competition that we see tomorrow. It's a different field to what I'm used to racing. I don't usually race in Australia and New Zealand, so it's always pretty cool seeing new faces. I know there's a lot of strong Australian and Kiwi athletes and also British people over here, so I'm honestly not used to racing these ladies, but I'm super excited to be lining up against them. So in terms of the course, I know nothing about it really. I downloaded the course to my watch this morning, which I'm hoping will give me some help tomorrow, but I honestly know nothing about it. I've asked a few people and the main theme is stairs. So I'll see how the legs will fare with those, because I wouldn't be saying they're particularly strong right now, and stairs are brutal at the best of times. But yeah, I think you can tell a lot from profiles, but obviously you don't really know the full story. So I'll be running it blind and kind of seeing how I go tomorrow. Ideally, the race strategy for tomorrow is to be finishing strong. Like we have a saying in Catalan, and it translates to start like a horse, finish like a donkey. And so I want to start like a donkey and finish like a horse. So hopefully I'll be up that last climb up the 1K of stairs, like 952 stairs or something, finishing like a horse instead of a donkey. Yeah, so it's awesome having UTA as a major part of the major series of UTMB, and I think especially having it in the Southern Hemisphere. I think sometimes we miss out a bit down here on the big races, so it's cool to see UTA kind of stepping up and filling that gap. And this year I'll be doing CCC, so I've done the 100K race at the UTMB finals a few years ago, and it didn't go that badly, but I wouldn't say it was great, so I'm going to give that another whack, and yeah, we'll see how that goes, and it'll be cool to be there again. So yeah, I was born in Rotorua, and every year I mainly go back there to race Tarawera. And this year I went back to race the 100K, which I haven't done before, but it's been on my to-do list for many years. And it was cool doing the original course from Carroll and finishing in Rotorua. So racing there, it was honestly awesome, and I feel like I just had a really great race. Ruth just happened to have a better race, which is cool though. I feel like we elevated each other's race in that way. We were both very competitive throughout. I was kind of ironing out a few issues along the way, which I think apparently you get with these longer races, so it was a whole new experience for me, but my whole family came and my friends from high school were there, and it's just always such a really cool experience because I'm so different from like when I was growing up there. I never ran really, and so it's like a completely different side of me when I'm racing back there again. So I love racing Tarawera, and I hope to be back there again next year.
That, folks, was Caitlin Fielder, a little interview with her. I can give you an update on that at Echo Point, which was 9.5 kilometers into the UTA 50. Caitlin was just over a minute ahead of the field. Caitlin Fielder, one of the favorites in the UTA 50 out there today. Yes, second place in Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB earlier on this year, and looking to potentially get over and make the most of her opportunity at the Western States Endurance Run at the end of June over in California in the United States of America. That was good, a little bit of insight there from Caitlin, a Rotorua local, where the heartbeat of a Tarawera Ultra Trail is over the ditch there. The first time that she is coming over here to race, actually, in Australia, similar to another UTA 50 favourite, Dan Jones, who is out there at the moment. So just to give a little bit of context to the situation right now unfolding in the UTA 50, we have Caitlin Fielder leading the women's race. We have Alison Wilson from Great Britain originally, but living in New Zealand. So Caitlin Fielder winning, Alison Wilson in second, Demi Caldwell placing third, and then Jess Jason is currently running fourth in the UTA 50 for the females race. They went through the last timing point at 9.5 kilometers in that order. For the males, we had Dan Jones leading at Gordon Falls, followed by Miguel Benitez from Spain, Sam Rout from Australia, and David Honschmidt from New Zealand. They are the top four guys rolling in that UTA 50 at the moment. That is great to see, and you can see, folks, these runners getting a little bit of a high five and getting a little bit of a love from the race director, Nick Christopher, as they roll out in their final start groups there. There he is, one of the big brains behind this whole operation. But folks, talking about big brains and big operations, we have a special guest here in the studio who is just joining us, and we're very grateful for that. And we are going to do a little shift here onto the camera as we welcome Devon Beckman from...
Drum roll.
Yeah, drum roll, please. Devon, beautiful to see you here, my friend. Devon from Ironman, the marketing manager. Devon, your title is marketing manager of Ironman Oceania. Is that correct? That's the exact terminology.
Yeah, I guess so. I look after the marketing for all of our trail running events in Oceania that are part of the UTMB World Series. So obviously HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, but also Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB over in New Zealand, and Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB, which is a couple of hours south of here, down in the Snowy Mountains. So super fortunate to work across 3 awesome events as part of the UTMB World Series here in this part of the world.
Devin, we have just been frothing out in our studio here this morning. You probably walked into the studio and felt this cloud of froth coming over you.
It's really thick.
Trail froth, mate. Tell us, mate, what is it about trail running that you see from your job that you enjoy?
Oh, there's so many things, right? And I think just being out there this morning, it's all really rich. Like, you've got the amazing community that we've just seen thousands of runners head out onto the trail, and they're all just super stoked to be here. They're all been on their own journeys to be on the start line, and they've all got their own sort of why and their own special reason, but they've all come here and they're all together doing it, and they're all decided that they've wanted to stand on the start line and coming together and being out there. We're in this beautiful World Heritage listed Blue Mountains, and we've seen some amazing drone shots this morning of just how lucky we are to be here, and the weather's turned it on for us, and we couldn't ask for a better advert for the Blue Mountains this morning than this amazing place. I think just the coming together of all these of the people and the place, and the being fortunate enough to be able to cross this country and do it all together. That's kind of why we're all here.
Have you personally run out on some of this course? I mean, Narrow Neck this morning has just been amazing.
Yeah, no, I've been lucky enough to run plenty of these trails, a lot of them with Madge as well. I remember my first year I came to UTA, Madge and I, and Kerry Suter as well. We ran out to a place called Ruin Castle together, she had some really good yarns on the trails, but never run the race. I'm a little bit busy on race day to be running the race, but have run plenty of trails, and it's been super cool to be able to experience it as well on that side. Unfortunately, this week I went for a little run and rolled my ankle on the trails, so you do have to be a little bit careful out there. Some of the trails can be a little bit slippery, but that's all part of trail running, right?
I think something really special about this event as well is there is those elite guys and females, but then there's also a lot of people who are out there meeting a lot of like-minded individuals, having a lot of good yarns, and you create these amazing connections when you share a 100k race with someone.
100%. That's why I think a very small portion of our race is this elite race, but we've got thousands of people out here on their own journey and their own why they're here, and people are out there that have gone through journeys of weight loss or journeys of finding mental health or finding their own their own why through their own journey, and they'll meet people out there on the trails and make new friends and connect with others and connect with country and connect with themselves. I think that's really special. That's what trail running, wherever you are in the world, whether you're here in Gundungurra country or you're over in New Zealand at Tarawera on the sacred lands there, or over in Europe or North America, wherever that is, you're connecting with that country and those special places, and it's all really unique, but it all comes back to just the special connection with the nature and the land, as well as the connection that you feel yourself.
I feel like you sign up to a race thinking you're going to get one thing and the experience, but then you walk away with so much more, and a lot of people out there who are first timers today are hopefully going to have that experience where they walk away and think, wow, that was so much more than I ever thought it was going to be.
Yeah, 100%. I think we talk about the tagline for Tarawera is trails full of heart, and we talk about leaving with more than you came with, really filling your cup with the community that gives back more to the runner than what you arrived with, and leaving the trails with more than you came with, and that's not necessarily taking physically from the trails, but taking spiritually and emotionally from the trails, because that's what our events and our community can do with what the sport is about.
Dev, big kudos to you and your team for doing what you have done with this event, and as you said, Tarawera Ultra Trail and Ultra Trail Kosciuszko as well. Your team, I guess, in some regard, was awarded the major status because of the work that you do and what you've been able to do for trail running down under, essentially. So how is it for you? Did you guys just get the UTMB major status and get a whole lot more work to do, or like how does your team respond to such big responsibility in the trail running world, and what does it mean for you guys to be able to have that status down here?
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute honour, right? I think, being able to be a UTMB World Series major just elevates what this event is all about. Ultra Trail Australia has always been one of the biggest trail running events in the world. We're the second largest ultra trail by participant size in the series, second only to the UTMB Mont-Blanc, the World Series finals. So, we're just honoured to be able to elevate the status within the series and get, more people around the world watching what this race is all about, having the live broadcast, having the running stones in the pathway to the finals as well, those sort of things, having the prize purse for the elite race. There's all these awesome things that having that major status allows. This race sells out really fast every year, and so being able to have that major status hopefully helps us to sell out even faster. So if you do want to come in 2026, make sure you get your entry in. We generally open around September, so we're going to hopefully sell out faster and faster with the demand that the major status brings. But yeah, I think in terms of workload, obviously we want to be able to elevate the event more and more every year. That's we obviously want to deliver a great event, but every year we review what our feedback from our athletes is, and we want to make it better and better and better. So we say, hey, how can we do that better? How can we do this better? And yeah, add little bits here and there that we can really improve. And that's why our team does. And each and every day, we're saying, how can we make this better? And hopefully, the athletes come back with some great feedback this year, and we'll go back to the drawing board and see how we can improve for 2026 too.
And along that similar lines, like, tell us when the opportunity is to run Ultra Trail Kosciuszko this year. I assume entries are open, well and truly open for Ultra Trail Kosciuszko. I believe Tarawera Ultra Trail entries open not that long ago as well. So when are those events going to be falling in 2025 and 2026?
Yeah, so obviously it's the same teams that deliver Kosciuszko and Tarawera, so a very similar experience, but in a completely unique destination. So Ultra Trail Kosciuszko in the Snowy Mountains, a couple hours south of here. It's a very different type of mountains than you get to the Blue Mountains here. So it's a lot more alpine Australia, these rolling snow gum mountains, very open mountains, great alpine views, granite outcrops and snow gum forest. So that race is open now. We've already sold out our 50k and 30k distances, but we still have entries in the 100k and 100 mile distances there. That race is the last weekend in November, so the 27th to the 29th of November. You can go to kosciuszko.utmb.world now to enter. And then Tarawera is in February, so you can enter that race now. We've got a 21k, a 50k, 100k and a 100 mile race. Go to tarawera.utmb.world to enter that. That's in the 15th to the 16th of February 2026. Super iconic race. It's been around almost as long, 1 year less than UTA, New Zealand's biggest trail running event, almost 5,000 athletes. And definitely a staple on the global running calendar.
I think this might even be a bit of a springboard for people who, absolutely love the experience, and then they, in 24 hours, think, what can I sign up to next?
100%.
And they can then jump on and, sign up to those ones.
We definitely see, after our events, like especially after UTA, we see a lot of people saying, what's next? And then we see a spike in entries for Kosci, a spike in entry for Tarawera, because they're like hooked. They get that, they cross the finish line, they're like, I'm never doing that again. And then 24 hours later, they're like, yep, sign me up for the next one. So yeah, it's really cool that we see the cycle of people go from UTA to Kosci to Tarawera, and then stepping up distances as well, right? You run maybe 50Ks or 20Ks here, and then you're like, okay, maybe I can do 50Ks. You see someone doing a 50K or 100K and you get inspired, and then you step it up, and then you see someone do 100 miles, you're like, oh, maybe I can do that as well. And I think that's what's really cool about the festival of events. You don't just have the one race or the one distance, you have all of them, and you can see and get inspired by all these other people doing these incredible things. So
I was saying to Marge as well, it's not just about the runners and those who are racing, and a lot of people come along with their families, friends, loved ones, and there's something for everyone. There's the expo, and there's lots of different things happening, and the whole town's sort of buzzing. So it's just a cool destination trip as well.
It's not just about the runners, right? It's about the support crew, it's about the kids, it's about everyone that's involved in this amazing community, because trail running, you can't just do it by yourself. You need that support crew, you need those paces, those people around the event to get you to that finish line. And we want to make sure the event's just as special for the supporters and the support crew as well as the athletes. So.
And all the volunteers at our
100%.
checkpoints. I remember when I race, some of the best moments are when you see those smiling, happy faces of people helping you fill your water bottles, and that just makes such a difference.
Yeah, the over 500 volunteers that we have this weekend that this event wouldn't be possible without. And they come back year after year after year. A lot of them are running this weekend as well, so they might run the 11K or the 22K on the Thursday and Friday, and then come out and volunteer today. This event definitely would not be possible without them, and a huge thank you goes out to them. If you're out on course at all, if you're supporting or crewing, please say thank you to a volunteer. And yeah, again, if you're free at all this weekend, put your hand up, volunteer. If you want to come back next year, put your hand up, volunteer. It's a great way to be a part of the event.
Yeah, huge shout out to any volunteer at any trail race in the world, because they are truly, I always say this, volunteers are really the heartbeat of trail running events, because as you said, Devin, you literally could not put them on without volunteers, and they bring so much energy to an event, and they're helpful, they're alive, they're energetic, they're welcoming. It's such an important part of this whole community to have them there. So yeah, big shout out and thank you to every volunteer anywhere in trail running.
It's fun as well seeing how creative, support crews get volunteers and everyone. I mean, Cecilia Mattis, it was her birthday yesterday. She was the second in the 100-mile race, and there was happy birthday signs, and everyone was surprising and cheering her along. And all I've heard from everyone is just how excited they were to see her happy, smiling face, and her energy is really contagious. And I think people who are out there who are really, just fun to be around on course, and sort of beaming the whole way, it really rubs off.
Volunteers can change an athlete's day. Like if an athlete's in a really low point, they come into a checkpoint and the volunteers full of beans and dancing and dressed up and, fills their bottles for them, and they can fully turn around an athlete's day and keep them going on course and get them to that finish line. Like we've heard those stories, I'm sure all of us have, and probably even experienced that ourselves. Like if you have a really good experience with someone that just lifts your energy, so to be able to have that impact on someone and change their day and get them to that finish line, that's a really heartwarming experience for you as the volunteer too. So really cool to be able to change someone's life like that.
Truly epic. Yeah, absolutely. Dev, the inaugural UTA Miler kicked off yesterday at 5 a.m. in the morning. We had our first male winner come over the finish line, Eric Conti from France. He came over in just under 19 hours, just before midnight last night. And we had Megan Coffey, the female inaugural 100-miler winner here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Really unreal. I've been a part of this event now for 10 years, and a miler has always been spoken about. It's like, when are we putting on a miler here at UTA? And it happened. It's happening right now. There's still runners out there. That must have been a big thing. Like, do you feel like a great sense of success with that? And how does that feel?
Yeah, no, it's been obviously something that we've been working on for a long time, and obviously with the major status, we've had that opportunity to pull that together. So yeah, it's been a great success. Obviously, like you said, we're still running. We run all the way through to 1:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with the miler. So we're going to see plenty more runners come across that line, but it's been awesome to be able to do that and get that across the line.
All right, folks, we're just going to pop to a quick commercial, and we'll be back right after this.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey folks, and welcome back here to the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We're in the studio here with Devin Beckman, of course, co-host Jackie Bell as well, talking all things trail running. We're going to shoot to an interview right now with Miguel Benitez from Spain, and he is going to give us a little bit of insight to his life and also who he is behind the scenes with regards to coming over here to run at the UTA 50 this year. His longest run ever, actually. So it's going to be great to be able to see what he does out there today. It's going to be really, really interesting to see the young Spanishman come over. There's been a few Spanish runners that have come out to this race before. Nuria Picas, a UTMB champion, as well as a UTA 100 champion. Of course, Kilian Jornet, he is a UTA 100 champion and a UTMB champion as well. So Miguel Benitez, let's see what he can do out there today.
Yeah, mostly I'm running all the time, but I like to rest well and eat well, and I like traveling a lot. Maybe this travel was really, really long for me, but yeah. Well, I'm here to race tomorrow, obviously, but it was a good opportunity to discover Australia, which is my first time here. And my goal for the race is to be in the front. I don't know how much in the front, but I hope to be fighting for the podium. My first impression was the weather, because I expected to see the sun all the time, and it's a bit foggy and rainy, and it's more like London than Australia. During the race, I usually don't see nothing because I'm really focused on the race. So I don't know, tomorrow maybe see new animals for me. Could be nice. I don't know a lot about the course. I just saw some videos, and I think the hardest part is the final, because you will find a lot of stairs. And tomorrow we will see. Tomorrow will be my longest race at the moment. I don't know how the body will respond after 40k, because I only did 40k. But I will try to start slowly, and then we will see. I think to not start really fast could be a good option for me, because as I said, I don't know how the body will respond, and I will try to keep the pace until maybe 35, 40 kilometers, and then try to push a bit more. Well, about the competitors, I think I will just try to focus on me and to not follow anyone, because could be longer than could be if I do my own strategy. So I will try to focus on me and just to not push a lot in the beginning. Of course, OCC is a really main goal in a season. This year I raced in England, and I had the place for this year for OCC, and I'm really looking for the place for next year. So it's always important for me and also for the brand to be there in Chamonix. I hope to get tomorrow the B for 2026. I think mostly the finals are with really, really high level all the years, and everyone wants to be there, and not only the athletes, the brands want to be there. And I think each year by year they are increasing the level, and it will be amazing. I really want to see kangaroos and koalas.
And what about the food? Is there any food?
I don't know really about the food here, but it will be nice to discover it.
So there we had, folks, Miguel Benitez from Spain coming over here to run the UTA 50, the longest distance he has ever run. So good luck to Miguel. As we mentioned before, some unreal Spanish athletes have come out to this race and done extremely well. So that is awesome to see him come out here and be a part of it too. You can see here, folks, this Strava segment that we have right here, Foggy Knob to Iron Pot Mountain, is where our UTA 100 runners are heading right now. And you can see that this Strava segment has the KOMs and the QOM pretty tight, pretty fast. Our UTA 100 runners are heading out there at the moment, and they are going to be able to get amongst that terrain and be a part of it. We are sitting in the studio right now with Jackie Bell, obviously co-host for the day, and also Devin Beckman, the marketing manager for Ironman and all the trail running events out here in this part of the world. Devin, we have seen some incredible scenery and some epic moments already in the UTA 100 today, with the runners running along Narrow Neck there in this incredible World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park. Put you on the edge of your seat, make you want to go out for a run, hey?
Oh, 100%. I think, yeah, watching some of those drone shots this morning, you just want to be flying down Narrow Neck with their crew and, yeah, looking out across the Megalong and across the Jameson on either side and, yeah, being a part of it. Just with the clouds below, we couldn't have asked for better pictures this morning.
Yeah, it's really rad. And Jackie, I think it was lucky that we handcuffed you to the desk here so you didn't leave and just get out there on the trail and start running.
Honestly, I was about to jet off when I saw that sun rising over the mountains. Oh, everyone's in for such a treat today.
Yeah, but these golden handcuffs are definitely worth it as we bring this live stream to life here for the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, now part of the UTMB World Series Majors. It's so epic to be able to award 210 places to runners who top out on their age group, and also the top male and female in the miler, the 100K, and the 50 as well. Devin, that's a huge reward for so many of the runners in the race out here to be able to get that opportunity to go over to UTMB Mont-Blanc in the World Series final.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, that's obviously like the pinnacle of racing for trail running at the moment, and the UTMB World Series. And so for runners from our part of the world as well to get that opportunity, you know, we've only got 3 races in our region with Kosi, Tarawera and UTA that offer running stones to get there. And so to have that elevated opportunity to get to Chamonix to run UTMB World Series, UTMB Mont-Blanc is, you know, a great opportunity, and to get there and experience what that's all about. Be great to see a lot more Aussies and Kiwis flying the flag in France, Italy and Switzerland for next year.
Not to mention the prize money is pretty nice for the across the board for females and males, 50K, 100K and 100 miles. I mean, that would be a great way to fund the trip over to UTMB in Mont-Blanc. Yeah, the biggest prize pool at a trail running event in our region that we've ever seen, over just around over 120K Australian, which is a great amount.
Yeah, outside of running, I really like to spend time in the great outdoors. I live in New Zealand for part of the year when I'm not racing, and I like to get out hunting, fishing, diving, really just like living off the land and making the most of what New Zealand has to offer in terms of all the great food sources and just good adventures that you can take part in when you're out there doing it. Yeah, the reason why I'm here at the UTA 50K is because, well, you know, New Zealand's got this great rivalry with Australia. So it's time that I stepped up and got on over here, line up for the 50K. And I know it's going to be a tough course. It's going to test me. It's certainly probably going to play not to my strengths, but to some, not to my strengths. I'm not going to call them weaknesses, but I've certainly haven't run too much on stairs in these recent years. So that's going to be testing, and it's going to lead into my Western States training block. So I've got a big goal in about 5 or 6 weeks to race Western States and race hard, trying for a top spot there. And so, I think this is going to set a good benchmark, see where I'm at, and I can use this to hopefully leapfrog into my final build into Western States. It's great. I mean, we just got here last night, so I haven't seen too much of this area yet, but I'm just looking forward to hopefully getting a bit more visibility on race day so I can take in some of the scenes when, you know, you're not just absolutely under the pump. But yeah, it's a bit of a privilege to be in this area because obviously I haven't been here before yet. So just looking to explore, and I got out for a bit of a shakeout run this morning, and from what I've seen so far, it's going to be
There we go, a cool interview there with our UTA 50 favourite, Dan Jones from New Zealand, giving us a little bit of insight to his life in trail running. But we are shooting right now to the first aid station here, where that is Jiasheng Shen from China, as he is passing through as first male in the UTA 100. He's hitting that first aid station there at Dumfries, just at Foggy Knob, and he is passed through in a swift time. So that is Jiasheng Shen from China, leading the UTA 100. He's just gone 24 kilometers, and he has passed through that in 1 hour and 49 minutes elapsed into this race. Clearly out in front. It's going to be great to get a timing of the lead pack chasing Jiasheng Shen from China, but he went out of the gate flying, didn't he?
And he still is.
Yeah, he's not mucking around out there today. We just heard Dan Jones mention Western States and his goals for that. Shen also has massive goals to return to Western States and get amongst that top 10 again out there as well. So that was the leader of the 100K passing through the checkpoint at 24 kilometers. The checkpoint is called Foggy Knob, where he can get some refills and some assistance there from, as we were mentioning before, the amazing volunteers at this race. So Jiasheng Shen from China leading the UTA 100 now with just over 1 hour and 50 minutes elapsed.
I'll continue mentioning those stairs, but I think it's going to come down to really pacing yourself as well in this race, because if you take out the start too hard and then you're just going to falter before halfway, but then also I think there's going to be some runnable sections maybe halfway through, and then like you've got the massive climb that leads to the finish as well. And from what I've heard, like that can almost make or break the race as well. Like you need to be in a position to be able to push on that final stretch of the race. Otherwise, you may end up just blowing up and getting past. So, yeah, I think it's going to be maybe a bit of a tactical race, seeing where everyone's at least until maybe 2/3 of the way through, and then just getting a real bearing from there and just going for it. Yeah, my race strategy for the 50K, I haven't tapered too much going into this race because, yeah, I'm also looking ahead at Western States, but I want to, I'm hoping I feel strong. So if I feel strong, then I know I can just sit in the more runnable sections, and I don't want to like be getting too lactic-y in the legs, on these steeper climbs. I want to try and keep my heart rate like under control. I know it's going to be high on those steep sections, especially if we're in a bunch and like running together, because that almost pushes you outside of your comfort levels of where you feel like you should be sitting, especially if you're trying to hold like a bunch, or you're trying to like just stay in contention. So yeah, it's going to come down to really almost like what other people are running as well. I know you've got to run your own race, but it's also important to stay in contention and almost just gauge off how you're feeling like the person is breathing next to you. In terms of who's racing, I've almost seen like through social media, but I haven't particularly looked at the start list, just because I also am going in like with different goals in mind. I want to have a strong performance. I want to come out of this race knowing like I've put everything into it, but I also want to feel like, I'm not completely cooked either, if you know what I mean. So it's like, almost don't worry about who's showing up. Just get a feeling from the race when it gets started. With UTA being a major now, and massive congrats for getting that status. It's absolutely huge for the event and bringing a whole bunch more internationals and competition to the event, which is great. But you can get top 10, and now you've got that big opportunity. So I know it's just going to mean that a lot more people are pushing for that top 10 position here, and kudos to everyone who makes that top 10. I'm not sure if I will. For myself, I think I've already got a place into next year's UTMB Major Championship at Chamonix due to my win at Tarawera this year. So that's all good, and I'd like to line up back in Chamonix next year as well. I'm currently actually entered for CCC this year, so all going to plan after Western States, see how the recovery goes, and yeah, crack back into training for another big, halfway trip around that big mountain.
And folks, we are back for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. A little bit of an interview there and some insight from Dan Jones, a favourite in the UTA 50 today. He is currently out there ripping on the trails. He was, at last we saw, leading that UTA 50. So big kudos from the New Zealand giant for coming over, racing the first time in Australia, which is great to have Dan over here. Tarawera Ultra Trail 2025 champion as well, going back to back, I think. So awesome to see Dan. We wish him all the best for his goals at Western States at the end of June this year. We are jumping here to some footage of the second and third place male of the UTA 100 here. They've just gone through the checkpoint at 24 kilometers. That is Rhett Gibson and that is Matt Crean. They are chasing down Shen from China. And we can see them moving through this misty cloud. They are in a tight pack with a bunch of other guys that are chasing down Shen, who was 4 minutes ahead at 24 kilometers into this race. It's all happening.
Those two guys were running a lot more side to side earlier on Narrow Neck, and now it seems like they're trying to almost push themselves a little bit more to maybe break away a little bit. Also in the females, there's been a little bit of space created. We've got Eve Moore out in the front for the first female. Beth McKenzie's just behind. She's about 30 seconds behind. And then the third female, Julia Grant. Then we've got Alice, Emily, and Lucy. So Lucy's about 6 minutes at the moment behind the lead lady, Eve. But yeah, it's still a close race.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that footage again.
It's going to be really interesting. The next part of the course they go into is obviously Iron Pot Ridge, which is quite a bit more technical part of the course. Obviously, a really stunning part of the course is they look out of the valley and they run up onto a rocky ridge outcrop where they actually have Indigenous people from the Gundungurra playing the yidaki up on the rock. So the runners will start to hear the yidaki or the didgeridoos as they run up the valley echoing through the ears. But it is quite a technical section of trail, and so the runners will definitely have to be single file, and those runners that are a bit more technically apt could put a little bit of time in. It's definitely not the fire trail that they've been on for the last 10 to 15 Ks.
I love that, though. I mean, I think that's where there's going to be some moves made, when it starts to get technical and people's strengths sort of come into play if they're good on that sort of stuff. I guess you can see here, the incredible single track sort of ridgeline through there.
Special part of the UTA longer distance courses. It's got a grunty little climb up to an exposed rocky ridgeline. When runners arrive there at the top, they'll hear the sounds of the yidaki and didgeridoo playing. There's water gathering holes and tool sharpening grooves there with incredible views out to the Megalong Valley. It's about 25k into the race course, so runners will be really soaking up that atmosphere and just, I guess, thinking about traversing the trails that the Gundungurra people have traversed for thousands and thousands of years.
There we have a little bit of detail and insight into the Iron Pot Ridge section of the UTA 100, and we are cutting back here to the very, very early moments of the UTA 100 kicking off here at the start line here at Scenic World in Katoomba. Shen getting out to an early lead, and we had Eve Moore right there on the screen now, and Beth McKenzie running at the front of the females race. There was a lot of, hot racing early on as they head out on this incredible section of the course along Narrow Neck. The scenery this morning was absolutely incredible, and the race is unfolding as we were saying. The runners, the lead males, are now going into that Iron Pot section, and that is just around 25 kilometers into the race. The females are not far off. They are expected into the next aid station in just under 10 minutes' time at Foggy Knob, which is 24 kilometers into the race. And they will be getting in there, which will give us a great understanding as to the timings of the female race and how that is playing out at the moment, which is really exciting to see happen and unfold, because it is very early stages into the race. A quarter of the race is going to be done in terms of the physical distance, but we all know in ultra running that the physical distance means one thing, and that the mental race is a whole nother thing. So it's going to be really interesting, especially with something like Furber Steps to finish off this incredible race with 951 steps, 200 meters of elevation in just a kilometer of distance. You need a lot of mental capacity to make sure that you finish this race off strong. And as we mentioned before, podium positions have been determined in that final kilometer of the race, so you really need to be ready for it.
I love what Dan Jones was saying in his interview as well. You know, he wants to try and push on those hills, but also not get too much lactic build up, and, you know, trying to race your own race, but also still toe the line with the others. So I guess it's the balancing act of knowing your limits and then also pushing hard against the others, and trying to find, where you fit.
Absolutely, absolutely. So these scenes from the start of the race today, we were truly blessed with some incredible footage. That drone footage and the mountain bike footage as well was just like absolutely epic. You could see when the runners actually were going through that last checkpoint at Foggy Knob, just around 24 kilometers, they were back into that cloud that was sitting in the bottom of the valleys there. So that temperature would have dropped again. They would be getting a little bit wet from that kind of misty cloud. It holds a lot of water, and it would also keep all of the plants at ground level very wet too. So whenever the runners are brushing past plants, it would be getting them very wet as well. So the conditions are going to be changing a lot out there for the runners underfoot as well. It would be going from that drier, more solid surface when they're running out along Narrow Neck and that kind of gravel road there. When they drop down into Iron Pot, it does get a lot wetter, a lot more slippery underfoot. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how they manage that aspect of their racing out there. But Iron Pot Ridge, such an incredible experience for runners. It's super technical, but absolutely beautiful. And as you were saying, Devon, they are out there. Some of the traditional owners are out there playing the yidaki, or otherwise known as the didgeridoo, as the runners pass by. Which is just something that's really iconic about this race, and a really, really cool part of the experience as a whole.
Do you think there's any particular sections on the course, in your opinion, where changes will be made in the lead groups and things?
I guess there's always, every year is really different, and it really depends on how people take the race out. Like obviously this year, Shen has really taken the race out really hard, and he's obviously using the early parts of the course where you can run really fast on these fire trails to make his move and set out his table really early. I think it'll be interesting to see how he goes on these technical sections like Iron Pot. But then he's got another really fast running section all the way up to 6 foot track that's back on fire trail. So what we then see after he goes through 6 foot track, then makes the climb up Nellie's Glen, which is probably the first real big grunty climb of the day. And then we've got the cliff top section all the way back through Katoomba, where you've got probably the hardest section, of course, is coming from Katoomba Aquatic Centre all the way up to Queen Victoria Hospital. And that section, you've got a lot of ups and downs, a lot of 10 stairs up, 10 stairs down, as I think we have the first woman coming in to Foggy Knob.
Here we go, Eve Moore.
So yeah, folks, this is 24 kilometers into the UTA 100. This is Eve Moore, first female to come through this checkpoint at this moment in time, leading the UTA 100 for the race. She is looking good, getting some water there from the big tanks. We believe that she will be getting chased by Beth McKenzie, or maybe also Julia Grant. She is just in and out of that checkpoint.
Wow.
Not much going on there. She's just getting some water and getting on with it. What do you think of that transition? That was pretty quick, pretty swift.
I love these taps as well, the new system of the refilling your water. I think that's incredible.
Yeah, it truly allows people to kind of just be pretty self-sufficient. No major need for people, volunteers to get involved. Runners can pretty much get up and get what they need and get out pretty quickly. So this is Eve Moore leading the UTA 100 in the females race. She's just gone 24 kilometers into the race, and she is now heading out towards the infamous Iron Pot Ridge section of the race, which is great. She went through that in 2 hours and 4 minutes elapsed, and we are going to be watching quickly to see. Oh yeah, Beth McKenzie has also just gone through that same aid station, and she was bang on 52 seconds behind Eve Moore in the race with 24 kilometers going down. So it is tight, a quarter of the race almost done in terms of the distance, and Eve Moore is leading with Beth McKenzie very, very close behind her, less than 1 minute. That's epic. That's exciting. It's cool to see this unfold like this. Eve Moore, well done on rocking it early on. That's sick.
It's really cool to see. I really hope that Beth can keep her foot on the accelerator, though, and stay tucked in behind her, because, you don't want to give her too much of a lead.
That's really interesting for Beth, because she's really likes to lead from the front in these races. UTA last year, Tarawera the last couple of years that she's run, she's led out really early and strong. She likes to play to her strengths and run really fast when she can, and obviously she's not in the lead at the moment, and I wonder what that'll be doing to her. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays, and if coming up to the more technical section, which Beth will be the first to admit is not her strength, coming from a triathlon and a road running background. How that goes through the next part of the course.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you're out there. Some athletes love just tucking in behind and, cruising along and then making the attack in the later parts of the race. Otherwise, there's competitors like Beth who like to lead, and so it can be quite mentally fatiguing if you're in that sort of battle.
Foggy Knob living up to its name here as the runners pass through this section of the course. It's getting very, this is like low-hanging cloud, and it's also going to be quite wet. There's going to be a lot of moisture in the air as the runners pass through. We were saying it before, foot 2 is going to be pretty slippery and wet out there, especially when they head up onto that Iron Pot Ridge section of the course. Some of these early images now from the drone. This is from earlier on in the race, and that incredible Phantom Falls that naturally happens out here in the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park. This, folks, is an absolute, pleasure to be able to see that. And we have jumped straight away to the back of Dan Jones as he is leading the UTA 50. That running style, you can't mistake it for anyone else. Dan Jones charging here in the, I wouldn't say the early stages of this race, because Dan is really getting it done out there. But this is Dan Jones leading the UTA 50. We are picking up images now from this section of the course. And
he's looking strong. I mean, as he said in his interview before, he's thinking ahead, for the other events he's got coming up this year. And, he's not using it as a training race as such, but he definitely hopes that this helps him along with those other big events he's going to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Dan Jones. He is going just up. He's just gone past Little Switzerland in the race. Last checkpoint he was at Fairmont Resort. But no joke, Dan only had 12 seconds ahead of the Spanish Miguel Benitez, the young Spanish runner. So it is close. Like, Dan is definitely in a race here. He's out in front, but Miguel Benitez from Spain was very close behind. And then behind those two gentlemen, Sam Rout from Australia was he was under a minute behind Dan at the last checkpoint as well at the Fairmont Resort, and then followed closely as well by Vlad Ixel. So it is like tight up there with the UTA 50. There's a lot of running to go. This is going to definitely be a section that's going to favour Dan and his ability to run fast and run smooth and really make the most of these runnable sections. But he's out there. It's going to be, looks like a perfect day for running. It's definitely going to still hold a little bit of chill out there, even though it's sunny. But yeah, Dan's going to be making the most of this and really lapping it up.
He's quite mesmerising to watch, I'm not going to lie. It's just such a smooth running style.
This looks like Miguel now running behind, so maybe around a minute and a half perhaps behind on course. But yeah, I mean, Dan, you look at the races where Dan's really excelled, the likes of Tarawera, Western States, really runnable, fast-running courses. And the next part of the UTA course that Dan's got coming up, coming down through Queen Vic Hospital, then down into Kadumba, is a really fast-running part of the course. Madju ran that part of the course yesterday in the UTA 22. Tell us a little bit about what that part of the trail's like.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's super runnable. It's very, very, like a very, very long descent for a huge portion of that. And then what you can do afterwards is really get a rhythm and really get a flow going on if you can climb strongly and getting out of that valley down in the Jamison down there. If you can climb out of that strong, it's going to really play in your favor. But yeah, as you said, it is runnable and it's really going to suit someone like Dan. As you can see here with this split screen, UTA 50 lead male on your right, Dan Jones, and second place male, Miguel Bientes from Spain on the left. Incredible too when you look, Dan has got an amazing amount of experience now in very long distances, up to 100 miles. He's been successful at Western States, UTMB. Miguel Bientes, the first time he's ever run this length. He's never run anything over like 40 kilometers. So it's going to be really awesome to see if he can maintain this effort and maintain his position in this race, because it is tight. These gentlemen are heading towards the next checkpoint, which they are able to get crew if they need it, and that is the Queen Victoria Hospital. They're estimated there in just under 10 minutes. And what's exciting about this is we're going to be able to follow these guys for a certain distance of this trail, and then hopefully we will be able to double back and the camera will be able to get back and check in on the lead females of the UTA 50 as they move along this section too. But this is awesome to see, because this is a real crux point of this race. As you said, they get this section done, and then there's this really, really epic 22 kilometers to finish. Massive amount of downhill, and then a huge amount of climbing to get up to that finish line in the UTA 50.
And we've got Caitlin in the lead for the 50K for the females. And as she was saying in her interview before, she was kind of going in blind. She hadn't really trained on the course. She didn't really know what she was in for, but looks like it's going well for her so far.
She's got a nice 3-minute buffer there over Ali Wilson, her fellow Kiwi. And so, yeah, she'll be running pretty comfortable. 3 minutes over just 18 Ks of running is a pretty solid gap that Caitlin's already managed to build up. But it looks like there's a good group of them, Ali and then Demi Caldwell into third spot, around a minute behind Ali there. So, yeah, few girls still chasing behind.
And I love what Caitlin said in her interview before about, if you're having fun out there, then hopefully you run better as well. And I mean, the goal is always to have fun, but sometimes when it gets tough, it's hard to remember that. So
I think Caitlin's definitely the queen of having fun out there. I don't know. People saw her Instagram post.
I was about to say, it was awesome.
She definitely knows how to have fun.
Yeah, if you haven't seen, you can jump onto the Instagram and check out Caitlin's post. She's quite a character. So she was with a lot of the animals that people are hoping to see out on course today. Kangaroos, koalas.
I think it's a little bit unfair. Caitlin obviously knows how to use Photoshop really, really well.
What do you mean? Those animals are real?
Yeah, there's no chance she was riding a crocodile that was getting ridden by a kangaroo, that was getting ridden by a koala, and then there was something else, a few other animals in there. She was riding them all at once. I know. I don't think Photoshop has really just helped her out in that one. Those artists, those professional artists.
She's obviously got a little bit of design flair going on.
She knows. Yeah, make sure you get yourself a pair of Caitlin's cycling shoes.
I think the wait time's like 2 years or something for a pair of Caitlin Fielder custom shoes. So
I think it's
maybe
awesome.
Get your order in soon.
Showing her personality, and she's got a bit of character, and it's fun to see some of these incredibly quick and just super inspiring runners, but they're still also they don't take life too seriously, so it's really fun.
You can see here Dan Jones on the screen as he just shoots through this little section of road. He's going to drop down onto some single track now, and maybe the bike will follow him, maybe not, but this is Dan Jones showing us his road running marathon background as well as he moves smoothly over this section of the trail. We're going to have a little bit of an insight here to Dan Jones's Tarawera Ultra Trail 100K finish, back-to-back champion of that incredible race over the ditch in New Zealand.
Oh, don't stop. A local favourite, a crowd favourite and popular.
Awesome bit of footage there from our UTA 50 current leader, Dan Jones, as he becomes back-to-back champion at the Tarawera Ultra Trail earlier on this year in February. Devon, that's a really powerful finishing line there at that race. It's really incredible to see that unfold. Unreal. Yeah, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so at Tarawera, we welcome home our champions with the haka. So for those that know New Zealand culture or maybe have watched the All Blacks play rugby, we have a cultural performance or a challenge that's called the haka that we perform to. We perform it at the start line to send our runners on the way, and it's like a challenge that we lay down to them to welcome them to the country, but also to challenge them on their journey. And then we also welcome home our champions with our haka as a sign of respect to them as they've won the race. So Dan's obviously received that 3 times now, and as a bit of a local, he was born in Whakatane, which is not very far from Rotorua. He really embraces that and is a really deserving champion of being a 3-time Tarawera 102 champion. So it's a really special moment, a really emotional moment for those champions that come across the line and receive that embrace. And then the hongi from Ken Roriti, who's one of the kaumātua, one of the head chiefs of the local iwi in Rotorua.
Unreal.
Mr. Consistent by the sounds of it. I mean, back-to-back, that's incredible. A lot of things have to go right to do that.
100%. I think, for Dan, it's comes off the back of, loves coming back to New Zealand for his summers and doing that really good summer of training. Obviously, summer being in the southern hemisphere through our Christmas time in New Zealand. So we get those beautiful long days and good weather. And so Dan gets to get out there and do those good miles and training and just that happy period. The course really suits him. It's really not a super mountainous 100k. I think we've got about 3,000 meters of climbing in the Tarawera 102k, so a lot of really fast running trails. The winning time I think Dan did this year was like low 7 hours, so
wow.
Really moving for 100k's, but again, really suits his style of running, coming from that road marathon background. As we look at another man that's really moving in 100 Ks, Shen, now out of Iron Pot and heading towards 6-foot track.
Yeah, so this is Jiasheng Shen from China leading the UTA 100. He's just over 29 kilometers into the race. He's down in the valley, down in the Megalong Valley at the moment, heading towards the next checkpoint, which, as you said, Dev, is going to be at the 6-foot track aid station down there. He's got a little while to get to that point, but really this section that he is on is going to be very runnable. As you said, going to suit his style along here. So he's out. He had a really good buffer there. He had 4 minutes at the very last aid station, which was at 24 kilometers. So a bit of time has passed since then on some technical trail as they went up to Iron Pot Ridge. So yeah, it's awesome to get some of that early footage. You can see the stark difference that exists with Jiasheng Shen being down in the valley. It is cloudy and misty still. That is going to be a lot colder. And then we flick back to the footage of Dan Jones, who was leading the UTA 50. He is up high on the cliff tops, and the sun is out, and it's a whole different world up on the cliff tops where we are currently sitting with the sun, and then being down in the valleys where it's a little bit more cooler and with a lot more fog and cloud, a little bit wetter as well.
There's been some space made on the female 100 race as well, actually. Eve's that in front. She's got 2 minutes on Beth now. And then, yeah, it really drops off. The first few ladies really sped up ahead there. So we've got Eve coming in first. 2 minutes behind is Beth. And there's Julia Grant, just 3 minutes behind the lead lady. And then we've got a few other ladies. Lucy's dropped back to 9th overall now. So not sure if she's having any troubles out there. But, yeah, it looks like some distance is starting to be made.
Yeah, I think Lucy likes to run relatively conservatively early on. She's one of those runners that definitely picks up in the back half of a race. And so she's run this race many times now. She knows how to run the UTA 100. And, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. She's obviously come off the back of a busy last couple of weeks, currying and pacing at a 250-mile race and spending some time in the States. And so, yeah, be interesting to see how she goes. But she's been second here 2 years in the last 2 years. I know she really wants to get back on that top step like she was a few years ago.
And, I mean, it is a long day out there, isn't it? So a lot can happen between now and the end. But, yeah, it looked amazing, her helping Ryan Sands in the Cocodona, and big event, that one as well.
Yeah. So we see some lovely slow-mo of Dan Jones running down Little Switzerland. You can see he's definitely got the marathon running form, the long stride length, the good arm movement. He's moving at some pace.
Yeah, he's definitely mesmerizing to watch. He makes it look so easy. Going strong out there for sure, the first male.
Dan is not going to be far off the next aid station here, which is going to be the Queen Victoria Hospital. And you can see here, this is going to be Dan's next Strava segment that he'll be hitting as soon as he passes Queen Vic Hospital. You can see here that it's when the elevation profile pops up, it's a very, very steep downhill. Over 8 kilometers, you descend a total of 650 meters downhill, and it's going to be it's going to be one for the quads. You can see Brendan Davies has done that 6 kilometers in 24:44. Lucy Bartholomew has the QOM on that in 26:50, and so and you can see the average time for that is 53 minutes 27. Wow. So it's almost double.
That's impressive.
But they are going to be hitting that pretty hard, and the thing with that elevation loss of 650 meters, they make it all the way back up, and they have to climb back out of the valley that they spent all that time descending down into. And over that last 22 kilometers, there's about 1,000 meters of gain as well. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see that unfold. We've just We're just waiting here at the Little Switzerland Trailhead, and we are waiting here with the camera rider. They are on a mountain bike, and I believe they will be waiting for the lead female to pop out of this trailhead at any moment. The lead female of the UTA 50, who we are expecting to be Caitlin Fielder from New Zealand, with 2 hours and 14 minutes going in elapsed in the UTA 50 for the race today. So it's they've been going out there for 2 hours and 14 minutes already. That's a long time of running.
Yeah.
Long time of racing too.
And I mean, you can see the sun's really popping out now. It'll be getting a bit warmer out there.
Yeah, definitely. This is a bit of footage here again from Dan Jones as he is winning the UTA 50 right now.
Do you have, Devon, a favourite part of the course?
Oh, that's a great question. I think there's so many unique parts, and that's a really cool thing about both the 50 and the 100 is that it's a really varied course. You've got really wide open running paths like they're on right now with the wide fire trails, and then you've got some really unique single track parts and parts with great views, parts of really intense bush cover. There's some really nice parts around the lookouts around Tarpeian Rock, Elysian Rock, Olympian Rock that are really cool. That you just get amazing views out on course. Going up and down a lot of little staircases, a lot of little stepping stones under overhang cliff rocks. You look across the Jameson Valley to Mount Solitary. On mornings like today, you've got the low cloud cover and then the mountains just pop up above the clouds. It's pretty beautiful. You can't really beat those spots, but Iron Pot with the Yidaki, especially on race day, that's a really iconic and really special spot given the connection to country that you have. You can't. I think ultimately the varied nature of the course is what makes it really cool.
You can see here, folks, this is the section that Dan Jones was just getting on to as he left Queen Vic Hospital. He went through there in 2 hours, 17 minutes elapsed. And he's descending down into that Jameson Valley, which we saw on that profile screen just before. We are jumping back right now. There is a pretty decent uphill that he is going to encounter pretty soon, but he is currently leading the UTA 100 very comfortably and looks like he's having a good time. We're going to pop to a quick commercial break and we'll be back just in a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are coming at you live from the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park here in New South Wales, Australia. It is 2 hours and 18 minutes elapsed in the UTA 50. We are getting some footage here of the Little Switzerland Trailhead as we wait for the lead female to pop out of this area of single track at any moment right now. Jackie, you are on the edge of your seat waiting. It's going to be exciting to see who it is.
I quite literally am. Yeah, I think it should be any moment now that Caitlin pops out of there. Hopefully she pops out smiling. She said that she wanted to have fun, so hopefully she's enjoying herself. I mean, the weather looks amazing. The Blue Mountains is turning it on today.
Yeah, definitely up high up high out of the valleys on the cliff tops here. You can see that the sun is out. It's blue sky day, which is absolutely perfect for all of those incredible views that are available for all the runners. Yeah, it's just it's a beautiful day. It's a little bit cloudy and a little bit wet down in the valleys still. That cloud cover hasn't lifted, which we should really get an understanding of when we pop back to some of that 100K footage. But right now, that is some images of Miguel Benitez from Spain, currently in second place of the UTA 50. He is rolling. He's gone through Queen Victoria Hospital. He was pretty much 2 minutes behind Dan Jones in the race as he went through that last aid station there. And they have a solid 22 kilometers to go in this race. But he is doing exceptionally well for the young Spanish runner who is doing the longest distance he's ever tried to attempt in a race. And it's awesome to have him over and lapping up this incredible part of the world.
He's only 23, isn't he? Is that right?
He's very young, yeah.
Yeah. Impressive stuff.
And we have a little bit of footage here. If it does roll through a little bit smoother than what it is, a little bit difficult here to get consistently good footage in the Megalong Valley. But that was basically a screenshot of Jiasheng Shen, the leader of the UTA 100, who is from China and has been leading that race from the get-go, going hard. They have been racing for 2 hours and 25 minutes in the UTA 100, with the UTA 50 starting just 5 minutes after them. Jackie, what an incredible part of the world to be able to run and get amongst this incredible sport of trail running. I think, we are very grateful and honoured to be in the studio right now. But I tell you what, being out there running wouldn't be a bad option either.
I know. I think seeing all of the footage is getting me itching to go out for a run for sure.
Yeah. And this is our third place male of the UTA 50, Sam Rout. He is also shooting along this section as he descends down into the Jamison Creek. He went through the Queen Vic Hospital approximately 4 minutes off the lead, and he is the third male now on the UTA 50 as he runs this pretty smooth section of fire road, descending down into the Kadumba Valley, where he will meet the Jamison Creek. And yeah, get amongst this final tough section of 22K. Folks, if you are on live.utmb.world and you are watching the live stream, please give your runner a shout out in the chat. Let us know where you're dialing in from. It's always great to see and great to hear from you. Please make the most of the emojis and the GIFs as well. All yours to go. Yes, nice one there. We now are picking up the footage of the lead female of the UTA 50. This is Caitlin Fielder from New Zealand. She was the favourite at the start of this race, getting on the specs now that she's out in the sun. Jackie, what do you think? She's moving pretty smoothly along here.
Yeah, she's cruising actually, so looking really comfortable.
Yeah, she is moving smooth. She placed second at Tarawera Ultra Trail earlier on this year in February. So yeah, another very runnable course, and she's putting that strength to use right now as she makes her way to the next aid station for her, which is the Queen Victoria Hospital. That aid station is just on 29 kilometers into the race, so she's probably about 10 minutes off from that as she rolls through this section right now. She had a good few minutes lead on the second placed female of the UTA 50 at the last aid station at the Fairmont Resort, which was at 18 kilometers. So we will be eager to see what that gap is when she passes through the Queen Victoria Hospital as she goes through that next timing point. But she's looking smooth, cool, calm and collected, making the most and enjoying this early morning sun. This is her finishing at the OCC at the back at the end of August last year, UTMB World Series final. So yeah, I believe she was 5th at that race. Tough one out there, running those mountains in Chamonix.
Good training for the legs for something like this.
That's what it's like to finish in the top 10 at the OCC in an incredible part of the world.
The atmosphere
Chamonix.
looks pretty special.
Yeah, it is one epic finish line, that one.
It's cool at the top of the screen here as well. You can see the course undulation and how they're just ticking along at the moment. But yeah, they're about to hit that big drop down, that long descent.
Yeah, you can see exactly, Jackie, that you can see here this overlay, this gradient overlay on the course right now. What that is, folks, is an understanding of the terrain. So where it is green, it is flat. Where it is red, it is very steep. And that is Caitlin's position with regards to the UTA 50 course. You can see she is just moving along a very, well, incredibly smooth section right now on that road, but she's making her way to the Queen Vic Hospital, where then she will get the last amount of assistance she can before she descends down into the Kadumba Valley. A very, very long downhill, losing 650 meters of elevation over 8 kilometers as she descends down into the Kadumba Valley, and yeah, she's making her way to that section right now, but making the most of these, I guess some would say, easy kilometers, but also it keeps you really honest when it's flat like this. You've just got to keep the legs turning over, keep moving, find a rhythm. You know, you can't let up in these moments.
Oh, you can see her, was that her average pace, I think, up on the screen there? She's running quite swiftly at the moment. I think that long descent, that's when some space can really be made between runners as well. You know, if you have the ability to really open up your legs and just let loose on those downhills, it can really work to your advantage. That's where I think having the experience on trails can come into play. You know, when you're seeing these road runners come across to the trails and they're not quite used to the varied terrain, it can be a bit more of a challenge for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We are shooting from the sun to the mist and the cloud. Jiasheng Shen leading the UTA 100 here on the screen, just under 33 kilometers into the race as he runs down Megalong Road in the UTA 100. You can see, folks, the sun is popping through a little bit in that cloud and mist, but he is down in the Megalong Valley leading the UTA 100 as he has been from the very, very get-go. Jiasheng Shen, the favorite of today's UTA 100 from China, on the right of the screen. Caitlin Fielder from New Zealand leading the UTA 50 in the women's race on the left of the screen. We are following these races closely. A little bit of tough work there with the reception in some of these parts of the course. You can see Caitlin Fielder there passing a runner with poles, and that is one of the UTA miler runners who started at 5 a.m. yesterday morning. So started well over 27 hours ago now.
Oof, down for a long slog.
Yeah, yes, and they are getting that final section of their 100K done. But that 100-miler runner has, you know, it's covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
a lot of ground. So doing very well. Doing very well.
I love seeing, it really is such varied terrain in this race. So that would really help the competitors try and, fight off that mental fatigue because of the forever changing, terrain and scenery. It would keep it quite exciting for them.
Yeah, it is. It is a really incredible course in a number of regards. The terrain is varied. The views are very varied. All of it is an incredible experience out there. I am just having a little squiz as well at the top 10 males of the UTA 50 who have passed through the checkpoint that Caitlin is actually heading to, and it is very, very tight there in that top 10. It's going to be very interesting because those top 10 get an automatic entry into OCC at the UTMB World Series final. So it's going to be amazing to see that shape up and how that unfolds over this next epic section. Caitlin Fielder on the screen right now. She is going to be making her way to the Queen Victoria Hospital, the last checkpoint in the UTA 50, and we're going to be able to get a timing and then be able to see when the second place female, who looks like it's probably going to be Alison Wilson, originally from the UK but living in New Zealand. She's expected to be second to Caitlin as they move along this section of the course. And it is also a very tight race in that top 10 of the UTA 50 females as well, which is cool to see. It's going to be interesting to see how that all unfolds in the next 25 odd kilometers as this race really starts to close out. You can see here, folks, while sending back down into the Jamison Valley. This is a little bit of single track here. She's being followed by the bike camera, the bike rider who has the camera. You can see I can get a little bit of an insight to that via the shadow of the bike rider. Pops into vision. This is her cruising along the very side of Tablelands Road. There is a little single track that moves along the side of Tablelands Road as she makes her way to the Queen Victoria Hospital. This can be a pretty wet section of single track. There are some sections of this where some wood pallets have been laid out. We might be able to see them coming up very soon if the bike rider continues on with Caitlin here. But it can get pretty wet, pretty boggy. The course team do a lot of work out here, making sure that the runners have an option to overcome all of those major puddles and major wet sections. I think you'll be able to see, if the footage is clear, you'll be able to see some of the wood pallets that are laid down for the runners as they run over this section, keeping their feet nice and wet. You can see Caitlin just a little bit of a slide out there. Here we go, the wood pallets here that are placed over the puddles to make sure that the runners can just skip over them pretty easily. But it would be pretty wet and pretty muddy out there from all the other runners that have gone over that terrain so far.
I wonder if any of these 100K runners would be, or 50K ones, are doing a shoe change at any point. I mean, I know that in the miler, a few competitors change shoes in certain sections.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting to know if it warrants that. I think the course is definitely wet out there. I think maybe there's an opportunity to avoid a lot of the puddles and things like that with just small sections to run around. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something like a tactic that a lot of people do use out there for sure. You can hear the camera rider right there having a bit of a chat on the two ways. But this is Caitlin Fielder from New Zealand leading the UTA 50 along Tablelands Road, making her way towards Queen Vic Hospital, 23 kilometers into the race, 2 hours and 33 minutes elapsed. And she is moving smooth, was a little bit slippery underfoot a little while ago. This section here is a lot more stable. It's a lot. I guess it's not as muddy, but it does get pretty technical pretty soon when she gets up along some of this four-wheel drive trail that is along the side of the road here.
She looks like she's having a good day out so far, and yeah, it's pretty consistent in that leading female group. They're all just ticking over the Ks.
The first time Caitlin has come out to Australia to run at this race, similar with the UTA 50 male leader Dan Jones. So it's cool to have these predominant Kiwis come over and race over here at this iconic Australian race, the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. It's really important for them to get amongst it, and we're very grateful for them to come over here and race, as we are grateful for everyone showing up today. A huge amount of runners out on the courses out there today. For the UTA 50, we had 1,956 starters, just under 2,000 runners starting the 50-kilometer race today, which is epic. That is Scotty Hawker popping up on the screen there as he is running alongside fellow New Zealander Caitlin Fielder. Don't know how Scotty got out there. He's just found his way out in the middle of nowhere, running alongside there, getting some content. Got to get that content, Scotty, which is good.
Sounds like she's running and chatting quite comfortably.
Yeah, maybe she's not working too hard in this point of the race, which is good. She's got a bit of running to go, just over halfway for her.
Tableland Road, near where we turned off this morning to look
So
at the view.
there's a few people on the sidelines there giving her a bit of a clap
I think is 4 minutes behind.
as she is underway here in these final moments before she gets to the Queen Victoria Hospital, the final major checkpoint. She will have one more checkpoint at the emergency aid station, climbing out of the Kadumba Valley, which she'll descend into. But this will be the last major checkpoint to stock up on a few things. You can see here this section is very rutted out. It's pretty ugly. It's really used a lot by four-wheel drives, which chew it up a bit, make it a bit hard to navigate on foot and probably also on bike as well. But yeah, you can see some of that fancy foot placement getting her over this section, but it is pretty messy terrain right here. You can see that there's a lot of that mountain biker is going to struggle a bit getting through those sections. But yeah, obviously, if you've got some quick feet, you can do it a little bit easier on the running side of things. But yeah, awesome to see some of that terrain up close and in person. Jackie, it's all happening out there as we cut back to the UTA 100 leader, Jiasheng Shen from China.
As solid as ever still.
Moving.
He's moving, yeah.
Absolutely moving on this this fire road along the Megalong Valley.
Oh, look at that. I mean, if you haven't raced in the Blue Mountains, then I feel like seeing that, you'd just be jumping on to sign up already.
Yeah, this is some of the footage from Narrowneck out here, the early kilometers of the race, the UTA 50, the UTA Miler, the UTA 100, all go across this section here. And this is the unreal Phantom Falls, which happens not every day out here, but when the conditions are right, it works, and it's a real sight to see.
I think the Blue Mountains knew that it was, the inaugural year for this race to be put on the map with the World Series. So I think it showed up for that.
Yeah, it's definitely showing up today with this blue sky, sunshine. It's all happening out here for these runners and for us to see as well. You can see it's still pretty choppy in this little bit of single track here. Caitlin being able to navigate that pretty well. A lot of this would have been pretty, made pretty wet. You can see these puddles that the runners have to navigate in this. This is This is due to a lot of the rain that went down, or that came down earlier on this week in this part of the world, but it's really been able to clear up for us today. There we go. Thanks a lot, our camera rider, letting us know about the puddle. Yes, it is. That was a big one, sir, and you didn't make your way around it too successfully.
I think Caitlin's having quite a bit of fun here. I think Caitlin's trying to catch this runner in front of her.
Yeah, they are going to make a little diversion here onto some single track and pop out of this single track right at the next aid station at Queen Victoria Hospital. This is going to get us our next timing point for the race, so we'll be able to get an understanding of how Caitlin is moving into this section, and then we will play the waiting game to see when the second female passes through this aid station and be able to get an understanding of the gap and the distance that Caitlin's been able to put into her. You can hear the crowd giving her a lot of support as she passes in to this checkpoint right now.
Oh, that's fun. She definitely get a bit of a boost from the cheering from everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. She's getting a bit of assistance there, which is awesome. That is cool. Getting some help there, which is, I'm sure, greatly appreciated and very much needed. Look at that. Didn't even stop in the aid station, just busted through. So that is how you do it, folks. Just make your way through, have some support crew, run alongside you. They can't really stay with her for too long outside of this aid station, because that would be breaking into the rules a little bit in terms of assistance outside of an aid station. But she is getting the help she needs as she embarks on this final 22 kilometers down into the Jamison, Creek, down in the Kadumba Valley.
You could tell they were pretty dialed in then. I mean, I think, if you've got a few checkpoints, if you can get through them really swiftly, then that can be very advantageous on your time at the end of the day.
Holy geez, yeah. When you look at the way you can do an F1 style pit stop in a aid station, it is over the course of 2 or 3 aid stations in a 50K or more in a 100K or a 100-miler, minutes, tens of minutes. You can, some people spend hours in those checkpoints. If you can reduce that down, it can be a huge positive situation for your race time at the end of it all.
And I think it's such an individual thing. Some people prefer to sit and take a minute. Others don't really like to seize up their legs and like to get through there quickly like Caitlin has here. So I guess it's knowing what works best for you as well.
Absolutely. So that, folks, was an absolute masterclass on how to pass through an aid station. Granted, Caitlin had some assistance there, so she was able to use her crew to really pass through quickly. But if you take anything out of this live stream, take that little insight into how to pass through an aid station and get crewed, making it as swift as possible. She didn't even break stride. She didn't have to stop at all.
Yeah.
They were just there helping out and getting it done. This is Alison Wilson from the UK originally. She's currently living in New Zealand, but Alison Wilson, otherwise known as Ali, she is second place female in the UTA 50. She is actually not that far behind Caitlin. It is still definitely going to be a few minutes by the time Ali also hits the Queen Victoria Hospital. But Ali Wilson here, second place female in the UTA 50. She is coming through this bit of single track that we saw Caitlin pass over just a few minutes ago, navigating these puddles and the sticky parts where the four-wheel drive tracks are. But she's moving well. She's moving comfortably. She's looking strong as well, Jackie. I reckon she's, she's not moving any slower than Caitlin over this section, which is great. And she's, she's doing exactly what she wants to be out here doing in these in this section of the UTA 50. Hopefully, really setting herself up for a strong finish. We've got a bit of an interview that we're going to show you right now from Ali Wilson earlier on this week.
So I'm Ali Wilson. I'm from Wellington, New Zealand, but originally I'm from Yorkshire in the UK, so I am a Yorkshire.
This one's a slow-mo.
I'll hold myself to that.
But you are live as well.
Oh, so outside of sport, other than trail running, I always class myself as a jack of all trades, master of none.
stunning.
But
You're doing so
diving
well,
is my
smashing
new thing at the minute. But yeah, just anything
No, ignore
outdoors, just always
Pain's only
packing up the
temporary.
van or just packing up the bag and just going out and just seeing what's out there. So it's pretty cool to come here and see what's out there as well, but shorter time. But yeah, there's mainly just in the outdoors, doing what I'm just exploring really. Well, the choice to race in the Blue Mountains was pretty easy. Like, yeah, we haven't been here. Actually, tell a lie, I have been here 20 years ago, but don't remember a thing. But it's just a jump across the ditch for us, and a place, yeah, apparently these are mountains, but you know, they're pretty good hills, I'd say. But yeah, it's just a chance to get away and again, explore new trails and new places and meet new people. We went and met a koala this morning, so that's, you know, highlight of the trip done. But yeah, just a chance to get out and see what's about. And also, yeah, to see what these hills are like, I think. Why am I here? That's a very good question. Yeah, like running for me is not a love-hate relationship. Like, I'd never want to get to the point where I hate it and don't do it. So I always just go through these like ebbs and flows of loving running and then going, actually, I'll go and try a different sport or try this, which for my coach is just like, Ali, just like focus on one thing, but that's not me. So we came back from a big trip in South America and I just thought, yeah, let's just start running again. So we were bike packing for 8 weeks and it was just time to try something new. And yeah, Ultra Trail Australia, it's always been on the hit list and just never really aligned. And then, yeah, reached out to my coach, Dan Jones, who you might know, he's a local lad in Wellington. And just, yeah, everything aligned to come here and do this race. And the motivation for me to run is there at the minute. Like, it might change the next week, and if it does, then fair enough. But I think the chance to line up against like these weapons, like the elites that are here, not just the elites, like there's some fantastic runners out here, and yeah, it's just a chance to line up against them, I think. Yeah, first one is to not let the calf blow up, you know, just get into a race is a challenge in itself. But yeah, okay, that's not really a goal. Well, it is half a goal. Just to see where we all fall on the finish, like a good race for me, or a successful race, I think was the question you asked, is knowing that I've given it all. I think, like, yeah, I've got ideations of places and everything, but knowing I went full send and gave everything and didn't leave anything out there, whatever position I fall over that finish line, I'll be stoked with. Do I know the course well? Would be a no. I haven't run any of it apart from just stuck my nose down those steps a little bit and then thought, oh, I've got to get back up, so I won't go too far. But no, I don't know the course. Like, obviously, the thing that also attracted me to Ultra Trail Australia is the elevation profile. Like, I'm a bit of a diesel engine. It takes me a while to warm up, but just love a good uphill mainly. Downhills are all right, but no, I don't know the course, and I quite like not knowing. For me, a hill's a hill. Like, it's going to stop at some point. It's going to change. So just like to go out there and just push it and see what happens. Not going off from the gun. Like, I have actually stuck my nose out on that 3.5K out and back, and that's pretty solid. Like, it's a solid start. So for me to like a good race, yeah, the things that I need to control and not do my usual self and just going off from the rocket and then just trying to hold on. So yeah, I think the biggest challenges will be, like, I know there's some fast runners, so just sticking to my own race, and then hopefully that diesel engine will kick in coming up those steps at the end. And yeah, I just can't wait to hit those and just go for it, really. For me, I think Dan said in my last race, just go out controlled, Ali, don't push it too hard. And then someone went off like a rocket and I just followed them and hunted them down. So there is a strategy in my head, which is don't blow out, but I don't know. I quite like the out of sight, out of mind, but I'm not sure that's a realistic plan in this one. It might be out the back, out of mind. But the strategy is just to keep controlled, get to that halfway mark, and then just, yeah, push the ups, I think. I think that's my big thing. Yeah, I'm pretty nervous, excited, anxious, all of those, in that, but I'm kind of excited, I think, as well, to just line up against some weapons. And yeah, I think the coverage it has, and obviously UTMB being like the pinnacle or the like what it has in the trail running history and culture. Like, it's fantastic to be here and be part of it. And yeah, I think I am nervous just to see how I like comparisons a thief of all joy, but just see how I align with these people and like these runners, and see if I can eventually back myself.
Hey folks, welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are rolling here with the UTA 100 leader, Shen from China, rolling through the 6-foot track aid station. Shen, you can see here, folks, huge list of achievements. In this year already, an absolutely incredible runner and prolific racer out of China, placing top 10 in Western States Endurance Run in the years that he's run, and it's incredible to see him come out here to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in Australia. He's out here with his wife Lucy. They arrived earlier on in the week, first time in Australia. And he is throwing down early on, Jackie, throwing down. So good to see him just put it to the sword early on.
He hasn't wavered, honestly. Look at him go.
Yeah, he's out here to run his own race, and he just laid it out early on. Took the lead in the very, very first few kilometers of this race. Hasn't looked back. Really put in some time on the chasing pack, and there is an absolute chase pack of people out here. Jackie, we have a new guest in the studio as well. I'll let you introduce, and welcome, my man.
Alex Bates, he's here, man in the house. He's actually just started a sponsorship with HOKA about 3 weeks ago, which is exciting. He's done the 100K event here for a few years in a row, but unfortunately this year injuries had him knocked out. But how many times have you done the 100K, Alex?
I've done the 100K here once. Also been able to do, I've done the 50K, I've done the 22, and I've done the 11. So I've actually been able to tick all boxes here. So yeah, it's just a great place to run. I love being at this event.
And did you get a top 10 finish in one of the years for that?
Nah, I haven't done top 10 yet. I did I was pretty close down at Kosciuszko last year.
Yeah.
In the miler. But yeah, haven't got too much there yet.
Yeah, which would be amazing. So, which has been your favourite out of the distances?
I think the 100's always my favourite distance. I've done. I think it's you see so much of the beautiful course. Megalong Valley, you don't get to go into it too much. But doing Ironporn Ridge, which you obviously can't do in training, being on private land, so being able to do that part of the course is always really special.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think what are they showing up on the screen here at the moment?
This here is the Strava segment for 6-foot track outbound, and yeah, you can see here it's the next section that the UTA 100 runners are going to be on. Shen is just heading out there now. It's kind of like it's not really an out and back section, but they do go out and complete a small. Well, it's not a small loop. It's a bit of distance for sure, but they kind of end up back very close to where they start this loop. You can see here, this is a steep uphill, and Shen is just running it. And you can see he's got to work pretty hard. You can see that cadence and just kind of his form kind of gives a bit of an understanding to how steep that hill is, but he's just not giving power hiking any sniff there. He just wants to run. He's just getting it done.
How does it feel, Alex, watching this?
I started to get some FOMO today, especially with this weather. I had the injury 3 weeks ago, so I had mentally switched off a little bit, but yeah, just seeing everyone out there dominating, it's awesome, and I wish I was out there.
This 6-foot track section, I'm obsessed with it. I think it's one of my favourite parts out there, especially, it's funny, it's quite foggy down there at the moment for the competitors.
Yeah, that cloud down in the valley has not lifted yet, which is really interesting to see because we get that epic footage from the UTA 50, which is a lot higher up on the cliff tops, and it is blue sky, sunny, beautiful day. We're here outline at Scenic World in Katoomba, and it is blue skies, sunny outside. Well, we're in a studio with no natural light. However, we can see from the people outside with their smiling faces that it's a beautiful day out there. You can see here Jiasheng Shen leading the UTA 100, 38 kilometers in, and it is still really cloudy down there in the valleys. And that also is going to hold a lot of moisture as well. So that ground that he's running on is going to hold a lot more moisture. It's not going to get dried out that much. A lot of the plants that he'll be running past and brushing on are going to hold a lot of moisture droplets as well, which will really get his shoes and his shorts wet. And yeah, that's a whole different element of the race that these runners are going to have to really come up against and make sure they navigate. There might not be a whole lot of water or puddles on the ground, but the water that they'd be getting from the trees and the bushes that they brush past is going to be quite significant. And you can see here from this aerial footage in this overlay, this is that kind of out and backish loop that he is on right now. Part of it, you can see here, folks, when that course overlay is green, it's flat. And when it gets more to the red and the purple, it's a lot steeper. So this section is for the most part pretty runnable. Yeah, I mean, even if it wasn't runnable, it looks like Jiasheng Shen is just going to run it anyway. Hey.
So, Alex, are you training now for what event's going to be next?
Yeah, so I'll try and get this injury under control, and then look to go to Kosciuszko at the end of the year. Ultra Trail Kosciuszko. Try and get another 100K under the belt. I was always going to go there. Wasn't sure what distance I was going to do, but obviously since not being able to do the 100 here, I'll have another crack at that.
And are you then? Do you then try and aim for Tarawera as well?
I'd like to do Tarawera. Yeah, it's always like an interesting time of the year to race, particularly trying to train through the Australian summer. So I definitely want to get over there. Might look at a shorter one over there rather than one of the big ones. But yeah, who knows? Who knows?
I love it. After chatting to Devon this morning, he was talking about the sort of the big races over here and this side of the world with UTMB, and you kind of tick them all off.
Yeah,
follow those ones.
Yeah, we got some great choices here, so it's awesome.
You can see here just on the screen, folks, I'll interrupt. That's Hannah Wall, 4th place female in the UTA 50. Hannah coming over again, another one to race for the first time in Australia from New Zealand. Hannah, super strong runner. She's been doing some really great races and getting some really good results early on in this year over in New Zealand. She will be hot on the heels of Demi Caldwell. She actually went through the last aid station just 4 minutes back on Demi, who was in 3rd place of that UTA 50. Caitlin Fielder leading that race, Alison Wilson 2nd, Demi Caldwell in 3rd, and Hannah Wall in 4th, who we just saw on the screen then. Again, as we were mentioning, a bit of a different world, a lot of blue sky and sunshine up there. A little bit different from these scenes here. And we will hopefully be able to see Jiasheng Shen probably popping up into this drone footage pretty soon. Easily identifiable by the orange t-shirt that he was wearing. He's definitely the flame robin out there today, out in this field. Alex, what do you think of the emergence of the 100-mile distance out here, mate, and 100 miles in general, mate?
Yeah, I've done one. I did it at Cosy 2 years ago, as I said. It's such a brutal distance, and particularly this course for the miler is really tough. Especially on the north side in the Gross Valley, a lot of people don't run out there, and it is really tough, really steep, really technical trails. So yeah, it's unbelievable that we've got one now. I know a lot of people have been talking about it for a few years, about having a mile around here. So it's definitely on my list to do. I feel like I'm still recovering from the last one I did, so definitely wasn't on the cards for this year, but definitely love to give it a crack in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it definitely. Sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say, like on paper, when you look at 100K and you look at 100 mile, it's like it's only 60 kilometers more, but it definitely can seem like a lot more than just 60 kilometers in a mile. Hey?
I don't think the race doesn't start till you hit 100K, really, does it? And that's where it really separates the group.
Yeah.
I remember in a 100 miles race I did in Brisbane, it was a huge dropout. It was between 120 and 140 kilometres. Yeah. And you think, oh, you're nearly there, but there's still so much more to go. Look at him, just absolutely.
Yeah, that is Jiasheng Shen on that drone footage there. Absolutely going hard. We've got a little bit of footage here of him in some of his previous races on the UTMB World Series circuit, just on the right of your screen there. yeah, he's really getting amongst this sport in a big way.
He won the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. He won the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB.
It just gives you goosebumps seeing these UTMB events over in Chamonix. So it's exciting. There's the opportunity for a lot of these runners today to get over there.
He just told us this morning it was a tout race, a tout games. Ladies and gentlemen, the second man's Mr. Shen. What a special moment for Yijing Shen from China with his young son. A tremendous race. He has given it his all, like he always does.
I love seeing that.
Yeah, it's so awesome to have someone like Yijing Shen choose to come down to Australia and race at this event. Yeah, he's been able to achieve so much in the sport in the you know, the recent years that he's been really getting amongst it. So it's just epic to have someone of his caliber down here at the moment, really showing us what he can do. You see here, he's just put the rest of the field to the task of chasing him down from the very get-go of this race, and it's going to be awesome to see if he can just maintain this effort level and this lead, and to see what happens out there. He's got some big goals coming up this year as well. We had an interview with him earlier on this week, and it was really great to understand what his goals are outside of this event when it's done. He'll be heading back over to Western States at the end of June to compete there. He also has a bit of a redemption tour on UTMB over in Chamonix at the end of August. He wants to get back there. Unfortunately, he had an incredible fortunately, he had an incredible result at Western States last year, but it was followed by not the most incredible result at UTMB with him finishing in a DNF. But he is, he's got a bit of a plan to go back there and do things a little bit differently at the race this year. So it's going to be awesome to see him just kind of roll the rest of this incredible race out here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the 100K distance, and and see how the rest of his year goes as well.
I mean, he's looking very comfortable out there right now, and I guess, Alex, you're local to Sydney, so do you think it really helps when you can practice and train on this exact course?
Yeah, definitely. There's so many like hidden little climbs, or the one that they're coming up to Nelly's Glen. It can really shock you for the first time. So having that experience to be on course and train on course is really good. They go through a few private properties here on race day, so that you can't do some of it in training, but the majority you can do, and having that knowledge is key. I always love being able to train on a course before I race on it, just so you know what's coming up and you can prepare.
Yeah, I guess you can know when to push, and then when you got to reserve your energy a little bit. So
yeah, definitely.
Big advantage for sort of the local runners and people training out here.
Yeah. Alex, it's a race, like, how do you describe this race in regards to Australian trail running as a whole, and what do you think of it being a part of the majors with regards to UTMB?
It's awesome. Like, obviously, I first did this in 2021, where it was starting to become a lot more popular. It obviously started as a pretty small local race for the people around this area in New South Wales. So it's pretty awesome to watch it grow and to become a major now. Getting so much more internationals back on this course is really exciting. Giving a lot of the people opportunity to watch these top elites come and dominate the trails that you spend so much time on, and get to compare later. How fast they were on a segment that you did, and
so true, actually. Yeah, I mean,
realize how much faster.
Looking back and seeing Kilian Jornet do this, and you think, wow, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, we haven't had some of the big names for a while. We've had Kilian, we've had Tim Tolston, so it's been awesome to see more come back this year, and hopefully we get a lot more in the future as well.
And they're definitely showing us how it's done today. I mean, Dan Jones and Caitlin, all of them out the front running well.
Alex, from what I've seen, there are some people cruising around and some pretty flashy new HOKAs over the last few days. Give us a little bit of intel on what that is all about.
Yeah. So exciting to be able to be wearing the Mafate X at the moment. Brand new shoe that released yesterday. I don't even know what date it is. 2 days ago now. So yeah, really exciting shoe. Bit different to the Tecton X, which I've been using a lot in training. It's got obviously much more stack, a lot more cushion. Haven't been able to run in them yet, obviously with my injury. So I am excited to actually get out on a run. But yeah, I'm very excited to take these out on the trails, particularly those long fire roads. I think they're going to be really nice, and particularly for the long months. So yeah, it's really exciting. Brand new shoe, kind of like that first. A lot of people love the Mafate, so to put a carbon plate in it is pretty cool. You know, I think that'll appeal to a lot of people, which is really exciting.
Solid. So it is a trail running shoe with a carbon plate.
It has got the plate in it. It's got the dual plate, but it is still, they are connected, which I think is different to the Tecton. So yeah, I think it'll be really good on like the fire roads, those long rolling hills. It'll feel really nice and really comfortable. Give you that nice propel forward that everyone loves.
Sweet. Yeah. Oh well, good to hear. Congratulations on the release. Yeah, that's massive. It'll be interesting to see how many people get to use it out there in the race. If it was released a couple of days ago,
I think the
maybe.
winner of the miler was wearing it as he crossed the line. I saw him put it on at Narrowneck. Forget what number he was wearing before, but it would have been really nice along Narrowneck into the Megalong.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think he had it on when he finished as well. I saw in a video. So
solid.
I don't know when he got it or when he started wearing it, but if he wore it for the first time in the race, it's pretty brave.
Yeah, can't have been that long before the race, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, a big thing to release another shoe, especially here. I guess, you know, perfect place to do it at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Yeah, Australia's biggest trail race by far, and definitely, you know, second biggest in regards to participation numbers in the world. So yeah, great time to release it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. What do you reckon of the conditions out there today, Alex? Do you think this is like favorable weather? Do you reckon it was a bit hotter, cooler?
I think this would be good. I think it's cool standing in the sun, but I reckon for these runners, particularly the 50 now, where they're up on the mountain in the sun, it'll feel warm for sure. So yeah, I think these are good conditions. It was probably a little bit cool at the start, so they're definitely warming up. I would prefer to run in these conditions. I wouldn't want it any hotter. And yeah, obviously having the sun out, a lot more nicer than being in the mist and the rain. So
Yeah.
I think these are really good conditions and might see some faster times.
That's sick. Well, I tell you what, we are getting some footage right now after 3 hours and 15 minutes elapsed in the UTA 100. This right now on the screen, folks, is Mike Carroll. He is coming at you live along this section of trail that we saw Jiasheng Shen, the leader of UTA 100, running just moments ago. Mikey Carroll looks like he is getting himself clear in second place here in the UTA 100, moving smoothly. We cannot see anyone else behind him from where he just came from on that other grassy section of the trails. So he is clear and moving smoothly. No surprise here. We had a chat to Mikey Carroll recently. You can see just to the left of your screen, Rhett Gibson popping up in the red there. So he is definitely just a bit over a minute or so back from Mikey Carroll, who's now currently in second place of the UTA 100. We're going to cut to Mike Carroll's interview, and you'll get to learn a little bit more about him as he's currently in second place of the UTA 100.
Yeah, g'day everyone, Mike Carroll. I'm from Canberra, originally grew up in Cooma, but I've been in Canberra for about 5 or 6 years now. Well, I have a young family now, which I'm still kind of catching up with. So family's a big thing now. We have a 2.5-year-old and a 2-week-old. So that has been a big part of my life for the last 2.5 years. And I also do architectural design. So I'm working from home and childcare and running. I love running, and I prioritise it as much as I can just for good balance in life. I feel really lucky. The reason why I'm here is that UTA 100 was my first kind of big ultra back in 2018. And the first time, the first time I did it, my family came and it was just a big day, a big achievement for me. And so I've tried to come back most years to the Blue Mountains to do it. And really, it's a really big family thing. Mum and Dad come, and my sisters often come, and my partner Ada, she's run the 100 and the 50 a few times. So it's a big family thing, and you get to be a part of the community here, which I love. And the Blueies, it's great. We celebrate the runs after we finish. I mean, food's a big thing when you're a runner. And so dinners and things after are great. We often go back to Sydney and stay with Ada's folks, and it's just a really nice, relaxing time. Now we've got kids, it's often good to get the grandparents involved so we can have a tiny bit of time. But yeah, I mean, last year, unfortunately, I didn't finish the 100K. I had to pull out. So Ada had come back and done her first UTA race in the 50. So I got to see her finish last year because my early mark, which was nice. It was a blessing from what was not a great day otherwise for me. Yeah. I think my goals for the race tomorrow are probably like most races that I enter, is just to express myself and where I'm at with my training and my exploring of trail running. I try not to put too much pressure on myself of where I might finish or times and things. I just have a feeling that I would like to attain and a potential I feel I have to express, and that's so much fun. And for me, it's kind of a celebration of a lot of the training that I've done. The feeling that I'm trying to attain, I suppose everyone would love to feel great throughout a race, and 100Ks is a long way, so you'd like to feel okay for as long as you can with that. I know that every race is different, and I'm willing to suffer and accept that as part of ultra running. But I suppose for me, that feeling is just knowing that I'm running within myself and at a good pace, and just running in a way that shows I've learned over the years and learnt from experience. And that's the fun part about it, is putting the pieces together, because usually in these longer races something can go wrong, and so it's how I react to that that I find important. The biggest challenges of the course are, well, I really love the course. Thinking back on the years that I've done it, I've never run the last 20Ks very well. Getting to Queen Vic and then down Kadumba and up, I've generally struggled and not been in the position that I'd like to. I know that you're 70 or 80Ks into a race and it's never going to be easy, but that's somewhere that I wouldn't like to lose too much time if I have a good day. But otherwise, I generally probably quicker on the hills too, which and on the stairs. I think my speed is pretty good, but it's not kind of top. So some of the flatter areas, I try. Well, I'm not probably quite as good. I prefer the steep hills. My race strategy for tomorrow will be probably not to be too reactionary to what others are doing. I think that's probably one of my strengths is pacing and knowing where I'm at within my own feelings, especially early in the race, of what's sustainable and what could come back to bite me, not in 10 minutes, but in 5 hours. So I will keep an eye on what others are doing, sure, in the first 30Ks, but I'll also be very aware of how I'm feeling too. Competition for tomorrow, I've had a quick look, but I don't know kind of in depth who might be turning up. I know there's a very strong runner from China who's competing, but I've never run against him. But I always enjoy watching the international races, and I've always admired how good he is. So hopefully I can be competitive with someone like that. That would be amazing. Domestically, I love coming to this race because the people I feel that I run with a lot and finish around the same time, we're good friends, and I respect them so much. So I think domestically it's going to be a really fun race and quite a probably a tight race too. So UTA being a major this year, I think is really exciting. Possibly more so because it will give more men and women the opportunity to go and compete in the finals. 2 years ago, I was lucky enough to finish second, so I jumped on the opportunity to go to Chamonix and run the CCC, which was just a huge life experience for me. And now that the races have 10 spots available, I think is fantastic to get to give more opportunity to people competing in this race. And also, hopefully, this year, its first year being a major, it just continues to build and showcase the Blue Mountains to the rest of the world. It's just so beautiful here, and if that can bring more international runners over to this part of the world, I think it's a great thing for the trail running community here.
Rolling.
Rolling.
This is Rhett Gibson, UTA 100 third place male at the moment. They are absolutely moving along this course, and he is still looking pretty smooth. Pretty smooth indeed.
We saw as well on the screen before, when it was the split screen, we saw Beth McKenzie coming into checkpoint. So the female 100K runners still sitting in similar placings, with Eve Moore in first, Beth, and then Julia Grant just behind. Oh, here we go. Here's back to Eve now, actually. She's still moving really well.
So that is Eve just passing through the 6-foot aid station. And then she completes this out and back section that we've seen some footage of already with the male top 3 passing through. There's a good chance she would have seen some crew down there at that aid station, and maybe get a little bit of a boost from some of the people that she knows, which I suppose is always a pretty good thing at aid stations. Hey, folks, when you drop past and get to see some of the people that you know.
I think it always just gives you such a boost, especially if there's a few people cheering you on. You can't help. You start to run a bit quicker too, I think.
I love looking forward to the aid station, seeing your crew. Sometimes it could be hours, 2 hours out there by yourself. Particularly, these leaders, they're running solo for most of the race, so getting that chance to see family and stuff and friends at aid stations gives you that boost.
It's definitely when you're down in the misty and it's looking a bit dreary of a day. But I think, with 3 hours and 26 minutes of racing happening already in these early stages, I reckon that these conditions will be a little bit cooler than they are when they get back out of this valley onto the cliff tops. And this would be a really welcomed environment for running these earlier stages of the race in, because it will just help maintain like a more lower core body temperature, and it will probably allow runners to maybe push a little bit more without increasing that core body temperature too much, and maybe burning themselves a little bit in these earlier parts of the race.
I love this color grid.
Yeah, I mean, so this color scheme here, the neon color line is the track overlaid on the map of where we are. The green is the flatter sections, with the red, the purple being the steeper sections of the trail.
And red means you're probably redlining.
Red is probably a red line in speed or red line in heart rate. Absolutely. You can see this trail here not super defined as so much of a trail. It's more kind of like on farm paddocks and you can see kind of a track there. But yeah, I imagine that would be pretty wet, pretty slippery underneath as well.
I wonder if this is part of sort of a tactical plan, if she's looking to, you know, speed hike up some of these inclines now and conserve a bit of energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw the leader of the 100K, the male leader of the 100K, Shen, running up this hill earlier on, and we were saying, geez, he's really like working hard to maintain a run up this steep section here. Eve obviously is hiking it right now, which I assume a lot of people will be hiking this. I think
Checking her heart rate there, maybe.
Yeah, and definitely trying to maintain that, as you were saying, that energy conservation, because there's still such a long way to go.
And it's funny, it is a bit of a, you've got to kind of balance out, you know, running up the hills and how much harder you're having to work versus speed hiking it, and, you know, the time that you make up might not be that much.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess there's always that question when it comes to trail running is like, do you hike the hills? Do you run the hills? What do you gain from running versus what do you gain from hiking? And yeah, I mean, doing something like this, hiking, it can use different muscle groups in your legs, which gives those other ones that have been getting used a lot through running a bit of a break. It could also, for some people, help lower the heart rate or maintain a lower heart rate from hiking. It can allow people to maybe have a little bit more opportunity to get some food down, to take on some nutrition, or have a bit more of an easier time having a drink. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to get a power hike where there's an opportunity. And as you said, you often don't lose that much time when you power hike compared to running on an uphill. So there's that to take into consideration.
Eve's done a really good job there of how she sort of did her power hiking and running. And look at her now, she's flying down the hills.
Yeah, awesome transition back into some swift movement and getting back into that running form, making the most of it.
It's funny as well, you know, the uphill stuff. Alex's coach, actually, and my old coach, Matt, he's out there doing the 50 today, but he always said, march uphill like a bear's chasing you. And, you know, it's easy up those hills sometimes just to start dawdling, but if you can really get that strong march on, it can really help. Has he told you that one before?
I have heard that lots of times.
Yeah.
So that's the old, one of the great aspects.
Or if you just shing, you just absolutely smash it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chasing the bear.
Yeah, he's just moving so quickly and smoothly along every section we've seen him so far into this race, which is
he's in place.
Which is really epic. He's looking so strong. Like he is moving smoothly, but I think like I can't not use the word strong when I look at the way he's moving along this course today.
I just love the varied terrain in this event. I mean, starting along Narrow Neck this morning and how insanely beautiful the cliffs were, and then how they ran down into the valleys, and now these big open paddocks. It's just such incredible terrain.
Yeah, what's your favourite section of this course, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, the Megalong Valley is really special, and I love going on Iron Pot Ridge. You don't get many opportunities to go out there. Cliff Tops, it's really special. It's at a good time of the race. The views out over to Mount Solitary is always pretty special, but I do love the Kadumba Valley. I think the back half, the climb out is really brutal, but you just get this most spectacular view off the cliff face. It can be really tough because you can feel like you're climbing for hours and still realize you're in a valley. But yeah, the rolling fire roads and that valley with the views of the cliff is probably my favourite.
What sort of kilometre section is that?
That's the last. That'll be within the last kind of 15k of the race. Yeah. So after they've gone down that 8k fire road from Queen Victoria Hospital, they'll hit the first creek, and then it's kind of one big climb down to another creek, and then you've got the long few k climb all the way to sewage treatment. So the views out there, particularly out this, it might be cloudy still in that valley, so they might go back into some fog, but it might clear up later.
Now the steps. Do you know? Have you tracked your quickest time up those Furber steps?
I've probably done it. Yeah, I don't know what it is at the moment. I think I did it recently actually in a training run. I went up the quickest. Yeah, I love Furber stairs. You know, it's actually it's such a great part of the course. It's brutal because you are doing 951 steps at the end of 100 Ks. But I think the excitement levels skyrocket when you're on Furber. You know, you're almost finished. You know, once you get to the top, you're done. You start going up and you'll start hearing the music and the commentators, and the excitement levels just peak. So it's brutal, but as long as you can kind of just keep moving forward, you know, it's a great part of the course. Yeah.
And it's cool to see. I mean, the comparison between the elites, how fast they can get up, you know, under 8 minutes and stuff, and then the people who are, you know, just out there to kind of get it done. It can take over now, so it's tough either end of the spectrum.
Yeah, watching some of the elites run up, be able to run up that, you know, some of those long sections is just crazy. I was down on there for the 22 yesterday, and just watching them fly up it, even the 50Ks and the 100Ks, I've seen them run up it. So it's just insane to have that drive to run up a set of stairs when you probably got, like, you know, no one behind you, no one in front of you. It's just crazy. It just shows their determination.
Eve here, she's still leading so strong from the front.
Yeah, it's epic. And check this view out. Unreal coverage there with that split screen of the lead male and the lead female of the UTA 100. Huge shout out to the crew on the ground who are bringing those images to us here in the studio and to everywhere else in the world as we follow along at the inaugural live stream of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We've got Shen leading the male race right now along this section of dirt road as he heads back towards the 6 foot track trailhead to start his movements back up towards this part of the world where we are in Katoomba. You can see that elevation profile, and what he has ahead of him is a little bit of flatter running before that huge incline and that huge uphill towards which is going up towards Nelly's Glen and back up to Katoomba proper. This is Eve Moore, though, from Great Britain. She's doing incredibly well out here today. She's been leading from the very first kilometre of this race as well. We need to make sure that that is out there and everyone knows that she has just been charging from the front. She's 39 kilometres deep. 3 hours and 35 minutes elapsed into this race so far today, and she's absolutely charging ahead. She had a good amount of time as well, a good 6 minutes on second place Beth McKenzie at the last aid station, which was 6 foot track. So she's got a solid lead at the moment, and she is just moving really well. As you were saying before, she's moving smart as well, hiking some of those steeper uphills and then really making sure she just bombs the downhills and gets running again when it's runnable. So a bit of smart tactics there with regards to how she's moving across this course, really making the most of her opportunity to conserve some energy when it's needed and then moving really swiftly when she can. So yeah, it's exciting to see Eve really get out to a solid start into this race and kind of really put it out there to say, if you want it, come and chase it down.
I mean, it looks like she has a pretty rock solid game plan and is sticking to it, and so far it's working. So it'll be cool if she can keep this up for the whole race. Look at her just flying down there.
Yeah, she's moving smooth. Like, everything looks to be going well. And, you know, she's got last year's champion, Beth McKenzie, chasing her down. Beth is obviously very experienced on this course, as well as very experienced as someone who runs from the front of a race. So it's really cool to, it's really cool to see these two ladies duke it out at the front. Eve Moore passing through the last aid station, or the last timing point, as I said, 6 minutes ahead of second place, and she was approximately 12 minutes ahead of third place at that last checkpoint. Julia Grant from New Zealand was in third place at the last checkpoint. 12 minutes behind Eve Moore, who's on the screen now leading the women's race of the UTA 100 here.
Guys, as well, if you want, you can jump onto the live chat. I see there's everyone's getting around your gifts, Madge, so you'll be happy to see that. There's a few Forrest Gump ones. Gump.
That is it. Get around the gifts on the chat. Let us know who you're chiming in for. Let us know who you're supporting. It'd be great to see. We can even throw the chats up on the screen right there. So if you've got a good gift to throw into the chat, please do let us know what that is and make sure that you put it out there for everyone. Forrest Gump never gets old, hey? Never gets old, the old Forrest Gump.
Game face.
It's pretty funny. I don't know what the person sprinting through the car park is all about. We haven't seen any car parks going on at the moment, but that person running through a car park's really fast. Mary, sweetie, big shout out to Peter. Wish she was there. There's a lot of kisses on the end of that message there, Mary. So you must be a real big fan of Peter.
Yeah, there we go.
Go Sarah from Mumsy. I'm sure Sarah is probably following along whilst she's in the race and stoked to get that message from Mum.
I mean, that we're following along with Eve right now, but how many competitors are out there? You said the exact number before. It's an insane amount of people who have showed up to toe the line.
Yeah, we had 1,587 starters of the UTA 100. So, yeah, huge number of starters in the UTA 100 today. And we had just under 2,000 runners start the UTA 50 today. So, yeah, big shout out to everyone getting amongst it out there with those huge fields. Big shout out to Callum Young. Happy birthday to you. Thank you a lot, Hannah, for letting us know it's Callum Young's birthday out there. A big shout out to you, Callum. Get done out there for your birthday, sir. What a present to yourself. Big shout out to Chris watching from Hobart. Nice work. Awesome to see everyone chiming in there. Sammy, Chris, Mads, thank you.
There was a few earlier as well for Galvanessa from Brisbane. They brought down a whole crew. So there's about 10 of them racing across all of the different distances, which, as I mentioned, it's so much more than just one race. It's coming down with a big family group, friend group, and really enjoying the whole experience.
Yeah. All part of a lot of shout outs from the crew down in Tassie. Yeah, big shout out to everyone. Might get, who knows, we might get Martin Gaffuri in the studio at some point today for everyone's enjoyment. So it's good to have him a part of the scene here. Amber McCullum, big shout out to her. And Andrew Stone, who's running the 50.
I like this gift.
Go Timo, go. Don't drop your hanky. All right. That is advice all trail runners need. Don't drop your hanky. Unreal. Look at that. Rolling in. Yes, big shout out to Ali Wilson, Queen of the Wellington Trails. Ali putting in an amazing effort right now. Currently second place in the UTA 50. So epic effort there from Ali Wilson. Origins from the UK, but living in New Zealand now. So big shout out to Ali. As we are following along sporadically with the other races unfolding at the moment, the UTA 50, we did have an update. Dan Jones is still leading that the UTA 50 as he passed through the emergency aid station, the last checkpoint, and he had a clear clear 4 minutes on second place. Miguel Benitez from Spain. So Dan Jones leading the UTA 50 ahead of Miguel Benitez from Spain, and then followed by Sam Rout from Australia. The top three passing through that emergency aid station. So there is not long to go for those guys are only about 8 kilometers, but a very, very steep uphill. So we will hopefully be able to get some footage of those guys at some point, along with the lead females of the UTA 50.
It's amazing. I feel like we're going to blink and the 50K runners are going to be coming across that finish line.
They will.
They're just absolutely sending it.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Very similar to some of the crew we get to see right now. This is the top 3 guys of the UTA 100 at the moment on the screen. This is Rhett Gibson. He's currently 3rd place in the UTA 100. He is moving along this section of the Megalong Valley, doing this section that is known as like the 6-foot out and back, and he's trekking along here. So awesome to see that footage as he passes through those farmlands with a lot of the beautiful tree and the overhang there.
I'm still excited to see if there's going to be any mad overtakes by anyone at a certain point. It's been pretty sort of stable through the first to 5th people for a while.
Yeah, they're definitely holding those positions pretty tightly, which is cool. But yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to go in that last bit, especially with the UTA 50 coming up to the Furber stairs, and also the little bit of single track there as they approach the Furber steps, because you really need to be able to maintain a good cadence coming along that section there. Alex, what are your thoughts on how do you preserve your legs and your ability to get that final section done?
Yeah, it's actually a really tough section. It's deceivingly some little uphills in there, which can really catch you out. Apparently, it's pretty muddy down there at the moment after a few days of racing. So that obviously added another challenge to them. But yeah, it's really insensible. That big climb from out of the second creek of the valley. You've really got to conserve your legs, because you want to be able to run that section well. If you're reduced to walking, you'll lose a lot of time. So being smart on those hills in that valley, you need to basically, I think you're about 3-4K from the finish once you get to the top. So having something in the tank for that is really important.
Yeah. I remember running the 22 yesterday. I saw the 4K to go sign. I was like, you got to be kidding me. It's 4K still to go. I was expecting 2K or something, and it's like 4K. I was like, oh, that seems like a marathon right now.
Sometimes it's better not knowing. I don't know.
Oh, I would have taken a not knowing. Like,
You just got to focus on each step rather than
yeah. Ignore. They help you, but I don't know if they help you, to be honest. Folks, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be with you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Hey folks, welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are here getting some sweet single track drone footage of our UTA 100 runners. I believe that might be Matt Crean running along that section of trail.
How good are these shots, honestly?
Yeah, it's really cool to see this all unfolding before us. So awesome to be able to have this technology unfolding. Yeah, so it's truly rad. This is the kind of the top 5 males that we're able to see on this drone footage in the UTA 100 at the moment, as they are chasing down the likes of Shen from China, Mike Carroll from Australia, Rhett Gibson as well from Australia. But from what I know of these gentlemen, I reckon that is Matty Crean there at the top of the screen, followed by George Murray. And then we also have another gentleman running with them that I don't have the name of right now, but these guys are rolling along. I reckon that would be Benji Pedersen.
Because, see, George Murray, he was sitting in second for a while there, wasn't he? And then he's just dropped back a tiny bit.
Yeah, these guys are putting in work.
There's a few moves being made now. If you can see on the screen here, 2 guys running quite close together, but I think the one behind's going to go for a bit of a push.
Yeah, I reckon these guys, I mean, you know, the likes of George Murray, 2023 champion, he knows where he's at. He knows what he needs to be doing right now. So that's going to be, it's going to be interesting to see if he just kind of maintains his rhythm. He did say that he didn't want to kind of run his own race, more or less. I mean, that's what everyone's been saying in any of the pre-race interviews lately. Just want to run my own race. Don't want to get sucked in. Yada, yada, yada. You know, like sometimes you believe it and other times you're kind of like, are you just saying that or are you really going to just kind of chill it out? You can see here, folks, the top 5 females of the UTA 100 today. Eve Moore currently in first place, followed by Beth McKenzie, then Julia Grant, Sophie Broom, and Meg St. Clair. Rolling the top 5 of the UTA 100 today out here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. First UTMB World Series major down here in the Oceania region.
Then, guys, we've got the males up here. We've got Shen. He's coming in at first. He's got a nice lead on Mike Carroll in second. Rhett Gibson just behind. Oh, they're the 2 that we keep seeing running together, and I think they're working together and pushing each other. And then George Murray, who has taken out the win before, so he knows what he's doing, followed by Matthew Crean. And actually, in the chat, someone's just written that Matt Crean's the most handsome man in trail running. So he can't just run, but he also looks good while he's doing it, apparently. I haven't seen him myself, but what do we think? Most handsome man?
Looking at the person who wrote that down, if it is Cowboy Hamilton, I believe that is just written to draw attention to himself.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, it's
one
Cowboy.
of those, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
one of those ones. But that's a very nice thing to say, Cowboy Hamilton. It's lovely to hear you put that out there. I mean, there are many beautiful trail runners in this sport, so it's hard to determine the best or the best looking, but it's great to be able to do that. Beauty's from the inside out, anyway, mate. So that's what I've been told as we follow along here. There's some views popping out there down that valley. Hey, as they move their way through this kind of grassier section of the trail there.
Eve,
Jackie?
honestly, she looks like she's having a ball. If you could overlay some fun music where you're like the Sound of Music or something, it's like she's running through the valleys and just absolutely loving it out there. As Caitlin said earlier, the 50K female lead. If you're having fun out there, then you're probably having a good day. So it looks like a lot of the lead runners at the moment are having a really fun time, and you know they are just absolutely. Oh, back to these views, I can't deal. So we've got the female on the screen right now. We've got the female leads for the 50 kilometres, Caitlin Fielder, who we were just chatting about, and we had an interview with her earlier. Then followed by Alison. She's about 5 minutes behind. Demi Caldwell, and then Hannah Wall and Jessica coming in at 5th. So quite a strong field up the front there.
Yeah, and we have the UTA 50 male top 5 coming in now. Dan Jones leading that race ahead of Miguel Benitez from Spain, followed by Sam Rout of Australia, Vlad Ixel of Australia, and Toby Sparks of Australia as well, rounding out the top 5. So New Zealand, Spain, and Australia representing the top 5 of the UTA 50 here today at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, and those gentlemen are in their final kilometres of this race. We are going to be able to get them coming over the finish line in not too far away now. So big shout out to them. I've also in the chat got a big shout out to do for Rafael Nunez Garcia, 30 hours deep into what I assume is the UTA miler. So big shout out to Rafael Nunez Garcia, who is 30 hours and still going strong in the UTA miler. So folks, if you've got someone to give a shout out to, please do let us know, and we can try and catch that in the chat. The chat is available, as we said, on live.utmb.world. You can have a shout out to whoever you want. And we would love to make sure that we honor that and get it out there. We're going to pop to a quick commercial break as we leave you with these incredible scenes of the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park from earlier on this morning. And we'll be right back.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Folks, how we doing? Back with you at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Having a look at some of the 50K race cap footage from early on this morning. These runners started at 6:25 a.m. local time, full of the nervous energy that comes with starting a 50K race in this beautiful part of the world. So these are some of the early scenes from that 50K race this morning. Folks, this is the infamous Furber Steps Strava segment. So this is an insight to this Strava segment that the 50K leaders are about to come up against. 0.87 kilometers and 200 meters of elevation gain. That 200 meters is gained via 951 steps. The KOM and QOM of this course, you can see very, very low in comparison to the average time it takes people. As we were saying, some of the lead runners of the race could do it in, say, well, we'll listen to Martin, and he'll tell you some more about the infamous Furber Steps.
Hello team, we are at Furber Steps, and this is the very last part on the UTA course. And boy, that's gonna hurt. 951 steps right behind and a few more back. They are 200 meters of climb in just over 1 kilometer. Everybody has to go through it, and that's gonna make for good stories. Our fastest runners take about 10 minutes to get from the bottom to the finish. And for our back of the pack heroes, it will take up to an hour to get up to the steps. And for the competitive ones out there, we know that in the past, there has been podium changes in that very last section. So if you're planning on going hard, keep some in the tank for that very last 1K. Otherwise, you might be surprised and somebody will be breathing down your neck. That's gonna be a tough moment. And so once you're be done with these 951 steps, you're gonna get to scenic worlds, cowbells, crowds, finish line will be waiting for you. And once you cross that finish line, you'll never look at the staircase the same way again.
Awesome. So we've actually got Troy here, and Troy's going to be chatting to us about the steps. He's done a lot of the course markings and whatnot. Troy, do you want to tell us about the final section of the course? Those 50K runners are going to be coming up soon.
Yeah, that final section, quite grueling, but I think a really fun part of the course. Coming up Furber Stairs through Lure Forest. It's a really beautiful part of the course, a beautiful part of the Blue Mountains itself. For those who are doing the 100, the last 50 is definitely great, but for the 50K, after going down into Queen Vic and then coming up through the EAS checkpoint and then continuing to the finish, it's it's really beautiful, especially after spending quite a long time. It's a long stretch of road from Queen Vic through to EAS, so it's quite open. It's a very open road. So it's going to be beautiful for them to come up into Lure Forest through sewage treatment work and up through to the finish where they'll get more crowds and they'll get all the massive excitement in the atmosphere.
I think the crowds really pump them up for sure. Yeah. Hearing the noise and the atmosphere and everything. I do wonder though if a lot of these runners are going to be thinking the stairs are as beautiful as you say when their legs are just absolutely burning.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I've done the 22 here a couple of times, and it's very hard to get up those stairs even on 22. So. Yeah, I can't even imagine on 50 how they're going to be feeling. But I know, once they get up to the top, they're going to be great, and they're going to finish really strong. So, yeah, beautiful but brutal part of the course, that's for sure. But yeah, what a way to finish your race with the Furber Stairs.
100%. I mean, I guess these elites, this is what they train for. And actually, we've got on screen here at the moment. I think this is Beth McKenzie, isn't it? Yeah. So this is Beth. She's running downhill quite well. So she's the second lady in the 100K, just behind Eve. I think Eve's got about 5 or 6 minutes on her, but it's nice to see her going well in that section there.
Troy, you've been out marking the course all the way since last Thursday, getting amongst the trails out here in the Blueies. Mate, what's the course like in comparison to other years? Is it wetter? Is it drier, muddier? Like, how have you been able to see it with your eyes as you go over it?
Yeah, definitely wetter, definitely muddier, I would say. It's really great down through the paddocks, down in the Megalong Valley, but definitely with more foot traffic, it's going to get very muddy out there. It's going to get very wet, so definitely through 6 foot coming up through Nellie's Glen as well. It'll be very wet underfoot, but again, it's a beautiful part of a course, and I think I hope it's been marked very well, so they should have no problems getting through that section of the course. But yeah, it's wet, but it's a beautiful day outside, so I think it's only going to get drier, which is great. But for me personally, I think it's nice to be a bit wet underfoot when running a race, especially for that amount of time. So I hope it's really nice out there for the guys, and they're enjoying the cooler weather. So.
And so how many people does it take to be out there on a course crew, and how long does it take to do?
So there's about 10 of us on the course team. We started with the miler course first over in the Grouse Valley on the other side, and then slowly worked through and did the 22 and the 11, and then slowly worked through and bulked up the 50 and the 100. Obviously, there's a lot of crossover between the courses. So, last night we were making sure the milers were going through on their first loop. The second loop was also going down to the aquatic center as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, but there's some fantastic guys on the course team, obviously led by the creator, Tom Lennon-Smith, and obviously his wife as well, Alina. They've been fantastic. They give really well, really good directions. And yeah, the guys work really well. It's a really synchronized machine, and the course gets marked really well. So hopefully, as far as I'm aware, no one's got lost on this event, and no one's
Actually,
got lost
true. I haven't heard any. So that's great. Kudos to you guys.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been doing it that long. This is probably my third or fourth event. I think it is. And obviously it's been going for quite a long time. But as far as I'm aware, no one's gotten lost, and I think that's kudos to a great course marking team, and the guys put in a lot of effort. But it's great to be here on race day and kind of seeing it all to come together. And I was outside before watching on a live stream, and it was cool to see where I'd marked down in the paddocks, up the vineyard section as well, near the 6-foot. It was great to see on the live screen all that hard work you've put in. So
yeah, sort of coming to life.
Yeah, coming to life, seeing the guys following your pink marking and following that those courses, and seeing the kind of carving it out of a landscape. A lot of the course runs over private property and runs through paddocks, so it's great to see it kind of come through.
So folks, we are waiting here with some footage from the start and the finish line. We are going to wait here because Dan Jones is imminent, and he's going to be coming through this finish really, really soon. This is one of our UTA miler runners finishing off his race here. Congratulations to you, sir. That is incredible. Michael Perkins finishing off there, long day out. Dan Jones is imminent here. Our UTA 50 champion. He's going to go under 4 hours, and he is not far away. He hit Furber Steps just on 9 minutes ago, and he is going to be popping out here at Scenic World to finish off his race. And as you were saying before, Troy, he's navigated that very well and professionally marked course that you and the other crew, the other 9 or 10 of you have been marking all week. And he's obviously navigated that successfully with the help of yourself and everyone else out there. Dan Jones was a good 9 minutes clear of Miguel Benitez in the males race of the UTA 50. So we are sure that Dan Jones is going to be finishing as the 2025 HOKA Ultra Australia
I'm going to peel off this male and
champion for the UTA 50. So Dan Jones from New Zealand, imminent at the finish here for the UTA 50 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. First time he's been over here racing. There is no surprise in that. Dan was definitely the clear favourite coming into the race today, and it's going to be awesome to welcome him back. Look at these views from the right of your screen as the drone is flying over. It is a sunny day up here, beautiful day.
You can sort of hear the energy and the buzz at the finish line. Oh, it's all happening.
Let's bring him in.
Oh.
So we're going to get a close-up here. This is Dan Jones, ladies and gentlemen, coming over towards the finish of the UTA 50 of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Dan Jones of New Zealand, take a bow, leading from the get-go. Incredible. Your 2025 UTA 50 champion, Dan Jones of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Incredible effort, sir. Well done.
He stayed strong that entire race. He just absolutely smashed it.
Unreal. Dan Jones, 4 hours, 1 minute and 19 seconds.
We're very grateful.
Tarawera Ultra Trail 2025 champion, UTA 50 champion. Sweaty, not offering too close a hugs, but that is Dan Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and get some info from Dan on the finish line.
I would definitely be giving that man a hug. Whatever he has, I want it to rub off on me and run that quick. All right, we've got Madge heading out there now, and he's going to be jumping on and interviewing, chatting to Dan.
Coming for a chat in a minute. Yeah.
He must be feeling so good. Under 4 hours, that is such a great day out for him. It won't be long, and we'll have Miguel coming in as well, the young Spanish runner. It's absolutely beautiful at the top here. The sun is shining and the atmosphere is incredible.
This is your 2025 UTA 50 champion for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, Dan Jones from New Zealand. Dan, unreal, mate. What a run out there. Did you know, Dan, at some points in that race, you were moving so well, but you were getting chased by Miguel Benitez out there?
Yeah, we ran together for, I think, the first, through the first checkpoint, and then I think it was just behind me at 30k, and then I didn't know after 30k, so I was just like running scared a little bit. Not scared, but just conscious that he could sneak up behind me at any point, but lucky he didn't. I don't know how far he ended up behind.
Well, Dan, I can tell you at the bottom of Furber Steps, you were 9 minutes ahead of him. So at some point there, you put on the burners, mate. When do you decide to step it up a notch and really turn it on out there?
I think after, the big descent, after the aid station at 30 kilometers, I was like, okay, let's just try and get it rolling really nicely on this downhill, but don't smash up the quads too much. And then I really pushed on the fire road hills. I was like, this is a bit more my jam than a whole bunch of stairs, so let's try and open up a gap here. And I think that paid off right, and then I could not just coast, but like get the heart rate under control for that last push to the finish line.
Dan, amazing weather up here at Scenic World, mate. It looked like it was pretty ideal conditions for running an ultra out there, mate. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I mean, today was the first day I could see the beautiful views since we've been here, and I actually made most of it. Like, usually I don't look up too much to soak it all in, but you couldn't not do that on this beautiful day. I was just like running along that little that sidle track and just looking out at the mountains. I was like, whoa, that's beautiful here. Oh, I don't know Australia had that. No. It almost reminds me a bit like the Kiwi bush as well, like some of those trails, yeah, where it's quite dense around you, and it was quite nice just running through the mud and just cruising through in that last section. It was nice, yeah.
Dan, you came out here and won in impressive fashion, mate. Was that your goal? You weren't coming here to do anything else this weekend?
Yeah, my goal was to always, push myself as best I can and make sure that I give it my best, but also to hopefully recover well and lead on to the rest of my block.
Dan, there are some famous stairs finishing off this race, the Furber Stairs, 951 of them. Mate, did they live up to the anticipation that everyone gives to them?
Yeah, I think I'm just thankful that they start halfway up the hill already. Like, imagine starting them at the bottom of the valley. That would be next level. I mean, I was actually quite surprised at how quick they went, because there's some that you can really push off with the bars, and it was almost like I was practicing for CCC with the old grabbing the bars, and they were like my poles trying to pull me up the hill. It was almost, scary, reminiscent about the horror of CCC last year.
Well, mate, it's awesome to finally have you here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Great to have you here in Australia. Can we please expect you to be back here in this part of the world for racing again, mate?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's been a while since I've been to Oz, and yeah, it's great racing here. I've raced the Pomona King of the Mountain race quite a few times, and it's always good competitive fields, and it's just great atmosphere. So thanks everyone. Cheers.
Dan Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
And whilst that interview was happening, we had 3 100-mile finishers. We had Ben Fitzsimmons, Matthew Cox, and Glenn Andrews.
And yeah, team, keep your hands together because at the bottom of Furber Steps, there were indeed only 9 minutes between first and second in the 50K, so we can expect our Spanish friend to come in second place possibly.
There we go. That was awesome hearing from the 50K winner, Daniel Jones from New Zealand. He looks like one very happy chap. So, and I mean, I think he made it up those Furber stairs quickly because he's an absolute elite runner. I don't know if everyone will have the same opinion though.
Yeah, good luck to Dan Jones as he makes his way over to the USA. I think tomorrow night he's going to fly out, head over there, get amongst the Memorial Day training weekend for Western States this coming weekend. So no, not too much rest for him.
Is it a big training camp?
Yeah, they run most of, if not all of, maybe most of the Western States course over the Memorial Day weekend over there in the United States. It's a bit of a gathering for a lot of the people running the course and the whole Western States community. So yeah, Dan's going to jump over there and get amongst that and be a part of that training weekend, get out on the course, and yeah, in his preparations for that race, which is happening at the end of June over there in California. So all the best to Dan for that journey and getting amongst that and his final preparations, and I guess also his recovery first, and then getting on with the rest of his training.
I'm live.
Well, hopefully this gave him a pretty good confidence boost as well. So.
Yeah, I think this is definitely part of his plan with with getting a win here today. We've got Beth McKenzie on the screen right now, second place female in the UTA 100, champion from last year of this race. So Beth is she's still moving along well and getting this course done. Do you think? What are your thoughts on? What do you think Beth is thinking right now? Jackie, you know her. What do you think is going through her mind at this point in time with her being second in the race right now?
I mean, as we were talking about earlier, she likes to lead from the front. So I wonder if she's trying to, really accelerate here and catch that lady. She's such a fierce competitor, which I think is so awesome to have in the sport. People who really dig deep and give it their all. But yeah, I would say she's focused on chasing Eve. Yeah, hopefully she can just keep this up. She's good with the long stuff, coming from a triathlete background, so she's not shy about spending hours and hours out there.
We are eagerly awaiting our second place male of the UTA 50, Miguel Benitez from Spain, who is going to be coming back to this part of the world here in Scenic World in Katoomba very, very soon. He is imminent and we are waiting. Yes, here we go. The young Spanish jet coming all the way over to Australia for the first time, stamping his name down as second place male of the UTA 50 2025 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Miguel Benitez, congratulations, sir. Bravo, bravo, unreal. What a run. Congratulations. The furthest distance he has ever raced was just then. 50 Ks is the longest. Unreal, hey? He really gave it his all. He was with Dan through the first checkpoint, and he just held on in there to stamp his name on that second place.
It's giving his quads a little rub there. I think he's probably feeling it from the steps.
Yes. I reckon he is hurting but loving it.
All right. We're going to be hearing from him at the finish line in a moment. Sort of exciting to hear about how he enjoyed the course. I mean, the longest ever run, that first time you do it, it's always an experience and a half. What's the furthest run you've done, Troy?
Furthest I've done is I've done 130k, but that was one of the 24-hour runs. So where you do 24 hours on a track.
Yep.
Yeah, I've done the 100 here a couple of times, and that's a great race. But honestly, for this to be your first 50 or the furthest bit you've run, I mean, a very tough course, but what a great course to choose for being your longest run, I think, personally. Yeah, and what a great day for it, and he's come second, so I think hats off to him.
Here we go, we'll hear from him now.
We have Miguel Benitez from Spain joining us here as the second place male of the UTA 50 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Miguel, bravo, sir. That was the longest race you have ever done. How do you feel?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. It was really tough. I think the toughest of my life at the moment, but yeah, really happy to be in Australia for the first time, and yeah.
Mate, you ran with Dan Jones very closely in the first part of the race, and then you continue to fight for second place. How was it out there? Did your race strategy pay off, or did it go unexpected for you out there? How do you feel with your race strategy?
Yeah, I started to run with him. We were running pretty fast, I think, but I was feeling good. And yeah, when we arrived to the first aid station, I had no assistance, so I lost a bit of time. And yeah, I tried to keep the second position. And yeah, the final of the race were really tough for me. From the 40k to here, I suffered a lot, but yeah, I'm really happy.
Miguel, you now have your entry to the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc with entry to OCC. How do you feel about going over there to race after being here in Australia?
Yeah, really happy to take the place for next year. I will be there also this year, running the OCC. Now I think that I cannot run 55k, but yeah, I will try to train and give my best there both years.
So this is the first time you've run 50k. Tell us, did it live up to your expectations? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun until 35 kilometers. Then I was completely out, but yeah, I couldn't maintain a bit of the pace and suffering. I reached the finish line, so yeah.
And Miguel, what do you think of the final section of stairs, the Furber Steps, the famous Furber Steps? Did you enjoy them as well?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't enjoy a lot there. It seems really beautiful from here, but not running. And also when you reach 45 kilometers, it's really tough to be there. But yeah, I was trying to reach the finish line, and that's all. Not enjoying a lot that moment, but yeah, I will enjoy now, I think.
Yes, well, thanks, Miguel, for coming over to Australia and being part of this event, mate. So great to have you here. Congratulations for coming second at the UTA 50 today, and enjoy your recovery in Australia, and thanks so much again for coming out, mate.
It's awesome to hear from second place male Miguel Benitez, his longest ever run here today in the Blue Mountains. What a way to do it. Pretty incredible. And it was interesting. We've been chatting about it today, how important it is to have, a solid support crew or people helping you get swiftly through those checkpoints. And as we've heard in the interview just now, he said that he lost a little bit of time coming through on those checkpoints because he didn't have any assistance and whatnot. So, yeah, it really does hit home that having those swift checkpoint changeovers and a team around you, it can really help push you forward. So congratulations to him. It sounds like he's not going to be. Did he say he's got a 55k race coming up soon? Is that what he's training for?
So part of, I mean, he has now got automatic qualification into OCC at the World Series finals in Chamonix. And OCC is that 53, 55 kilometer distance over there. So I think he's referring to, being able to go and race over there at OCC, which will, then make that his, I guess, his furthest race outside of today. So it'll
Sounds
be cool.
like he might want to soak this up and then think about it in a few days.
Yeah. I think he's definitely, experienced what it's like to experience 50k. Let's put it that way. He seemed like he really pushed his limits but was able to do it and do it in amazing form and fashion. Coming over that finish line in second behind someone as talented as Dan is a massive achievement. And as you were saying before, like he came all the way from Spain. It's the first time he's been to Australia, first time he's ever raced outside of Europe. It's, there's a lot of firsts for him to come out here. He didn't have any crew. I mean, we were talking to him the other day and we're like, oh, how are you getting to your accommodation? And he was just like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll get the bus and the train. And we were like, no, dude, like we need to get you a lift. We need to help figure out how we can get you there in 10 minutes as opposed to taking all the public transport. You're going to get there in an hour. He's just trying to doing it off his own back and really, really making the most of that experience in some ways too.
And I think it's cool to hear, from someone as incredible as an athlete as him, how he did have a really tough time out there, and he said it was hard, and he had to push himself. And I think it just makes him seem more human. And he suffered, but he came out the other side, and it's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so awesome to have someone as young as him as well come over here and just kind of show everyone what he can do. It's truly epic.
He's got a pretty exciting career ahead, I feel, in the space of the running world.
Yeah, definitely. Hey. Well, Jackie, I'm going to let you call over our third place male here.
Oh, here we go.
Sam Rout.
Here he goes. He's coming in. He's at about 4 hours, 14 minutes. He's absolutely sprinting to the finish, giving it his all. Oh, I love to see that. He's definitely left some in the tank. Congratulations, Sam. What an amazing time. So he's come across in 14:04, and Madge is going to head out and have a chat to him. Sam Rout, he's from Australia. He's come in third male, 4 hours and 19 minutes, is his final time. Oh, look at him, he looks stoked. All right, so we're going to be hearing about his experience, how he enjoyed the course out there today. He's an Australian, so it's nice to have an Aussie in the top 3, which is great. So we had Dan Jones, we have Miguel, and then Sam. So he's 19 minutes after the first male. Really, really quick and solid time for him today. Looks like he's got family. There's a lot of people at the race here over the last few days who have got family, friends. Oh, we love to see it. Oh. And he's coming in at third. He gets a nice reward with the prize money as well. The prize money across the board at this event for the 50k, the 100k, and the 100 miles is pretty amazing. It's a big prize pool. Here we go. We're going to hear from him now. Not long, actually, and the lead female is going to be coming in quite.
Hello, folks. Welcome. We are here with our third place male of the day at the UTA 50. Sam Rout, how are you, sir? How was it out there today?
Yeah, it was amazing, eh? Those steps are pretty stunning, so yeah, glad to get those done.
Mate, just need to clarify, you've got a deep and beautiful New Zealand accent. You are indeed from New Zealand, is that correct?
Yeah, I am a Kiwi. I don't know what happened to my bib, but well, that's all right.
Mate, tell us what it was like out there. Were you running, chasing Dan Jones and Miguel all day? Was that your game plan? How did it unfold according to what your hopes and dreams were?
Yeah, I kind of sat with a pack from probably about 5k, and then by the looks of Dan and the other guy went out, and they just gapped me, and then I just was solo from the way home. So yeah, I dropped David Hounsmith on one of the stairs pretty early on and didn't look back. So yeah, stoked to take my podium.
Mate, so you have just booked yourself a direct entry to the UTMB World Series over in Chamonix Mont-Blanc, mate. Can you tell us a little bit about that, and will you be looking to accept that entry and making the most of it?
Yeah, I'd like to upgrade if I can. We'll see how that goes.
What does it mean to you to be able to go over to Chamonix, the real kind of like heart of trail running in many ways? What does it mean for you to go out there and make a moke of it?
Yeah, it's a dream come true, really. So yeah, can't be more proud. Got my family here, so yeah, love it.
Awesome, mate. I saw you go and kiss the head of a child over there. Is that one of your little children?
Yeah, I got 2 under 2, so yeah, stoked.
What does it mean to run with your family here and your kids here, mate? Like, what kind of example do you want to set?
Oh yeah, my young fella's a pretty hardcore little fella, so I, yeah, hope that he can look up to me, definitely.
Well, mate, if we can welcome you back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB next year, we'd love to do that. And do you think you'd love to come back over to this part of the world and race again?
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm surprised I haven't been over here earlier, so yeah, I'll be back next year.
Thanks a lot, mate. Really appreciate it. Congratulations again, Sam.
And that's pretty beautiful seeing just how much it means to Sam. He's just keeping the tears at bay, but only just. And whilst he came in, we had Jared Sopniewski finishing his UTA miler from Rivervale, WA. Jared, and not far behind, we are expecting our 4th place runner.
Yeah, very, very soon across the line. Keep your eyes on that finishing chute, because they're gonna be coming in and coming in fast. Because Tommy Sparks, ladies and gentlemen, holding on to 4th place, because Vlad Excel is not far back. Woo! Yes.
He's got the bib that says Sparkles, and I tell you what, they look like there were sparks coming off his heels then.
Yeah.
It has been a close battle between these guys.
Indeed, because in about probably 30 seconds, if that Vlad Excel is also going to come in, there he is, ladies and gentlemen, taking 5th place in the UTA 50. Here he comes.
Good on you, Vlad.
Solid effort.
Incredible. So we've just seen the 4th male Toby come across, and then 5th Vlad. Epic finishes for these guys. And it was so nice to hear from Sam. Sorry, it does say on his profile he's Australian, but he is in fact from New Zealand, and he's got his family here. He was a little bit emotional, holding back some tears, but here's a quick break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
right, so this is the finish line. We can see a few of them shaking hands and exchanging, you know, a bit of a kudos to each other. Incredible, all of these finishes. And then on the screen here as well, we can see, it looks like Beth McKenzie absolutely charging up. That would be a steeper incline than what you expect, actually. Troy, do you know this section of the course, what we're looking at, where Beth's running at the moment?
Yeah, if it's the section that I'm thinking of, it's past 6-foot track. So she's heading up Natalie's Glen Road at the moment, towards Nellie's Glen, and she'll push up through there towards Katoomba Aquatic Centre. So that'll be her next checkpoint. I was actually out on that section yesterday. Beautiful part of the course, and a beautiful up through Nellie's Glen as well. I was through there and it was a little wet, it was a little dry, so hopefully it's going to be beautiful up there for her. She's moving really well for that section of the course. It is nice and flat. It does look a little hilly, but it's quite deceiving. So it is actually nice and flat, but Nellie's Glen is quite a climb up until Cliff Drive, and then moving into the aquatic centre. So, but as you said, she's moving quite well, which is great to see.
Definitely works in her advantage, those flat sections. I mean, Beth's coming in second for the 100 kilometres. She's about 7 minutes behind Eve Moore. And then just after Beth in third place is also Julia Grant. And we have just had another competitor come across the line there. Incredible run.
Yep, that was Thomas Banks from Australia crossing the line there. 4 hours, 28 minutes and 15 seconds in the UTA 50 for 2025. So congratulations, Thomas, placing 7th overall in the race. Unreal. And you got on the split screen here on the left-hand side, you've got Jiasheng Shen from China. He is coming back in towards the town of Katoomba, heading towards his next checkpoint at the Katoomba Aquatic Centre. 4 hours and 34 minutes elapsed within his race. He is leading the UTA 100 right here. This is an absolutely epic effort getting up Nellie's Glen, that huge climb, and now getting back into the town of Katoomba. He will be heading to a crew point very, very shortly at the Aquatic Centre, and he will be able to catch up with his crew there, get some refreshments and stocked up on all sorts of things. Big shout out to Andrew Gattenby on the right-hand side of the screen there. Andrew Gattenby, coached by the APRC crew, and he has just got him over the finish line, 8th overall in the UTA 50. So congratulations there, Andrew Gattenby, for that run. I think you'll be pretty stoked on that. Jiasheng Shen from China, currently our UTA 100 male leader at the moment, coming into the township of Katoomba. Epic work there. He is really putting in some time and some distance in this race. Look how smoothly he's still moving along this road section. Absolutely got a rhythm and a form on right now. Nothing is stopping him right now in this race. He's been charging like this ever since the very first kilometre. Recently placing first at the Mount Fuji 170 kilometre event over in Japan. He is in form and he's looking to use this as a huge springboard for his next endeavor as well, which would be
strong.
Yeah, he's just not he's just charging. He's just trying to run as smooth and as looks like as hard as he can in considering the circumstances of what he needs to do.
And you're right, Mayo. This morning I was out on the 50 and 100 and he came past me. He just looked great, moving past that 50 turnaround point. He was moving really well. He looked just in control. And as you said, I don't think he's slowed down since passing me, to be honest. And he's done really well for the first section of the course, considering the time he's doing. And he's got a really nice run down to Queen Vic Hospital now, I think. So, yeah, he's doing great work.
Yeah, this next section of the course here, he pops into town for a little bit, running on these roads and the streets. He makes his way on these roads towards the Katoomba Aquatic Centre, which will be his next major checkpoint, and the next time he can get some crew, that will be at 57 kilometers into the race will be that next checkpoint, and he will be getting in there very, very soon, working on these roads. This kind of flatter road section is going to take him back out towards Echo Point after the aquatic center, so it's going to be very smooth and runnable for another couple of kilometers after this aquatic center checkpoint, and then he descends down Giant Staircase.
Yeah, correct. So he'll descend down the Giant Staircase. He'll make his way through to Gordon Falls. And then from there we'll head out to Queen Vic. So as you said, it's a great part of the course. It's very runnable, very smooth. So he should really, hopefully, keep up the pace he is. And as you said, if he gets a good crew member, gets some fuel into him, I think he'll do really well heading down into that latest part and the second 50 part of his course. But yeah, he's looking fantastic at the moment. So
that aquatic checkpoint as well. It's a big setup in there, and it's a nice place to be. So usually competitors leave there feeling quite refreshed and renewed.
Yeah, I agree. It's probably one of the bigger and probably most crucial checkpoints as well. It's quite a crux as they come out of a Megalong Valley before heading down into Jamison Valley. So it's probably a key checkpoint for a lot of runners. And you know, if they have a good crew set up there, and you're right, it's I've volunteered there a couple of times at the Katoomba Aquatic Center, and it's fantastic, the facility they have set up, and you know how it works. So I think it's a great checkpoint, and you can really set yourself up for a good second half of the course if you get that checkpoint right.
I saw last night a fair few of the 100-mile runners. They were having a really good refuel there, and I think just before we saw, he's probably passed a few of the milers. Shout out to some of them still crossing the finish line. They're doing an amazing job. Guys, jump on the live chat if you want as well. I see lots of people commenting. Lucina, Go Marco smashing it. Tom Gibson, Harley. Awesome to see you guys supporting. We also have the female 50-kilometer lead, Caitlin Fielder. She won't be far off. She's on the Furber Stairs, and or she's about to hit them, and she'll be, getting up to the finish line within the next 10 or 15 minutes, I'd say.
And it's great to see. There's not much time between first and fourth, so it's going to be interesting to see how Furber Stairs handles the runners. I think whether Caitlin's going to be able to hold on to first place, whether Alison's going to be able to maybe make some ground up on Furber Stairs. It can really test you, Furber Stairs. So it'll be interesting to see how the top three runners come up there, I think.
100%. I mean, Alison and Demi, the second and third females for the 50 kilometres, they're nearly bang on beside each other. I think there's about 30 seconds, so that's quite exciting. Might be a bit of a charge for the finish line.
Yeah, I think so. I've been out on Furber Stairs before and watching some of those elites get up there. It's going to be really interesting to see those females.
Oh, here we go. He's coming to the aquatic centre we were talking about.
Yeah, let's see how he goes here. What is he doing? He's sitting straight down into a chair. He looks pretty tired there for sure, that expression on his face, but he's dumping his rubbish. He's getting his bottles replaced from his crew there. Having a sip of coconut water straight from the bottle. That is his wife, Lucy, and heading up the crew for him today.
Noodles, always a lifesaver on course, honestly. That salty goodness.
So he's down in some noodles there. You can see Lucy stuffing a bunch of gels into his pockets around his vest there. But he's back out of the seat, so he's not settling in for any lunchtime sitting of the long distance type. He's down quickly, back out. What's he down in there?
I think it's a potato.
No, is that orange? I think it might be orange. Or is it potato? No, potato.
Potato, straight up carbs.
Yes, lad. Get some of that potato.
I'm loving his fueling.
Yes. So coconut water, noodles, potato, gels into the bag. He's getting it in.
He looks like he's forcing it down a little bit, but he's a pro. I mean, he knows that he needs it. What he does now and how he feels is going to affect him in that last 22 Ks or so.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a long way to go still. He's just gone 57 kilometers, and there is still a lot of running, a lot of stairs, a lot of tough terrain to go. See him, he's really getting in some good fuel.
No
Change
siesta.
over his bottle. And he is getting out of here. Jiasheng Shen from China, leaving the Katoomba Aquatic Center here in first place of the UTA 100. 57 kilometers done in this race, and he is getting back straight into the running. The way he got into that aid station, he is leaving it, and he is looking good. He got down some fuel, he got rid of his rubbish, he got some fresh new gels, got a bit of support from his wife and crew, Lucy. Now he is just getting straight back down to business. Love it. Great work. Amazing changeover. That was quick. He got a bit of a seat in there for just a few moments. I would dare say it wasn't even a minute, if so. And he is just back out, getting it done. As we were saying before, this section here is a lot of footpath and road as it takes him out towards Point and another famous staircase of the giant stairwells.
That was almost a bit of a masterclass, wasn't it, in how to get through a checkpoint?
Yeah, absolutely. This is looking a bit mucky here for him as he's navigating this section. I've just been saying that he's going to be running footpath and road for the rest of this bit to Echo Point, but there looks like a few cut-throughs here in the paddocks.
You can hear the slodging, actually.
He is, yeah, he's doing well to keep upright on these sections here. A lot of runners have passed through here already. 100-mile runners as well have been through this section, which is probably why there's a lot of footprints. And you can see there a lot of incredible course marking from Troy and his team out there. No sparing on the arrows or the crosses or the tape or the bollards right there. Unreal.
Julia Grant, here we go. Third female. This is great. We haven't seen her on the screen too much just yet, but she's having a really good race so far.
Yeah, awesome work here. Julia Grant is coming along from New Zealand in third place of the UTA 100 in the women's category. She is moving along the Nellie's Glen Road as she makes her way to the Nellie's Glen climb, which will take her back up to the cliff tops, back into the town of Katoomba, and straight up to the aquatic center where we just saw our lead male who's on the screen right now, Jiasheng Shen from China. He just went through that aquatic checkpoint. As you can see, it's indoors and it's in the big sports hall there, with everyone being able to be a little bit protected from either the sun or the rain if it was raining out there like it has been the other night with the milers moving through that section.
And we were just seeing Julia Grant, the third female for the 100K. She's only about 12 minutes behind Beth McKenzie, who's sitting in second. So Beth's got to keep up her pacing. And then behind Julia is Sophie. Sophie's only 3 minutes behind, sitting in fourth. So it is quite close there between the third, fourth, and fifth females of the 100K.
Yeah, and I think much like Furber Stairs, I think, Nellie's Glen can kind of test you. If one of the females maybe a bit stronger on the stairs, a bit stronger on the uphill, there definitely can be some time gained or time lost, which is fantastic. I think there's so many crucial points across the course where time can be made up depending on your strengths and weaknesses. So, things like Nellie's Glen can be a great equalizer, and, it's going to be great to see who pops out first on a cliff drive and come into Aquatic Centre and see if there's any time being made up by Beth there as well.
100%.
Yeah, it's definitely a point. Like if your strength is on the uphills, it's going to be one of those points of the race that really is going to play to those strengths, because it is super steep, really kicks up, it's quite aggressive. It's no smooth path at all. There's a lot of rocks, a lot of kind of awkward, misshaped or differently shaped steps as well. So it's going to be, really interesting. I guess one of the things is it's quite shaded going up there at the moment, so that would be welcome, because if you were to do that in the sun, it would be quite a sting in the tail. You can see, folks, like bluebird, blue sky day right now as Jiasheng Shen is back up in the township of Katoomba. Not even that long ago, half an hour ago we were watching the footage of him moving through the Megalong Valley in the cloud and the mist, and it's just a whole different day up here on top of the cliffs here in the Blue Mountains. So that's the way it works. It's a changing environment continuously for these runners, and it's really going to put them all to the test with regards to, their cooling strategies when they get back out into this sun, and how they can maintain that core body temperature at a helpful level for them. But
we've just had a question actually come in here about the imagery and everything, and so this is a lot of people are on bikes with cameras, and that's how they're capturing the footage, which is awesome. And there's some drones up in the air, but there's a whole team out there with the UTMB guys making sure that we get the live coverage across.
Yeah, it's broken down into a number of team members. Obviously, we have 4 people that are on mountain bikes with cameras. So we have 4 mountain bike riders with cameras. We have 2 hybrids. So they are 2 people that are on mountain bikes and also do a little bit of running. So there's kind of 6 camera people in total. And then we have 2 drone operators as well. So that is the camera team. And then outside of that, we have a huge team here in the studio. And also we have a team over in France, and they are helping out as well from the Outdoor Sports Live crew over there. Big shout out to them for being a part of this coverage and helping us bring it all together. It really is a global effort. A lot of crew locally are helping out, a lot of crew internationally are helping out as well. This, folks, is Mike Carroll, 2nd place male of the UTA 100. He has come out of the climb from Nelly's Glen, and he is popping out onto the streets of Katoomba, back out into the sunshine here on top of the Blue Mountains, and he is moving well. He's looking good in 2nd place, looking strong.
He exchanged a little smile, I think, with the camera. He's got a few little smiles here. He looks like he's enjoying it.
Mike Carroll is definitely no stranger to this course and to this part of the world. Loves running, loves to obtain a feeling out there, loves to make sure that he's giving it everything he can and receiving it back through the sport of running. Mike also has a very new member to his family, a little 2-week-old baby that him and the rest of his family welcomed into the world recently. Mike said that has been a really interesting thing to manage alongside preparing for this race, but he is over the moon to have a new addition to his family as well. Mike Carroll, though, he is looking to have a great race out here.
A new baby, that would be some serious sleep deprivation training, I feel.
Yes. Yeah, it would not, well, I'd be assuming, but I can't imagine it's too easy.
We also don't have Caitlin Fielder too far off. The first 3 females in the 50K, they're on the steps, so there won't be long.
Yes, we are going to be cutting from this UTA 100 footage as these runners run through the streets of Katoomba, making their way to the Katoomba Aquatic Centre, the next checkpoint at the 57-kilometre mark into the UTA 100. Currently, we have 2nd male Mike Carroll on the screen as he puts on a bit of a show here for us. And we are going to be cutting from this footage back to the finish of the UTA 50, the female podium. We're going to make sure we get eyes and ears onto that finish unfolding at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. UTA 50 today, it's going to be awesome to see them come over the line. We got to welcome home the top 3 males, Dan Jones, Miguel Benitez, and Sam Stout coming over the line there.
Sam's doing, I think he's doing a bit of a triple event sort of scenario. He did the 11K, the 22, and now this is his 3rd day.
Rock and roll.
So he's absolutely going for it. Sam loves a good challenge.
Yeah.
we were talking amongst the course team whether someone was actually going to do that or not.
Yeah.
Noting the feasibility and that you could do it, whether someone was brave enough to do that. So, interesting.
And he's done the 50K in good time, and he'd be on tired legs. I mean, backing up, doing the Furber Steps twice, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, not to mention that downhill leading into it. I mean, that is definitely, yes, that is something else.
So Mike Carroll, he's done the UTA 3 times, is that right?
Yes, I believe that this might be his 4th time doing it.
Yeah, so I've got here 2021, 2022, 2023, so 8th, 4th, and 2nd. So he is he's very consistent. That's some incredible running over the years, with his personal best time in 2022. So we'll see how he goes today, but he knows the course very well in the mountains, really. He's trained on them.
Yeah, he was telling us that this is this is a really special place for him and his wife to come and train and be a part of this race. He really loves it. Really tries to make the most of it when he comes out here. And it's a special event for him. He really loves to come out and use it as a way to kind of test himself within this part of the world and everything that it challenges you with. So yeah, it's awesome to have Mike back. Such a nice guy as well on the scene.
He'll be enjoying this nice little downhill bit right now, opening up his legs a bit.
Yeah, this is actually a really nice section of the course. I actually was out there last night helping the milers get through their first and second. I was lucky enough to run down some of these sections, so it's just to open up the legs. I'd run up Natalie's Glen as well, so it was nice just to have a little bit of a break and have some nice downhill. So, and then obviously you got Aquatic Centre to look forward to, and as we said, it's a great checkpoint. So, and if his wife's there and his little baby as well,
For sure.
what a great bit of motivation before heading back out. So.
Absolutely, yeah. It's gonna be cool to be able to compare Mike's entrance and exit into the Aquatic Center compared to our leader Shen from China. See what their body language is, how much time it will take him to get in and out of the Aquatic Center, and what that looks like.
Yeah, it will be cool to compare, actually. I mean, we've got a really good understanding of how Shen did it, so I'd be very interested to see
Absolutely.
how the second male tackles that. He's flying down this hill into the checkpoint, so he won't be far off. Here he goes.
Coming up to the township here of Katoomba, definitely get a lot more of the support crews and also just the general public being able to cheer people along. So, yeah.
A rare sighting of Shen walking.
Yes, look out.
What's going on?
He does know how to hike. It turns out he does know how to hike. Unreal. What a rare moment here. Shen.
Yeah, some energy.
These are the stairs that you hear about at UTA. This section that he's running across is just full of small little staircases, up and down, up and down, up and down. Really can break your flow if you try to fight it. So it's it's that kind of a section that you just need to maintain a little bit of rhythm no matter how hard it is. And you can see now, just to the left of your screen, Mike Carroll coming into the Katoomba Aquatic Centre. Doesn't look like he's taking a seat at all. He is getting some fresh bottles.
Music pumping there.
It is, hey? So that's Mike Carroll. He's going for the Coke, getting some Coke in, big thumbs up. This is positive body language there. Having a big sip of Coke, he's in and he is going to get out of there. That is a very, very quick turnaround by Mike Carroll at the Katoomba Aquatic Centre here, 57 kilometres into the UTA 100 at the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Unreal Mike Carroll in and out. That is
fast.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. That is exactly what you want to see. You just, there's no point stopping for a picnic right now. Just get what you need and get out of there.
I still think the potato and the noodle intake was the win, but he must have enough fuel already on him.
He is, yes, he's going for the other strategy of downing some Coke.
That's true.
Downing some
Well,
coke.
are you or no?
Most days of the week I am. On race day, I'm not.
Oh, race day, no.
Not really.
Just gels?
Yeah, I'm pretty gel heavy.
Okay.
I've been known to consume liters of gels in a race.
Oh.
Liters. Yeah, you feel it for days afterwards normally. No. No, I very much have the ability to down a lot of gels, which is very, very helpful.
I mean, that's half the battle in these races, isn't it? Is how well can you intake food in your stomach?
Absolutely.
Handle it.
Absolutely. Troy, what can you tell us about this section Jiasheng Shen is on right now? It's pretty, it can look pretty flat on the course profile, but it's really not that way.
No, well, I was just about to say, actually, I mean, he's heading up towards Echo Point now, but, you know, that contrast, we've just moved from road, from the aquatic center, and now we're back onto, you know, semi-trail, back onto some of the more harder parts of the course, and this is a great part of the course. Echo Point is about to head down to the Giant Stairway as well. And then he's just got a beautiful section of the course towards Fairmont, which will be his next major checkpoint, working his way through Gordon Falls. But this Prince Henry Cliff Walk, it's a fantastic part of the course. And you spoke before about, you know, the weather's coming out to play, and I think from a motivation point of view as well. I mean, these elites are moving so quick, but they've got beautiful scenery up here. They're high up on the mountains, so from a motivation point of view as well, just moving through here. And as you can see, there's plenty of crowds, plenty of tourists as well, and they get in the way as well, unfortunately. But it's a fantastic part of the course, so... And he's moving really well through here as well, not too quick and then not too slow. It'll be interesting to see how he tackles the stairs. They can be quite tricky, but yeah, at the moment he's moving quite well towards that next checkpoint.
And we haven't got long. The first 3 females of a 50K, they're coming in red hot, so we'll hopefully be catching those girls running across the finish line.
It looks like there's 3 minutes between first and second at the moment as they hit further stairs, which is...
Well, so Allison's made up a couple minutes, actually.
Yeah, which is what I was saying. So I think like further stairs can be that great equalizer, and it really is going to be who can make that final push, I think, up further stairs, which is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, Allison, she's giving it her all towards the end there. That is quite exciting to see. Charge for the first and second.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe a photo finish, which would be fantastic.
Yeah.
What a way to finish a 50K here at Ultra Trail. I think that'll be fantastic.
The shout outs there, a lot of predictions on the chat. Some of these the UTA 50K females, and who was going to change it up and get in front before they hit further steps and make it to the finish. So really looking forward to them finishing off their day. We do expect Caitlin Fielder within the next 6 or so minutes to this finish line. The New Zealander who started her year off with an incredible second place at Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB. So yeah, we've got to be hanging on tight to see some of the footage of her fly through as we pop to the live footage here of our 3rd place male in the UTA 100. Benji Patterson, he has put on some moves and made a bit of daylight creep in between him and the rest of the chase pack that was chasing down Jiasheng Shen earlier on. So he's really put some space in between the likes of Rhett Gibson, Maddie Crean, but Benji Patterson coming 3rd at the moment in the UTA 100 from New Zealand, and he is getting into the Katoomba Aquatic Centre right now. We have seen Jiasheng Shen come in and out of this location, doing swift turnarounds. Mikey Carroll also coming in and out of this aid station. Let's see what Benji Patterson can do here. How quick is he going to be moving in and out? He's going for the Coke as well, cracking open that tall can and getting it in.
This looks like a 100-mile run beside him, maybe.
So he's getting his bottles replaced. Down in that Coke. He's not sitting down. Mikey Carroll didn't sit down. He is not sitting down. Shen took a seat for only probably just over a minute, if that. Just down some Coke, down some water. No one is doing much to cool themselves down, so no one's really pouring water over themselves or getting any ice, anything like that. They are just kind of getting in here and getting out, resupplying water. Out the other way, mate, out the other way. Right from where you came. That was a quick turnaround too. That is awesome. Dropping some trash. Nice work. So Benji Patterson from New Zealand leaving the Katoomba Aquatic Centre as third male in the UTA 100 here at the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. So that is a swift transition at that aid station. He is looking good. He has put some time and effort into the rest of that crew.
Oh, he's moving down these stairs very well.
This is the infamous giant stairwell. This is some steep, steep terrain. This is going to be tough work for the cameraman balancing these stairs and a camera at the same time. And this will, it's a very, very steep drop off, very, very steep stairwell down to the Lura Forest. So there we go, folks. What we believe is our third male in the UTA 100, passing via the Katoomba Aquatic Centre. We're going, according to the timing system, Rhett Gibson did pass through that Katoomba Aquatic Centre ahead of Benji Patterson. So that might be a mistake or that might be correct. But at the moment, we do have footage of Benji Patterson coming through the Katoomba Aquatic Centre and getting it done, looking very smooth. Folks, we are eagerly awaiting the arrival of our UTA 50 female champion, expecting it to be Caitlin Fielder. At the moment, on your screen, you can see the top 5 of the UTA 50 for the men's race. Dan Jones in first place, Miguel Benitez in second, Sam Rout from New Zealand in third, Toby Sparks from Australia in fourth, Vlad Ixel from Australia in fifth. 23 minutes, 49 seconds separated Vlad Ixel in fifth place to Dan Jones, our UTA champion. And again, here we have a little look at the top 5 females of the UTA 50, and we eagerly are awaiting top place female Caitlin Fielder. But the top 5 at the moment for the UTA 50 in the females race.
We've got Alison coming in second place. Demi's not far behind, Jessica and then Annabelle. Any moment now, we're going to be having Caitlin come across that finish line, and it has been tight. Alison has got all in those final sections, and she did up some time, but I don't think it's quite enough. I don't think it's quite enough to catch Caitlin. She's stayed in first all day and held it out, which is really impressive stuff. I'm sure she'll be excited to come up, be welcomed by the crowds. You know, the sun is absolutely beaming down, and it's a great place to be here at the Scenic World.
The scenes have really opened up here, folks. If you remember some of the early footage today, there was a lot of cloud in those valleys, and now you can see it is just cleared right on up the incredible natural forest that is down there in those valleys. The blue haze that gives this incredible place its name of the Blue Mountains is going to be popping anytime soon later on this afternoon when those eucalypts start letting off that beautiful eucalypt oil, blending with the air and the dust and all the things that create that phenomenon to happen.
It makes the place so special, that's for sure.
So we reckon Caitlin Fielder is going to be very close.
Yes, Sharon, exactly right. Girl power, 50K.
Here we go, folks. We reckon we might get some footage very, very soon of Caitlin Fielder coming over this finish line. Sure, she's going to start hearing those cowbells, hearing the finish line commentators welcoming her home to Scenic World after running an epic 5 hours here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
She looks absolutely like she's given her all in those steps. It looks like she's worked hard, but I'm sure the relief is coming over her now. Oh, she's high-fiving everyone as she comes in. She's excited. Her smile's just getting bigger and bigger as she gets close to that finish line. What a great run by Caitlin Fielder and an epic race for her. Holding that banner up ahead of her. Oh, first place. Great, great run. She had to really hold strong towards the end there, didn't she, Troy? She has Alison not far behind. And yeah, Caitlin, I think this is one of her first times over here, you know, racing. She didn't know the course, but
I think what a great job by the New Zealand. I mean, we saw the New Zealand dominance in the male, and then we got the same in the female. But you're right, it seems like Alison's just about to come up the boardwalk as well, and then Demi's not far behind. So I mean, what a fantastic performance from the top three. It's such a big race at UTA. So fantastic effort by all the females, really.
Oh, it's amazing to see the camaraderie between runners. Simone Brick, you know, she won the 11-kilometre event on the Thursday, and so sharing a nice moment there together. Simone's an amazing Australian runner, and yeah, these New Zealanders, they're just absolutely dominating, aren't they? Showing us how it's done. So I guess they do have pretty incredible trails to train on.
Yeah, pretty incredible in trails, and then they've got Tarawera as well. So I mean, a good base to build on, especially that races before UTA. So you know, if they can, they will do that race first and then come over here. So it's a really good field this year, I think, with the New Zealanders.
Well, we heard from Caitlin in her interview. She wanted to have fun, and I mean, if you look at that face right now, she looks like she's had an absolute ball out there, and she's been rewarded with her first place. So congratulations to her. Any moment now, we're probably going to see Alison charging in. I think her legs are probably a little bit jelly after those 951 steps here.
Yeah, especially if she was trying to chase Caitlin down as well. Yeah, definitely can take everything out of you. So if she's tried to chase Caitlin down as well, I think she'll be feeling it. And, you know, we don't know how Demi's feeling as well. She looks like she's coming up really quick as well. So it could be a really tight finish even between second and third now. So.
Oh, it feels awesome to be able to have this live coverage here today at the... Oh, here we go. He went from Mal.
2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB UTA 50 champion Caitlin. 5 hours, 50 kilometers out here in the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park. What do you think of that?
Wow, yeah, it was amazing. I was having a pretty good time up until the last 10K, and then I felt like I chucked it in reverse a little bit. But honestly, it was really cool with all the milers out there, just getting some encouragement from them, and just also seeing how well they were going. It was just, yeah, super motivating.
We've finally welcomed you to the shores of Australia for this epic trail race. Did it live up to your expectations?
Absolutely. Yeah, the scenery along the way is just incredible. Like, it's like nothing I've seen. I wish I could have probably taken it in a little bit more. I felt like I was just staring at the ground for most of the time, but when I looked up and looked at the views and the mountains, it was just beautiful, yeah.
It was a close race out there to some degree, but you've really put in some space between the start line and the finish line here. How was it out there for you? Do you feel like the other ladies were hot on your heels, and it was a hard race for you to keep pushing, or how did that play out for you in your mind, and how it felt?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not really used to being kind of in the front, I would say. I tend to kind of move through the pack a little bit, but it was also quite hard to get an idea of where people were along the way, where the other women were, but I got some time checks, and it was pretty awesome, so I'm happy with how it went.
We've got Justin Whiteley finishing his UTA 50.
Caitlin, your goal was to...
Here we go. Welcome her in, team. It is second place finisher in a HOKA Ultra Trail
incredible. The second females come in absolutely flying.
We have a UTMB miler finisher, Matthew Thomas. Matthew, welcome to the finish line. Miler, you've
So we've had 2 of the 50-kilometre female runners come in now.
I think that was just the third, maybe.
There we go, and I think Demi Caldwell has just crossed the finish line as well. Wow, those 3 were tight. 4 minutes between first and second, and then Demi was only a couple of minutes behind Alison.
100K runner. No, 50K
really
runner.
can be that Furber Stairs, I think, but can be the difference. It's a great way to finish the race, but it can be brutal. And I think we saw that the top 3 females very close. And yeah, the difference could have been Furber Stairs, really. So, but what a fantastic finish by all of them.
Definitely. Oh, it's nice to see them all celebrating together.
Our top 3
Not much in it there.
runners.
That's quite cool to see. Top 3 all very, very close, and they all look very happy with their runs. Glad we got an Aussie on the podium there.
Yeah, I know the New Zealanders are starting to take over a little bit. It's good to see we got one on the podium. So,
Right. Ladies, we're going to get a photo across the line. Top 3 female in the UTA 50. Here, ladies, come across the line.
So there you have it. You have the top 3 female across the finish line.
We're back here with the UTA 50 female champion, Caitlin Fielder. Caitlin, you had an incredible run over at Tarawera Ultra Trail in your hometown of Rotorua back in February. You are now over here going one better, taking first. Now, tell us, is this setting you up for the best year of your trail running life?
Wow, that's a big call. I don't really know if I want to lay that kind of statement down yet, but I'm hoping to be lining up at Western States, which is pretty different to this course. So hopefully I'll have a good day there. So who knows, but fingers crossed.
And what are your aspirations and your dreams for heading over to the UTMB World Series Grand Final over there in Chamonix, Mont-Blanc? Are you planning to head over there again and have a bit of a stab at those incredible races over there?
Yeah, so I'll be lining up this year for CCC for the second time. I've done OCC, I think, around 4 or 5 times now, so I'm wanting to change the distance up. And yeah, so I better get training on the poles a little bit because I haven't really used them much. So yeah, I'm excited to line up there against a really competitive field.
All right, well, Caitlin, congratulations again. Thank you so much for coming over to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. It's great to have you here and so awesome to see you put in that kind of performance today. So all the best for the rest of the year and thanks so much for turning up.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, she's got some big goals coming up later this year and sounds like she's going to mix it up with the distances and, yeah, have to get those poles out and get practicing. Especially when you're heading overseas. I mean, you can't ever really go out for a flat run. Oh, here we go.
Second place here for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Ali Wilson coming over the line, second place. Ali, you look solid out there all day. Is that how it felt?
No, really not. Yeah, I just tried to play my own game. Like, I know Caitlin's a bit of a weapon, and there's some strong females just going off from the start, so I just tried to hold back and just had a real big slump around that 20 to 30 Ks. Always seems that way. And then, yeah, there's nothing to make you run faster when you look over your shoulder and you see third place female hunting you down, so I just dug in, tried to go for it.
Is that is that how it played out for you? You looked over your shoulder, third place was hot on your heels, and what did you do?
Yeah, so it was just after that long descent, and I'm useless at descending. I'm like a baby elephant, just putting holes in the floor. And I think at the bottom, when you start to climb back out, just clocked over, and I could see the bandana, and just recognised Demi, and I was like, oh no. So just got the poles out and head down, and yeah, just tried to pull away on the little downs and the technical bits, and just held on.
This is a very
just to be above the clouds, like that inversion, and today's probably the only clear day where we've seen the sun rise, and you just think, like, far out. It has everything from solid downhills to technical single track to them pinchy little concrete climbs. They're, yeah, good fun. So I'd highly recommend it to anyone around the world just to get here. And yeah, I'd agree they are mountains or slight hills, I'd say.
All right, well, talking about mountains, you have got yourself a direct entry into the UTMB World Series final over there in Chamonix Mont-Blanc. Would you be looking to make the most of that opportunity and get over there to run either OCC or CCC or UTMB?
Yeah, I think today was just, I've never had the self-confidence to back myself, and I think, yeah, the result today just says, Ali, just give yourself a bit of confidence and, yeah, see what we can do. And Dan's pestering me to just stick with the trail running and see how we go, but I've got High Rock Sydney in 4 weeks or 6 weeks, so we'll see what happens there.
Well, Ali, we want you to stay in the trail running scene, okay? So don't go anywhere anytime soon. Congratulations again, and everyone give her a round of applause. UTA 50 female, second place.
Very impressive. It sounds like
Right,
a
everyone,
real grit
third
about her.
place
She looked back.
Of the UTA 50 here today in the female category, Demi Caldwell. Demi, thank you making up that Australian flag in the podium today. Really appreciate it behind those New Zealanders. How was it out there for you? It looked like a tough race, but you made your way back onto the podium after some early competition and fighting with all the other ladies out there.
Yeah, I went out. Well, it didn't go out too hot, but it was out pretty hard, and then I was just trying to hang back a little bit to save some energy because I knew what was coming up. So yeah, just wanted to keep them inside, and feel like I did that. So yeah, happy.
And how was it getting your eyes on Ali down the bottom in the Kadumba Valley there, getting a sniff of second place, and what did you do at that point?
It was good to see her. I'm not a very fast downhill runner or a good technical runner. So nice to have eyes on her, but knew she was looking pretty strong up the hills, so I was going to have a hard time hanging on to that. And yeah, I feel like she was trying to stay out of sight as much as she could too, and I was trying to do the same. I didn't know how far anyone was behind me, so just trying to get around the corners and make sure I was hiding.
And how do you feel about heading over to the UTMB World Series final over there at UTMB Mont-Blanc? Do you want to make the most of the opportunity and test yourself over there?
Yeah, I'd love to get out there and check it out. My partner's actually running the 100, so he's hoping for a good race there, and maybe we can go over together. So that would be awesome.
And we are welcoming in Lynn.
Congratulations again, Demi Caldwell, third place at the UTA 50 for 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. All the best with the recovery, and look forward to seeing you out there at the other events on the UTMB World Series soon.
Yeah, cheers, thanks. See ya.
Here comes Liam
Awesome
Stewart.
to hear from the second and third females there.
From Pasco Vale.
A few more milers coming across. Great job, Liam. Oh, it's cool to see some of these milers getting across the line here, and you know, it's nice that crowds are here to cheer them in. They have had a long, long day and night out there. Well, it sounds like the first three girls are looking forward to embracing their entry into the events over in France, and yeah, all very fierce competitors. As Ali mentioned earlier, she's taking on a High Rocks, and then Demi, her and her partner will be entering into the races over in Europe. Oh, here we go. So we're getting a look again here at Eve. So the first female in the 100-kilometer race. She looks like she's still ticking over really comfortably. So in the 100-kilometer female event, we've got Eve. She's about 6 minutes ahead of Beth still. So it's still pretty tight between those two. And then there's about a 15 to 20 minute gap from Eve in first to Julia in third. This is a nice road section. Troy, do you have anything to add with this section through here?
Yeah, this section here, as I said, I was here last night. This is where the milers split, where they did the first and second loop. It's, as I said, it's a great section coming off Natalie's Glen. It's really nice on the legs if you do like a little bit of a road section, a little bit smoother. And then it's great heading down into the aquatic center as well. So it's a nice little, I guess what you call a transition part of a course from a trail onto the road before heading back down. So it's a great part of a course. And like we've seen with the elite males, you can see with the elite females as well, moving quite strong along these sections, and they just look in great shape, to be honest. And as Madge mentioned before, you know, Nellie's Glen is quite shaded down there, so it can be a bit of a respite, get some water in, maybe even a fast hike before getting the feet moving again, heading down into the aquatic center. So yeah, nice little section of the course, just to transition before having maybe just a little bit of a break, as we saw with the males. It might have only been 30 seconds or a minute, but just enough to get something in. And as you can see, she's moving
well. Great, isn't she?
Yeah,
look at her, just opening up her legs, and oh, she looks incredible. Yeah, her strides look so well.
And it's amazing, but you can do that, you know. Even I felt that, you know, I had only done like 10 or 15K coming up Nellies, but, you know, your body just wants to open up, and you can really feel that. And I guess the pain or the sore in your legs kind of disappears for a little bit, and it's really nice to have that very flowy downhill. And then, yeah, move into aquatic center, and it's a nice little transition period. So, but yeah, she looks great. For already doing 57K. She looks fantastic. So
I think she definitely has realized, or she knows that aquatic center is coming up, and she's got that checkpoint, and you get that little boost of adrenaline, and knowing you're going to see family and friends. And I'm super interested to see her transition, through that checkpoint. You know, we've seen those first three males, and first male sat down for under 30 seconds. The other two stayed on their feet, but it'll be great to see what the first woman does.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it could even be she doesn't need any kind of nutrition or water, really. It could just be she wants some motivation, and she wants to see, you know, a partner or a family member. You know, some have their race strategies down pat, and so dialed in. But, you know, she might already have an idea of, you know, how she's going to take this checkpoint and then move on to the next one. So, yeah, it's great to see, though, how she's moving really well.
I saw a few of the milers getting leg massages quite often, but I think for the 100K, they usually just try and keep moving. But hopefully we'll see her have a transition. We've got a break in a moment, but then I think it'll come back to Eve and see how she refuels up to tackle this second part of the course.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back here, folks, at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We have got eyes currently on Eve Moore from Great Britain coming into the Katoomba Aquatic Centre, hitting 57 kilometres into this race. It's going to be awesome to see Eve move through this aid station, see what her strategy is with getting in and getting out. We know that she had about 7 minutes on, or 6.5 minutes on Beth McKenzie at the last check timing point that we had on our records. So Eve is coming into the aid station, looking good, getting in. That's Beth McKenzie's crew right there. As she moves past them, here we go. This is serious. Yeah, they are not mucking around. Doesn't look like she's going to have a seat. Dumping some rubbish, getting those bottles straight into her vest. Fresh refills going in here. Dumping a lot of trash, which is a good sign if it's all empty, because that means she's been eating well and fueling up. So she's going to be setting herself up goods in regards to the nutrition side of things. As you want to see, folks, it is early stages to some degree here. 57 kilometers into the race. There's still a lot of racing to go. She's grabbing a lot of fuel there, which is awesome. Heading back out now. She is hitting the road. That is a good and awesome quick shift and turnaround. Nice work, Eve Moore. In and out of the Katoomba Aquatic Centre at 57K into the 100K distance here at the UTA 100. Nice, and she is getting back down to business. That was smooth and that was efficient. Nice work, Eve. That's what we want to see here. And she's jogging on this road just like she entered the Aquatic Centre, ready to keep getting this done. 5 hours and 30 minutes into the race. Eve Moore leads the UTA 100 here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. She is on a tear. Looking strong. We've seen a lot of the front guys come through here, and she is looking as cool, calm, smooth and collected as they are. So this is a good sign for her. We saw her dump a lot of rubbish at that last aid station, which is a good sign because that means that she's been consuming a lot of that fuel. It looked like all of that rubbish was empty, so that's great because if she's been consuming a lot of that fuel, it's really setting herself up for the back end of this course, which is what you really need to be doing to make sure that you finish strong and finish consistent with the rest of your race. She also grabbed a lot of additional nutrition, got 2 very full flasks refilled and put into her pack, so that was great. She's leaving here with everything it seems like she needs for this next section, which is, as we said, quite runnable, but you really do hit a lot of the stairs and quite a bit of undulations as well. So this is Eve Moore weaving her way through the township of Katoomba, getting hiking on any of the slight inclines, which is what we've seen her do all day, and that is a really, really positive thing. It looks like she's really worked it out with regards to her effort output, maintaining her maintaining her effort level on the uphills, not spiking that heart rate too much or anything like that. And then, as you see, transition back into the running on the flatter sections, which is great. Folks, we're going to show you a little bit of insight to the infamous Three Sisters here in the Blue Mountains National Park. So tune in and enjoy. Folks, this epic little bit of Strava segment here from Echo Point to Three Sisters, you can see it is pretty quick moving. 6 minutes 27 seconds is the KOM, 8 minutes 29 is the QOM, and average time again is probably about double that for this little section of the course. Here we are picking up Eve Moore again as she makes her way through the Katoomba Township along these roads leading towards Echo Point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe I think the course is just out there.
Okay.
Awesome seeing Eve having a good day out there. She's moving well, still got a great cadence going through this section of the course, which is awesome to see. Eve has definitely done a huge amount of racing in different parts of the world, and we're going to talk about that straight after this little intermission.
Echo Point falls 60k into the UTA 100k course and 10k into the UTA 50k course. It's one of the most popular tourist spots in all of Australia, with beautiful views out over the Blue Mountains, including the incredible rock formation of the Three Sisters. They are named Meaney, Wimmera and Gunny Doo, and they stand at 922, 918 and 906 metres above sea level. They fell in love with men from another tribe, but tribal law forbade them from marrying. A battle broke out, and to protect them, a witch doctor turned them into stone. But he was killed before reversing the spell, so they stayed frozen in time. Another version of the legend talks of Bunyip, a mythical creature that threatened the sisters, leading their father to protect them by turning them into stone. Runners will get to experience them for themselves as they descend down the aptly named Giant Staircase, which has 998 steps, which take them down into the Jameson Valley, right alongside the Three Sisters.
We're following back here again with Eve, and she's tracking nicely. So she's getting some nice cheering from the people along the sides of the road here, which is always good. So Eve will be heading into the checkpoint, I think, now. Looks like she's still keeping quite a strong pacing up there. So, oh, she's already been through the aquatic center, I'm sorry. So she's been through the aquatic center. I personally didn't get to see her transition, but I'm sure it was a pretty swift one. She has only got 5 minutes on Beth McKenzie in second place, which is cool to see. I know that Beth will be fighting hard, stay right on her tail, and then probably trying to attack in those stairs at the very end of the race here. But yeah, Eve is just absolutely staying strong. And then we've got Jai Xingxing, the male lead for the 100K. He's still traveling really, really well. So a little bit more about Eve. She's a UK-based runner with a fair few amazing results under her belt. She's very experienced. She's done the Ultra Trail Cape Town, the 100K, and came 6th in there. She also has competed in the Swiss Kenyan Trail in 2024, which was 114 kilometres, 4th female. and she really likes it. She's normally in the top 5 of a lot of races she's done.
Yeah, and talk about actually, well, we can do a little update here at the UTA 100. The top 5 female: Shen leading, Mike Carroll second, Rhett Gibson coming through the Aquatic Centre in third, Benji Patterson in fourth, George Murray coming through in fifth. When we were doing the live stream, we had that a little bit skewed. We thought Benji Patterson was coming through in third male, and we must have missed Rhett Gibson coming through that aid station. So apologies about that. But that is the current update as far as the timing. For the UTA 100 in the women's race, Eve Moore passing through that Katoomba Aquatic Centre in first place. Beth McKenzie has now gone through the Aquatic Centre as well, which is great to see. And we are just making sure that we get some footage of them as they come through. Rounding out that top 5 for the UTA 100 in the women's race currently was Julia Grant in third, Sophie Broom in fourth, and Meg Sinclair in fifth. So we are rolling along here, folks. This is the finish line here at Scenic World here in Katoomba, up in the Blue Mountains National Park. Chatting a little bit more about Eve Moore. Unreal spread of locations to be racing as well. South Africa, France, Romania, Switzerland, Austria, Turkey, Great Britain. She definitely has made the most of this incredible opportunity to travel around the world and race in different parts of the world.
Bit of a globetrotter by the sounds of it. And I mean, it's her consistently, top tier performances that has sort of given her a bit of a name in the ultra trail running community as someone to keep an eye out for. And, when it comes to trail running and ultras, it's really about that consistency. You can come in and have one red hot race, but it's about backing up time and time again. And she's done it over a number of years. Even back in 2022, an amazing 90-kilometre race where she came the first female. Oh, here we go. We can see that's adorable. Mark Wilson crossing the finish line. He's a miler with his little daughter by the looks of it.
Yeah, these milers are really putting in an incredible effort out there.
That's still an amazing time as well.
Yeah, just under 31 hours here. That is what we're looking at, folks. This is the finish arch here at Scenic World. And you could see that timing clock underneath that, the logo of the race, that is for the UTA miler clock. They started 31 hours ago. We are cutting back here to some footage of Eve Moore, currently leading the UTA 100 here at the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. She is moving along this section here as she makes her way to Echo Point. Echo Point is going to be it's a bit of a hive at Echo Point. Echo Point is a location where you have one of the best views of the Three Sisters, and that is a really, really popular place for a lot of the tourists to go and to check out these amazing vistas of the Blue Mountains. And she will be getting to that section very, very soon. You'll be able to see a lot of people there. And I think it would be a bit of a hive, it would be a bit of a buzz. Hey, Jackie, getting there and getting some cheers from strangers and the locals and the public as well, getting a bit of support as you take on this challenge of 100 kilometres.
100%. I mean, and here's Beth McKenzie. She's tracking well, but I mean, any bit of something like the boost from people cheering you on just breaks up the monotony of a race, especially when you're out there running for 10 or so hours. And I don't know though if Eve is going to waver too much. Beth's really going to have to stay on her tail because Eve comes from a background in CrossFit and Spartan racing, and that's where she has that really strong sort of mental fortitude is from those tough events. So she's quite new to the ultra running scene, only beginning back in 2020, but she's based in Dubai, and I think that's one of the reasons why she's able to travel so much with her races, and is that sort of globetrotter because she's situated in sort of a place that allows her to travel a lot.
So, folks, Eve Moore went through the Aquatic Centre at 11:48 local time, and Beth McKenzie went through at 11:56 local time. So Eve is 8 minutes up on Beth at the last checkpoint. We've got Beth McKenzie here on the screen, our 2024 UTA 100 champion, Beth McKenzie, and she is now on the screen chasing down Eve Moore, who is 8 minutes ahead of her at the last aid station, which was the Katoomba Aquatic Centre, 57 kilometres into the race. Now, this race is on because there is a lot of time and a lot of space to go. If they have set themselves up well to finish strong over this course, it is going to be really, really interesting to watch this battle unfold, because Eve is looking strong. She's in a great position. However, Beth is also looking really clean, really comfortable, and she is moving. And if she continues to move like this, with the experience that she has on this course and knowing this back end of the race, she could definitely pull some moves that might see her cut that time away from Eve and get closer and closer to first place, which is exactly what she's going to be aiming to do out there today.
And it's pretty amazing. I mean, if you don't know Beth, Beth actually was a professional triathlete, and she's made the transition over into ultra running, and it's just been so impressive from the get-go. And once again, another very consistent athlete. She's based up in Noosa on the Sunshine Coast and is always running around the Glasshouse Mountains there and by the beach. And I think her consistent training on those trails, plus her long, hard bike sessions, which she really integrates into her training from the triathlon days, puts her in a good position for a race like this.
You can see here, folks, this is Echo Point, the vista and the lookout that we were speaking about before. This is where you would get that incredible, iconic shot of the Three Sisters, that rock formation that we heard Ali speak about a little bit earlier on. Coming up to 5 hours and 45 minutes of racing here in the UTA 100. Eve Moore taking some time and space to hike these small staircases that this section of the course is known for. Up and down along this top section of the cliffs here. It's relentless, really, in its ability to break any kind of rhythm.
This is the first spot we saw, I think, the leading male actually break into a bit of a walk for the first time as well.
Yes, something we never thought we would see out here today. Jiasheng Shen hiking on the stairs. We never thought we'd see him break into a hike out here today, but we did see him on that very section doing that.
I think these, or maybe it wasn't these steps, but we heard earlier Dan Jones talk about you can almost use those poles to sort of propel you up the steps a little bit, which helps.
Yeah, the handrails, as the poles to get you through those stair sections. Very good way of using that stuff.
If you were in the Blue Mountains region today, I would definitely be heading towards the lookout we can see on the screen here, because the views of the Three Sisters and out all across the mountains would be spectacular. Yesterday it was so foggy. You had to wait for a little break in the clouds to see them, but today it is just perfect.
Folks, a little bit of update too, yeah. Eve Moore is currently sitting in 9th overall in the UTA 100 this year as part of the HOKA Trail Australia by UTMB. So she's currently sitting in 9th overall, first female. Here she is on the screen right now, coming across this section here, leading out of the Echo Point lookout area as she makes her way down towards the, she makes her way towards the giant stairwell. But 9th overall, that's an awesome position to be in this early on in the race. It's going to be great to see her continue to work her magic in that space and see if she can increase that a little bit as well. And then we have Beth McKenzie currently sitting in second place in the women's race. And she is actually 11th overall too. So the two lead women getting really close, one being in the top 10, one being just out of the top 10, and both sitting well inside the top 20 of the race here today. So that is going to be an awesome thing to follow as the race progresses. Would love to see them keep working their way up in the overall rankings as well.
Yeah, that's some great running by the females, honestly, pushing it into the top 10 there.
From the elevation profile, folks, you can see if you were to head over to live.utmb.world and you follow the 100K race, you'd be able to see that the next section of the course looks somewhat flat in comparison, but it really is undulating. There's a lot of detail that gets left out in that element of detail. So on the course profile, it is deceptively not flat, and it really is important to understand that when runners are moving across this section, because they are really fighting against the current, so to speak, with regards to the terrain that they're going to come up against in the next little while.
Just this relentless consistency is so impressive. I mean, what going on just under 6 hours they've been out there now, and they're just moving so well still.
Yes, it is. It's going to be, and as they get up here into this sunshine as well, that's going to be a whole new thing to challenge them, because they have majority of the day spent it in the early hours of the morning, and then they drop down into the cloud and the Megalong Valley and really protected from the heat of the sun. Now they're up on the cliff tops, and it is sunny, which is definitely going to kind of give them that little extra challenge of the heat creeping in. You can see Eve is still running in the long sleeve top. It'll be interesting to see, like, it'd be interesting to know whether that is getting actually a little bit too hot, or whether she's still finding it like the perfect choice of garment to run with at this point in time. But the sun is definitely warm out there for the most part, and especially if you're running, it just adds that extra spice to things.
She's been out there for, a long time, and these leading runners, they're totally solo, and I haven't seen yet if Eve is listening to music, or I wonder what she's thinking about. Maj, when you were in your 22 kilometers yesterday, are you a music guy, or did anything in particular you were thinking about?
Definitely not much of a music person whilst running, that's for sure. But I just thought about keeping it smooth and just keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to just breathe. Like, there's a lot of uphill in that back end of that 22K, which is the exact same 22K as the UTA 50 and the UTA 100 runners. So they will be running along that section of the course later on. And yeah, it's very aggressive downhill, and then it really spikes, and there's a lot of very steep uphill, and it's just a rhythm game. You really just got to find rhythm on the downhill as on the up. Keep breathing and just keep moving one foot in front of the other. Yeah, it was the kind of terrain that could really suck you in, that you could really blow up on in many ways. So
good to find that rhythm, yeah. Wow, look at these views. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, it's so cool that we're able to bring the live coverage of this event to life and see all these runners in action.
Absolutely. Hey, this is the beautiful Three Sisters that this part of the world is known for in many ways. This location here is truly iconic to this part of the world, and it's it really is awesome that we can get these drone shots to cover this beautiful place.
Oh, here we go.
This is the giant stairwell, and it is steep, folks. It is such a steep section of the trail. You can see it there just dropping down off the cliff.
Wow, look at that shot. That is It looks like a ladder almost, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very close to a ladder. But you can see there that that is the route for the runners. They make their way down that staircase there. In between the rocks, they go literally, they just climb down the cliff. It's literally what they do. And it can be really slippery on those stairs sometimes because they're just metal. The metal stairs allow them to last a lot longer, obviously, in this kind of environment. But it's a really, really steep staircase all the way down, and you plummet very, very quickly, which is fine for the most part because you just kind of get down super quick, and then you find yourself on the forest floor again down in the valley.
You really have to keep your focus when you're going down those stairs, though, because if you're leaning into any mental fatigue and physical fatigue, it's the last place you'd want to slip. That could really make or break your race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a place that you want to get caught out with regards to making any foot misplacements at all. And that's like, yeah, that's like one of those things that, again, your nutrition is such an important factor because you really need to make sure that your mind is switched on as much as your body with regards to all of this. They do descend that staircase down, and you make your way down onto Dardanelles Pass, which is just an absolutely beautiful, beautiful part of the course and beautiful forest down there. It will get cooler again. They really drop out of the sun. And this is, yeah, exactly where Beth McKenzie is heading right now. We have her on the screen. Second female currently in the UTA 100. And she is, yeah, moving well, making her way through the crowds and making her way through the people out there.
It's always a little bit tricky through this section when there's people on the track and everything, but I guess it's all a part of it, you know. Hopefully they're cheering along and whatnot, but yeah, it can be like dodging cars a little bit.
Yeah, there would be there'd be a few surprised people thinking, what is going on here? Where are these people coming from? Why are there cameras following them? And what is happening? But folks, the answer is for you. If you're watching along, that's why they are out there running and getting followed by cameras. So this live stream can be brought to you. So, yep, that's what it's all about.
I wonder if, you know, when the camera's behind them, they, you know, kick up a little bit quicker. I feel like it's a natural instinct to start running a bit faster, don't you think? Depending on how dialed in these guys are. Oh, cheers are happening. All right, so it sounds like that is Beth's kids, Wynn and Marlo, and probably her husband Luke cheering her in. There they are, the two girls. And photographer Jackie Lee. Oh, this would be a nice boost for her running in through there and seeing those guys. Look at the kids.
Yeah, stoked. I remember speaking to Beth and she was saying that, you know, what she wanted to do was come back and bring her girls with her. And she did that this year. And she was saying that it's just got to be one of the biggest motivators for her to finish this race no matter what happens. She wants to be there at the finish line with her girls and allow them to experience her being out here and welcoming her back at this race. So huge for her to be able to do that. And yeah, as you said, it must be a huge motivator for her to see them at, you know, close to 60 kilometers deep into this 100K race.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely embodying what it is to be a strong female, an amazing role model for her kids. And yeah, I guess just business owner, mum, can do it all. It's very impressive.
And she's making her way to those really, really steep, epic staircases that we saw just before. She's going to make her way down the giant staircase, descending deep down into the forest and into the valley again. Make her way onto Dardanelles Pass and a really stunning section of the course. Again, it's by far smooth at all in a lot of regards. It's very choppy and it really does make every runner be very honest with all the work that they have to do out there. So yeah, but it is a beautiful section, absolutely beautiful section.
And
It sounds like her and the videographer is exchanging a bit of conversational chat.
Yes, 30 or so.
So this is one of the guys part of the video team, so he's on foot in this section, obviously, and
yeah, Japanese guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Loving that, getting some support out on the course. That's exactly what we want to see from everyone out there, folks. If you are out and around the Blue Mountains today, make sure that you clap loudly, cheer louder when you see any of these runners come past, because they are going to be flowing through this part of the world all day long, all night long, in fact. There's a cutoff for this race, so 28 hours, so they will be moving all the way through the night and really making the most of that opportunity to get this race done within the allotted time, which is a huge, huge thing for a lot of these people. Look at this staircase, folks, what we were talking about. You really, if you're trying to move down here quickly, you really need to get your hands on the rails. Otherwise, it is seriously sketchy. And passing runners or passing the public and everyone else in amongst it, it makes it just that little bit harder. You can see here, folks, that is Beth McKenzie making her way down the giant stairwell, and she's getting followed there by the camera runner. We have this incredible drone footage. Look at this, folks. This is making her way down to the Three Sisters, and she's just moving down.
I'm also thinking about what goes down must have to go back up. So not only for the videographer, but for Beth, they're heading down quite a way there. Wow, you can really see it gives it amazing perspective there. Just a little blimp on the side of the rock there going down that staircase.
Yep, look at that, folks. She's heading right down in between those trees through a really, really tough part of the course. You can see there, folks. It's just metal staircases all the way down to the bottom of the forest floor. And that is stunning. Literally going down that cliff. Like, where do you even go down there? But that's where the runners go. Every single one of these UTA 100, UTA milers, they all go off that cliff and down into the bottom of that forest floor, which is epic. So cool.
Not many places, I mean, especially in Australia, that you can run with scenes like that. And
yeah.
Just amazing.
And you can see she really make the most of the handrails as she goes down this, because that extra little bit of stability when you move down these stairs, you can see there, it goes from rock to staircase, to rock to metal staircase. This is super steep, folks. I mean, it looks steep on the camera, so normally the camera doesn't do it justice, but so it is steeper than it looks right now.
I think Beth knows that to fall, it could be a sort of race-ending fall if you do stack it on that.
Yeah, totally. You don't want to fall there at all. Definitely pay to take a bit of time. Look at that drone footage, folks. Here you can see her making her way down that staircase. Look at that right there, folks. You can see her moving little white dots. She's getting chased by the camera runners. This is the side of the cliff that Beth McKenzie is moving down right now. So epic. This is why UTA has become one of those iconic races in the trail running world, because you get to move through this terrain, which is just hard to think about sometimes, how you get from the top of those cliffs to the bottom. And it's literally through these incredible staircases and these incredible trails that have been put into this part of the world, running right below the famous Three Sisters right there in this incredible national park that we have just west of Sydney.
And I mean, that's what's so amazing as well about trail running, is you're just absolutely in nature, and you know, you're getting to really experience firsthand being sort of off the grid almost. Wow, I've just got a new little technique going here.
Bit of sidestepping, bit of handrail holding. It's what you got to do here to get down this staircase with any sort of speed and balance as well.
And but I mean, I think it's always really fun in those sections because you have to be so focused and present on every single step. So any thoughts about the finish line, or you know, any anticipation and things, it kind of goes straight out of your mind because you have to just focus on every little step.
Yeah, you got to be dialed in, that's for sure. It can be really, really easy to make a mistake on those kind of sections, especially when it's so steep like that.
I just cannot believe the weather today. Everyone out there is just, yeah, what a day. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely putting on a show for us here in the Blue Mountains. Love it.
Just over 6 hours now the runners have been out there and still going very strong. Top 3 women, Eve Moore, Beth McKenzie and Julia Grant.
Yeah, folks, this is unreal. Big shout out to all the partners that make this possible. The New South Wales government for making this event possible. HOKA,
NAC,
title sponsor of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, and the title sponsor of the UTMB World Series Majors. Huge shout out to HOKA. NAC as well for being a partner in this live stream and this event, along with Sunto. Make sure you go and get yourselves an incredible watch from Sunto to bring your trail running to the next level. You can see here, folks, this elevation profile. This is where Beth McKenzie is right now, making her way just below the Three Sisters. You can see that purple section of the trail is one of incredible steepness. So the green is flat, yellow is steeper, orange and red is steeper, and then the purple is the steepest terrain that the runners will face. So that gives a bit of an idea of what these runners have to take on around this section of the course. You can see how much purple there is there on this course and what it's going to take for people to get to that next timing point, which is Gordon Falls right there at 64.3 kilometers into the race. So it's definitely definitely a lot of challenge that lies ahead. We're going to shoot to a little bit of insight to Wentworth Falls, and we'll be back after this.
Welcome to one of the most jaw-dropping, air-drumming, leg-burning landmark of this HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, Wentworth Falls. If you're running the UTA 50, you'll be about halfway through your race, and if you're running the UTA 100, you'll be 75 k's in. At 187 meters high, this is a full-body sensory experience. You're running across the top of it, and you can hear the water rumbling under your feet. It's loud, it's raw, and this is one of the most iconic places in the Blue Mountains. With a massive climb to get there, you will be rewarded with amazing views across the Jameson Valley. But don't wait too long, because you still have a long way to go, 25 kilometers before the finish line, that is waiting for you to crown you and welcome you as part of the UTA family.
And for those of you who weren't here earlier, our 100-mile finishes.
That was great to hear a little bit more about that section of the course. Now we're back at the finish line, still seeing milers coming across, also 50k runners. Top 3 males and top 3 females had incredible days today.
I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go.
Exactly.
Love hearing some optimism. Just 42k to go, I think she said. Looks like she's moving very well. I think this is Emily Blunt, possibly, third 100k female runner. So Emily is about 10 minutes behind Beth, but she looks like she's enjoying herself.
1 kilometer to Eco Point. 1 kilometer to Eco Point.
Yeah, it looks like Emily Brunt from Australia has overtaken Julia Grant in the last sections of the race. So Emily Brunt is coming through this section up towards Echo Point, and she has moved into third place in the UTA 100 in the females race, moving swiftly ahead of Julia Grant from New Zealand.
Yeah, I didn't see that. She made some moves. It looks like Julia Grant might be still... oh, she's passed through the Aquatic Centre, so I wonder if she waited there a little bit longer, maybe. But it's a strong overtake by Emily. I've said all day that I'm, well, you know, some action to happen. It's always fun to see when people push and give it a little bit. So I'm sure Emily has a little bit of a confidence boost as well from that overtake. Moving into third is pretty exciting. So she's heading down this descent, which you've been seeing a lot of. I think she's just passing maybe could be a miler or a 50K runner. Yeah, we've seen today the New Zealanders are absolutely dominating. 2 of the 50K male top 3 from New Zealand, and same for the females. So maybe all I'm taking from that is I need to get over there and get running on some of those mountains to get race ready and fit. There's a fair few people coming up and down the stairs. So once again, playing that game of dodge. So about a marathon left to go for the 100-kilometre runners. But here we go. We have a competitor crossing the line. Oh, very proud runner here. Amazing effort. Oh, finishing a miler. All the emotions flowing. Amazing job. 31 hours there for him.
My boy, I hope you have a great time and enjoy the talks.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Australia by UTMB. Here we are at the beautiful Echo Point Lookout here with Emily Brunt, currently in third place of the UTA 100 in the women's race. Emily making some moves and getting into third place here ahead of Julia Grant, who was in third place for quite a while as far as we could tell with the timing tracker. Now, Emily Brunt from Australia, making that move here as we approach the 60-kilometre mark into the UTA 100, and there is a lot of running to go. Folks, alongside that, third place female all the way down to 7th place female. 3rd to 7th is tight. It is a tight race going on there, and it is going to be incredibly interesting to see what happens. We've got Australians, New Zealanders, British people all in that little bunch, and it's going to be a real competition as they make their way over to that part of the world.
Also with Emily, she is no newbie to the trail scene. She actually competed in the Australia 100 kilometers back in 2017, and she's done a lot of epic racing. She in 2016 Australia 50k. She's done Tarawera, the Honslow Classic, 6-foot marathon. She has a impressive resume, so she knows what she's doing out there, and I'd say she's quite confident in her abilities and knows when to push and how to pace herself in an event like this one. She knows the course very well. So it'll be quite exciting to see how things play out with this top field of the 100k females. They are very neck and neck, as Maj was just talking about. You know, there's so many things that can go right and so many things that can go wrong in a race like this. There's still a marathon distance to go. So I think it'll really start to become apparent now of how everyone's going. And, you know, it really comes down to as well how well they're fueling and getting in everything they need to keep them going strong all the way to the finish of the 100k. Those cowbells always give everyone a little bit of a pep in their step. And then the descent begins, so she'll have to focus in and lock in for those stairs.
Yes, as you were saying, the famous echo point where all of the 100k runners pass through. A great little boost there. There's a lot of spectators, a lot of random people clapping for you, which is always a great thing in life, to get a bit of random support in the world. So big shout out to Emily as she moves through this section, making her way towards the Three Sisters rock formation and then descending down the giant stairwell or giant staircase to go underneath that rock down into the valley, down onto Dardanelles Pass, and making her way across the bottom of the forest floor there, which is honestly one of my favorite, if not my most favorite part of this whole course down there in the forest. It's stunning and beautiful, and it's just just an epic part of the world to be able to run and get amongst this epic sport of trail running. I'd say epic any more times, but really is a beautiful section where she is making her way to. And the scenes that we are able to pull from the drone footage here is going to be something that might blow your mind if you haven't checked it out before and you've just joined us. It's going to be absolutely stunning.
I remember in a race I did one time, I had a lot of people cheering and yelling out my name, and I thought for a moment I was famous or something, but I realized my name was on my bib. So that was a nice little reminder. Brought me back down to earth. So I'm not sure if these guys have the names on the bib, but it's always a bit of a boost as well when someone cheers out and yells your name. Here we go, passing a few other runners in front. It's always nice exchanging those little bits of conversation with other competitors. She's moving so well down through this section.
Here we go, team. Welcome our runner in the UTMB Mile.
We've crossed over to another 100-mile finisher, Yuki Tamura. Incredible. Nothing quite like that finishing feeling of 100 miles. It is just such a different beast of a race to tackle. So much time out there. All the way from Japan, he's come over to compete in the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia UTMB event. Amazing. Jill is coming across the finish line in 6 hours and 12 minutes for the 50-kilometre race. If you are around the Blue Mountains and you want to come up to the scenic world, there's a nice atmosphere happening up here. There's food trucks, there's music happening. You can cheer some of the runners across the finish line.
Well done.
There is a lot happening up here, folks, at Scenic World. Watching a lot of people achieve some awesome things, which is great to see. Look at that gentleman there. Mirko Broyetje. Unreal. Coming over there as a miler finisher. So stoked. Look at that, sir. Grab yourself an epic finisher's towel. Get yourself a photo. Love it. Good stuff, sir. It is going 6 hours and 8 minutes into the UTA 50. You can see that timer on the top left of your screen. All finishers of the UTA 50 leave with 4 stones to put into the UTMB World Series lottery for the UTMB World Series final in Mont-Blanc. Finishers of the UTA 100, they get 6 stones to go into the lottery to the UTMB World Series final.
Oh, I like this guy.
So you have some energy, and
he's from Brisbane.
You are celebrating properly. Thank you. I think that was Stuart Holliston. Unreal, sir. Nice work. Michael Potter as well, coming over that line of the UTA 50. Nice stuff. Awesome to be here, folks. Stuart Carter coming over the line of the UTA 50 from Diamond Creek. Nice work, Stuart. Absolutely unreal. Folks, make sure that you head over to UTMB, the website there, live.utmb.world, and you can check out the current live tracking updates of the races. At our last point of call, we had Shen. He has passed through the Fairmont Resort, which is absolutely epic. He has just passed through there, through the Fairmont Resort, and he is currently 18 minutes up on Mike Carroll, who is in second place. So Shen passed through the Fairmont Resort, and he went through there in 6 hours and 1 minute elapsed into the race at UTA 100. Mike.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, folks. We are back here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. I'm not sure where I got cut off in my monologue before, but I was rolling through the scenario that's unfolding at the front of the UTA 100 men's race. Shen from China went through the Fairmont Resort aid station 18 minutes ahead of second place Mike Carroll, who has also gone through the Fairmont Resort aid station. That aid station is at 68.5 kilometers into the race. Shen, first time here at Ultra Trail Australia. Mike Carroll has placed as high as second here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. And so he knows what lies ahead of him in this race.
I definitely think having that previous race experience on the exact course can be such an advantage for these runners. I think how quick you're through those checkpoints, your support crew, your team, how well you know the course, it all comes into play for that end result. Even though Shen hasn't had a lot of experience on the course, he's just really out there showing us how it's done. Hopefully these 100K runners, though, are saving some gas in their legs, though, for getting to the end of that race where there's the Furber Steps 951 going to have to tackle. And it's that last push up that they really test everyone.
Big shout out to Dino and Walter out on the live stream chat. Thanks so much for tuning in, gents. Hope life is well down there in Bright. It's good to see you following along. Hope that hip replacement surgery is going well, Dino, and the recovery is on the up. That was a huge amount of finishes coming over the line, a whole lot of achievement just pouring into the space right there. There is Kaz Gregory. Kaz looking good. Well done, Kaz. Just came over the line there in the UTA 50. Hat backwards, looking like a cool superstar. Big shout out to you there, Kaz. You are looking pretty spent there, my friend. I hope you had a great run out there today. Big shout out to Kaz Gregory. One of the best minds in the sport. If you ever need someone to make your own gels at home, he is the person to get some advice from.
Makes his own gels.
He is a bit of a wizard and
Wow.
a bit of magician and all of the above when it comes to doing things.
I mean, when you said earlier that during a race you mainly smash through the gels, he's the right man for you to know then.
He is, yes. It's good to know people who know how to make gels. There's a lot of good people out there that make gels, that's for sure. Some better than others, absolutely. So, folks, we are going to take a bit of a break here in the live coverage of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We're going to take about a 15-minute break away from the coverage. We're just going to leave the finish line camera here. We're doing that because we don't have good live coverage coming from any of the remote cameras at the moment of the runners out on the course, because they are in a section of the course where we don't have good coverage and we are unable to get any kind of signal out from. So we're going to take a bit of a break here. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we are going to come back and pick up the leaders when they hit around about the 75-kilometer mark in the race. So when we come back, we'll get more of an update into how things are unfolding. A really awesome battle is unfolding in the men's race between first and second, Shen and Mike Carroll. Shen had a fair lead on Mike going through that last Fairmont Resort aid station. But knowing Mike's experience on this course, it is going to be really interesting to see if he can make up some of that time in these final sections of the 100K. The female race, unreal. That top 10 is going to get, and it is going to be really, really exciting to watch that all unfold.
Wow, it's within 30 minutes of the top 10. Even less.
And that is epic, folks, because there is about a marathon to go within that space. A lot can happen over that course. over that course of the event. So it's going to be really, really awesome to see it unfold.
Shout out to Nicole Patton as well. She's snuck into 10th place. She's absolutely flying hard for top 10. Yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah,
Here we go, we've got Nicholas Bain, Josh Griffiths and David Sinsky.
Well
all
done,
rocking
team.
out UTA 50.
What a race.
Look at this. It is Jack Gagnon. UTA 50 for Jack.
Welcome home, Jack. Anybody from the timing team, can you please come and see us on the finish line, please? Anybody from the timing team? And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Bryan in the UTM 50.
From Lisbon.
And keep your hands together, he is not alone.
Kendall Fittel.
3:50. Oh, look at Jeffrey Johnson Hall from Blackburn. Great to see you at the finish line, Jeff.
And your medal is ready for you. Coming in strong. Well done, Brett, and welcome home. Full circle since this morning. Well done. Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, smile to the UTMB Madeline Brown across the line. Well done, Maddie. Next one up, picks up the little baby. Right you go, ladies and gentlemen. Next with Thomas Doyle, both running the UTMB 50. Welcome home, Ryan and Thomas. Alright team, if there's anyone waiting for Tong Ching Kui in the monitor, he's just around the corner. But in the meantime, we have another finisher in the UTA 50. Yeah, just more in it. Oh, it's coming in strong, ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up the miner. Green Tong Chain. Look at that. Look at him go.
And he's been out all night. Wow. I hope I look like that after an all-nighter.
If there's anyone waiting for Robert Brown in a miler, he's entered the boardwalk, so you got to make your way to the finish line to bring him home.
Robert Brown, you are a UTA 100-mile finisher and in fine form as he crosses the line. He's had a big day, people, but what a way to make history. finishing the first UTA 100 miler here.
And coming next is Phil Armour. Old Smile celebration is in order, wrapping up his 50K. Oh, yep. That's, welcome to Cramp City.
You've been to Cramp Cave. Are you right there, Buster? He's got it.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Willsey. Well done, Sam.
Okay, he's right. He's bringing it home strong. Look at it go, guys. He's finishing up at UTA 15. Smile for the camera, Katie.
Welcome home, Lynn. Lynn Higginson. Wrapping up is 50K.
Martin, it is definitely a sun's out, guns out time of the day, and you've still got your hoodie on. What's going on there?
Well, the backstory is that Matt has got a nice t-shirt. So it's not on purpose. Tell you what, you have to be in short sleeves. Even though, truth be told, Daddy ain't got no guns. Alright, we're almost 32 hours into the miler.
Kate Richmond, UTA 50.
Followed-
With the family.
And followed by Cecily Butler and Lincoln Jones. Welcome home, team. Well done, Cecily. Well done, Lincoln.
Here we go. John Claridge, all the way from South Launceston, Tassie. John, we are so glad you made this trip. Finishing up this UTA 50.
And followed by Hamish Simpson. Welcome home, Hamish. And right on the line, old Smile is Drew Figure. Well done, mate. Making it look easy. That dance moves. We're almost got it. Almost got it.
We said it, we picked it. We said, is anyone going to dance over this finish line? Drew, you nearly got there. You shake that booty.
It's coming hot, team Isaac Kingston. Woo! Now that's a finish. Well done, Isaac.
Isaac, we'll send you that 20 later. That was gold, mate. Gold.
Next up across the line, Eric Boyd. Welcome home, Eric. Je me disais, c'est français, ça va être québécois. Eric Poula, Eric Canada. Félicitations.
Frenchman on the finish line. I'm feeling out of it. I'm feeling out of it.
Simon Reed. Welcome home, Simon. Full circle since this morning. You made it 50K UTA in the books.
I wonder if anyone is still holding up that sign down on the curb there that says, "Smile if you farted." There was a sign down there yesterday that said that. Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. Natasha Shen coming in strong from the miler, people, from the miler. Look at it go.
Jared Reynolds. Nothing like a sweaty cuddle.
Stephen Hunter being in strong from the 50.
And Joel's also finishing the miler. Welcome home, Joel Ingram. Hey, well done, Jason. Wow, that was a lot of action here, and it's still going on, team. So keep your hands together. Kane Matter and Muhammad Israeli. Well done. Oh wait, there's also Kane Bradley. Well done, Kane.
How's about that double cane? Out of all that race, they finished together, just 2 canes. Ben Slimming! Wave your hands, Ben. You are a finisher for the UTA 50.
And here comes Casimir Gregory as well, right? Shooting on the line. Maybe he's already gone through. Man, that was a lot of action.
You. 6 and 5.
Here's James Dawkins coming for the line in good company. Woo! That's what we like to see. Family affair, well done, Jim. How strong is Mom?
We got Caitlin Perkins. She's finishing off her UTA 50 with, my goodness me, what a little pocket rocket. She's running with, oh my goodness, somebody's very happy to be finishing.
And right behind, coming in hard, not finishing, shooting the UTA 50, William Doyle. Welcome home, Wells.
We are definitely some hot stuff here. My goodness, this crowd is sensational today. It must be the sun, I don't know what it is, but you guys are so lifted.
See if we get any more people on the boardwalk. Yeah, we do. Here they're coming.
Ilya! Oh my goodness me! We are so pleased to see you all the way through to your UTA 50.
Next up on the line, welcome home, Will Stacy. Solid finish.
He's a Blackheath boy. You'll know this like the back of his hand.
Is Annalise Struck, ladies and gentlemen, in the UTA 50. Welcome home, Annalise. Woo! it's got to be hot weather for you. Coming all the way from Finland.
Who's checking out the dance moves down there? This is a cracking song. Ooh, yeah. Lots of nods, lots of head bobs.
Folks, hello. Welcome back to our coverage of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB here in 2025. We are picking up our lead male here of the 100K of the UTA 100. Jiasheng Shen from China is making his way down Horden Road right now. He has just come off Little Swiss Canyon Trail and making his way along Horden Road as he moves towards the Queen Victoria Hospital, which will be his next checkpoint of the day. He is still moving smooth as he has been all day, and it is unreal to see him motor along here in such fashion. So good to see. He has about 12 minutes of running on this kind of flat section. He will make his way onto some more technical fire road sections that we were watching. Dan Jones, Caitlin Fielder, Miguel Benitez, the top 5 runners of the male UTA 50 race. We have watched them navigate this terrain already in their races today. And so we're going to be able to watch the lead runners of the 100K do the same here in the live stream as it unfolds. So, yeah, Jackie, he is still motoring along. We're watching this all day. I feel like he hasn't changed his movements at all, and it is epic to see.
I think it was the potato, you know. He had that potato. He had the refuel at the Katoomba Aquatic Centre. It's given him a kind. He's just going for it. It also does feel like we've clicked our fingers, though, and they're at 75K. Like, where has it gone?
Yes, absolutely. Hey, 75 kilometers into this race. We started out at 6:20 a.m. local time this morning, and we have been going ever since then. Epic to see. Here is some drone footage of where Jiasheng Shen just came from, this Swiss Canyon Trail here. Little Switzerland is what they call it. He has passed that section, and now he's moving along. He's just got off Horden Road as he makes his way towards Queen Victoria Hospital. He's going to get on a little bit of single track, which will take him towards Tablelands Road, and he will go down Tableland Road towards Queen Victoria Hospital, which will be the next checkpoint, and he's expected in there at around about 10 minutes time.
What is the course record? Is there any chance of him trying to give that a push?
There is definitely a chance of that. Absolutely. We're going to have to.
I wonder if he's vying for that at all, or if that's on his card. It'd be interesting to know his mind.
Absolutely. Early in the week about this race, he was really just trying to run his own, not get too caught up in the runners. Jiasheng Shen, according to the UTMB index, is definitely our favorite of the race. Well, he was our favorite of the race from the outset, and he's really showing us why that was the case and why it is the case. Putting in some great moves early on to get ahead of the rest of the crew, the rest of the runners out there. And he definitely has the ability to run a very fast time, if not fast time on course. We've seen, we've seen runners' courses 8 minutes and ran that time 2015, and it's going to be and obviously like there's a lot of changes that happen on these courses with regard to course design and having to navigate around these mountains and these different areas. So yeah, it's hard to always have the exact name, but I do remember.
Oh, look at him go, Miles.
And he is moving past a lot of other runners of the UTA 50 and as well the UTA. A few people out there doing that. Oh,
also checking a female leading for UK. More she's had a 10-minute gap, about 8 minutes on Beth McKenzie second. Beth pushed hard to catch Eve, and no she'll not for those stands to give it a really good crack. And then just further back is Emily Brunt. Brunt only has a 3 map on Julia Grant, so that third spot is super cool. And then 2 minutes behind again, Sophie Broom. So as we've been seeing, the top 10 females, it's close.
How's that there from on the left of the screen? Unreal. That is such a beautiful part of Rosanna across that water. They actually run over water that flows off into the east and off those. It's really to go where it can and be able to it is really stunning.
A 50-kilometre race finisher before in the break, and he was saying he really didn't factor in that last 4 kilometres. He said really tough out there, and yeah, it wasn't something that he was expecting, and it felt like forever going up those stairs. Just across the line of the 50K, how really going up the stairs. I mean, we're seeing to a crew and absolutely just crushing it, but I don't think it's easy.
Absolutely not easy going. That was the with look for tumbles off the cliff edge there. If anyone wants to go, tumbles into that, and it will take you to that stunning water before. Shen now is on Tableland Road. You can see here there's cars just to the left of him, and the runners navigate down the track that runs alongside Tableland Road. He is navigating a lot of other foot traffic out there. These are UTA 50 runners, the back of the pack, and he's also navigating probably a couple of UTA miler runners. Not as many, but you can see him along. This part is pretty. I reckon it would have dried out a lot since the morning, and a bit rooty. Yeah, you can see that swollen, and you can see make out something that looks like a ladder on the ground there, and he's moving across that right now. That's what runners run. They run on these large sandstone steps, and the water runs in between those steps and then plummets out over the waterfall.
That section, it's so amazing.
Yeah, Wentworth Falls, a really, really stunning part of this course, and the views that you get running in this part of the course as well is unreal. There's a lot of little lookouts, and the trail gets really close to some vistas and some pickery.
I've seen as well, it looks like trail etiquette out there. You know, a lot of the other walking and trying to move out of the way of, bring him along. I guess that's why a big part of running and, trail racing is that they don't encourage to be able to take other competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get up shocks in phones and
have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, the best of both worlds, they say. Shen is actually rocking a pair of those now. Well, I wonder what tunes he's listening to.
Well, I didn't think so.
I just wasn't sure putting him down. But maybe because 7 hours into the race now, maybe 7 hours kicks in you know what I mean?
I also like to lean into the climb, especially on those uphills. It's either
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that even means, but
it's the climb. No, everyone else out there knows.
Okay, that's cool. As long as the viewers know, I'm all right to be out of the loop on that one. But that, folks, look at that drone shot. How epic. That is literally the course where that waterfall is, the trees and the forest on either side of that. That is where the runners are running. That is where our lead runner, Jiasheng Shen from China, has just passed. Probably about 10 to 15 minutes ago, he was running in that exact spot over that waterfall along the sandstone blocks that are placed there so runners can pop over that part of the course. We shoot back to the finish line here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We've got a lot of the UTA 50 and UTA miler runners finishing off there. You can see that clock up the top there. That's had 32 hours. That was the timing clock for the miler. And here is our lead runner. You can see him there just about to go past that power pole and is being followed by that mountain bike camera rider there.
It looks like it's nearly sped up how quick he's running, don't you think? It's on like speed 1.2 or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
He's moving so well.
Yeah, yeah. Unreal. He's definitely, it seems like he just hasn't broken stride all day. We glimpsed 15 seconds of him hiking on stairs. Outside of that, it's just been full gas running. He did sit down for about 52 seconds at the Katoomba Aquatic Centre, and that was the only times we've not seen him running. This section, of course, gets a little gnarly. They're running along some fire trail kind of four-wheel drive tracks, so it gets pretty rutted out, a little bit messy here, but it looks like he's got through the worst of it really on that section, and it's pretty smooth running now. So he'll be at the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station, and he's going to be there very, very soon. And that's going to mark the final 22 kilometers of his race. An incredibly steep downhill section, which is going to lead to a lot of climbing to get all the way back up to where we are right now in Scenic World. And it's going to be epic. He looks like he is well in control of this situation. And where he is where we all expected him to be honest. Jiasheng Shen, really a world-class athlete wherever he goes. And it's amazing to have him here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
Both females and males of the 100 kilometers are just going so strong today, and yeah, really leading from the front race so far.
Yeah, Eve Moore taking out the females race from the get-go, really putting in the early kilometers at a decent pace and creating a gap and a real kind of competition out there. So that was awesome to see from Eve Moore, and the same here with Shen. He has been leading from the early moments. We've got a bit of an insight to some of the moments Jiasheng Shen had at the recent, well, not at the recent, but in CCC back in 2023. We might play them in a little bit. We are moving towards the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station. So hopefully we can make sure we stay on this footage as he gets into that aid station. So that would be awesome. That is sweet. So we've got a bit of a split screen here, folks. On the right, Jiasheng Shen is getting in the aid station here at the Queen Victoria Hospital. He is moving in here, likely going to see his support crew, his wife, Lucy. And there will be a bit of his seat here. You can see on the right of his screen. On the left of his screen is his race recap from the CCC back in 2023. But he's taken a seat. You can see there, he's taken on some fluids. This is going to be the last time Shen gets an opportunity to see his crew before the finish. He has 22 kilometers to go. He's got to descend down into the Katoomba Valley. Whatever he is getting in, he's getting in a lot of it, which is great. Changing up his water bottles.
I love seeing him getting all the crowd up and about in this in the clip on the left, and hopefully he leans into the crowds this afternoon as well.
Awesome. There we go. Full screen there. Sucking on that coconut water like he did last time as well. He's taking a quick seat, though, making sure he gets it in. I think he's getting in some potato there. His wife, Lucy, their support crew, getting some gels tucked into his pack. And he is going to out on the fire road, which is just behind him on the screen there. He's going to make his way out along that fire road and then commence a very, very steep descent, losing 650 meters over 8 kilometers. And he's going to need to really hope he's hold out and he can just run that as fast and as strong as he can without emptying the tank completely, because he has a lot to go after that. Big wave to the camera. Thanks, Shen. Great to see you. Here we go. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bit of sunscreen he's getting put on his neck there.
How do you find? Do you like coconut water during a race?
I've never tried it, but, you know, Shen is trying it today, so I think it might be a new thing. Look, here he goes, folks. Shen leaving the Queen Victoria 8 station in first place of the UTA 100 for 2025 here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are moving back along the course now.
What a shot again.
Mike Carroll, we have picked him up. He is moving swiftly. I believe he is on the Little Switzerland Trail. And that would indicate that he is about 15 minutes or so behind Shen, which would be about right, because last time he had a 18-minute gap between these two, the first and second place. So it could very well be 18, anywhere between 15 and 18 would definitely be pretty accurate with regards to the split. But Mike Carroll here is rolling along in his usual fashion. Mike always has a really good-looking stride, good-looking cadence, and is always looking very comfortable and strong in his running. So this is classic Mike Carroll strolling along here at a great pace, considering he is well over 75K into this race.
Yeah, he looks great, honestly. I think he nearly looks better. This is the best he's looked all race.
Yeah, I think, and you know, Mike knows exactly where he is in regards to the course. He knows exactly what he's got coming up, and he is just going to be keeping this rhythm going as much as he can. Big shout out to Wandy Cross. Mike placed second at the 2024 27K at the Wandy Cross. Wandy Cross is coming up in a few weeks' time. If you haven't got your entry, get on down.
Where's that event?
It's down in Wandillagong.
Okay.
In Victoria. Go pay a visit. Raises funds for the local primary school down there in Wandillagong. So
amazing.
Make sure that you get along, check it out. They put on a good show down there. This is a cool drone shot. Look at that, folks. That is the type of good old Aussie bush that separates the trails in Australia here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Nice and green and full of life, and there's no doubt a hell of a lot of parrots getting amongst those trees in that one. This is Mikey Carroll as he comes out of the single track onto this fire road, and he will pop out onto a road section in just a moment as he gets out onto Horton Road, and he'll be motoring along there, making the most of his ability to run. And he is just cruising past a bunch of UTA 50 runners right now.
They're almost a little bit in awe, probably.
I reckon, hey.
Just thinking, how is he moving like that, especially when they're feeling probably a little bit sore? He's in a class of his own.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's still moving out there, which is pretty cool to see.
Beats being on the couch, that's for sure. So Mike Carroll, he's only got about 7 minutes or so on Rhett Gibson just behind him. So it is close.
That's awesome. That's good to hear.
And then another 5 minutes, Benji Patterson behind, and then only 2 minutes further behind is Matt Crean. So, wow. And then it's, 2 minutes between the runners. So it's very close in those few spots there.
Yeah, so really the top 10 of the males and the top 10 of the females with the UTA 100 is really, really tight.
Oof, Beth's only got 5 minutes on Emily Brunt now. So Beth McKenzie in second place is 5 minutes ahead of Emily Brunt. And yeah, I feel like Emily's made up a bit of ground there. Hit a nice bit of road along there. That'd be good to knock out a few kilometres on.
Yeah, Mikey Carroll, no stranger to this section here on Horton Road, linking to a little bit of single track in this race. So he knows exactly where he is. He'll be heading towards the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station. The last point that in the 100K can see their crew, and the second last aid of the race in its entirety. It's it's getting close to the finish, but there's still a lot of stairs and a lot of elevation here in the finish. Jackie, I'm sure that you're motivated to go check out what the Furber Steps is all about after all this go down.
I actually am. I really want to go and have a little up them.
Jog up them. That's strong wording. That's
no, I'm resting all day, so maybe jog up the first few steps.
It's pretty spicy. I mean, you're wrong. No, you could jog them. I'm just saying that that's like very, just very delicious.
So just having a look at some of the things I've been up to. He doesn't rate him on 25 just yet.
Mike had that Buffalo Stampede 100 at the back end lunch there. He was doing really well. Around about from halfway, Mike was in second place in that race, but he actually ended up DNFing in that race. So unfortunately, that didn't really go to plan. That Mikey was in Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB. He was in the 100-miler, and during that race, the runners actually had to stop. They had a big pause. I don't know exactly an hour due to storms and lightning. So at that point in time, Mikey was actually kind of equal first with the overall winner at the end of the day, Sam Harvey. And what happened was when they paused the race, the runners had to stop and obviously they cooled down a fair bit. And when they got going again, Mike Carroll stuck with Sam Harvey for about an hour, but then it just really kind of caught up on him. He didn't feel like he was really able to bounce back into the race like he was hoping. So he actually ended up DNFing in that one too.
I heard that event though. I mean, there was a lot of DNFs because of the tough weather and everything condition.
Yeah, absolutely. Pause in there too. It's super easy. But it's fun to see him here, looking full calm and collected, ready to finish this strong. He's got some. Yeah, I hope he's got some people telling him the race isn't over. Yeah. He people telling him the right things about unfolding by him.
Yeah, I'm excited for him to get a good result. I mean, after the last two tough ones, I think it'd be great.
Coming through. Thanks.
A good day out there. I mentioned before he just had a new member added to his family, so to speak. A little bit.
Hey guys, I'm just
So Mike has been managing that side of life outside of trail, which is single track here. Get a bit. It was what we were watching Shen navigate before. it really runs parallel to Tableland Road, and it takes runners all down to the Queen Hospital, where we have mentioned before is the aid station, the last aid station to see their crew, and it is the aid station before deep into the valley and really deal with last testing challenges of this course. Heading down deep into that, losing 650 meters elevation over 8 kilometers, and then they need to make all that back up plus some in the end. So there's still around 1,000 meters of elevation gain that these runners will need to pick up in this race. So it's definitely no flat finish.
That's where I guess we're really hoping, or they're really hoping to have left something in the tank, because they're far from done just yet.
Yes, very far from it. Absolutely.
Especially with there being only those couple of slim little minutes in between a lot of them, there's so much opportunity for there to be some real shifts, and the positions could really shuffle around, especially from 3rd to 10th, where everyone's so close.
Yeah, totally. It's one of those things that, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see it all unfold. And luckily enough, we get to see that happen. You can see there, folks, Mike's just moving across some of those wood pallets. And those wood pallets have been put out by the course crew because it is muddy down, and they really tried to allow runners to get over those giant puddles and out of that mud. So they put down those wooden pallets so runners can just kind of, as a bridge almost, and just navigate with the real gnarly stuff out there. I don't think that would happen in New Zealand. That is for sure, Jackie. I reckon they would just let you get through that mud and make the most of it. But
I think so as well.
Here in Australia, it's all about service to some degree. We've got Rhett Gibson on our screen right now. Rhett Gibson currently in 3rd place of the UTA 100 as he approaches 75 kilometers into this race. The last checkpoint, Rhett was just over 6 minutes behind Mike Carroll. Rhett has run this race a number of times as well, and so he is no stranger to where he is at the moment. And he is, yeah, as we said, currently in 3rd place in this race. He's looking pretty good as well. He's still moving pretty well.
He's looking a tiny little bit slower probably than, a little bit more fatigued.
Yeah, I think Mikey's deceiving because he's always got a smooth running style, and he just always looks like a robot running. It's beautiful, but you know, sometimes
look at him there.
It's frustrating.
Oh, look
you know?
yeah.
Like, come on. Why
is he getting faster?
Why so smooth, bro? Like, why so smooth? 75k deep into a 100k race. Like, why so smooth? Look, you just see his like leg lift as well.
Yeah.
His heel kick is so, yeah, it's very clean, very high. It's like, but I mean, he looks like that at any time he's running.
Incredible.
Eve Moore, current leader of the females race in the UTA 100. She is creeping into the top 10 overall. She's currently 9th. So that is awesome to see. And Beth McKenzie's just sitting outside of the top 10 overall, 2nd place in the UTA 100 women's race, and 12th overall in the actual race. So
come on, Beth.
That's cool to see them rocking it overall in the rocking it in the overall standings, which is rad. Cutting back between a bit of footage here, Carroll male in the UTA 100 as he gets very, very close to the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station. And so, yeah, you can see this drone shot, folks. See how this trail, this 4-wheel drive track runs parallel to the actual road where cars can drive down. How's things going in the chat there, Jackie? Have we got any? We got a bit going on in the chat there.
I'm about to check in on that. People are Go, Emily, you're an inspiration. Oh, awesome to see people cheering on all their friends and tuning in for the live coverage. It's awesome. Mark Ford got a shout out. Oh, the gifts are back up and happening.
Nice. Yes, folks, if you want to go live.utmb.world and you watch the live stream from there, that is where the chat is that we are talking about. So if you want to jump on there, you can check out the chat, get amongst it. Drop in some emojis, but drop in some gifts. The gifts are always good. So they are there for you to use and get amongst. So big shout out to anyone who is on the chat, giving some hoots and hollers to the rest of the people out there.
I'm loving all the positive comments, though. It's awesome to see. Cheering each other on, and that's what it's all about. All right. Mike Carroll, I'm starting to get envious of your running style. It's too much. I'm taking notes. I'm going to hopefully implement this into some of my runs.
Yes.
If I can be 1% more like Mike Carroll, I'll be happy days.
Yeah, he's always looking pretty good. There's a pretty nice trail that he's navigating there just because of the four-wheel drive usage on that. Gets pretty rutted out.
If I had to choose a day to run, the weather today is just, it has not well. So amazing out there, conditions for all the runners. Not too hot, not too cold, just perfect. And also the visibility. Hopefully if they're able to look up from their feet a little bit, they can soak in some of the scenes.
Yeah, those views are amazing out there today. Very, very lucky. We haven't had that the last few days down here in the Blue Mountains. So it's really, really cool to be able to allow the runners now to see it. And I guess if you didn't get it during your race, whether you were running the 22 or the miler, at least you'd be able to enjoy it in your recovery. Yeah, you can see there's a bit of traffic, a bit of navigating the terrain. It's not too easy to pass by because it's pretty messy through that section, as we've mentioned a few times before.
It can be fairly exhausting as a runner as well when there is a lot of other runners on the course trying to then, it almost breaks your stride up a little bit when you're trying to dodge other runners and things. So that can be a challenge in itself. A lot of gifts with the popcorn. Here we go. We can see his nice slow stride here.
Talk about the slow-mo.
In the zone.
All right, folks, we saw Shen move through that aid station fairly swiftly. He did take a seat, got restocked, and got out of there. So it's going to be cool to see Mike Carroll pass through there. But I tell you what, Shen did go through that aid station nearly, well, he went through about 18 minutes ago now, which is consistent with the last timing checkpoint change between these guys. So it looks like Shen has held that lead in this late stage of the 100K, and it's going to be really, really important for Mikey Carroll to run the best end of this race that he possibly can if he wants to close that lead down at all, or if he wants to move from second into first place. But that is going to be a challenge, even for a smooth runner like Mikey, because Shen has not given up at all today. He's been the front. This is Rhett Gibson coming into that little bit of single track, which is going to shoot him out onto Tableland Road.
Doing well.
Here we go, Mikey Carroll in the aid station here at Queen Victoria Hospital.
Who's he got there with him?
I don't know who it is, but they are crewing like bosses. So that is great.
These support crews look well, you know, all the front lead runners, the crews are all pretty dialed in, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. They really need to be. You just want to get in and out of these aid stations. You don't want to be mucking around. You don't want to be doing anything. No fluffing. Just get in, drop what you need to drop, pick up what you need to pick up, drink what you need to drink, eat what you need to drink.
And you don't want to be offered too many. You don't want to be offered too many sort of things because, you know, you get that decision fatigue. You kind of just need to be handed one or two things and go.
Let's go, Mike Carroll. He is out of there. That was the first sign I have seen that anyone to cool themselves down in this race. Mike Carroll just poured some water over his head, took his hat off, poured some water over his head. That is the first thing that I have seen of anyone trying to cool themselves down in this race. So that's saying something.
You're not from Queensland. You've got to do that when it gets hot. It's a normal thing. In the live chat here, we've got someone commenting about the bike riders. Oh, yep, sorry.
No. Here we go with the Strava segment, what these runners are about to take on. Queen Victoria Hospital towards Jamison. This is an 8-kilometre section and 150 metres of elevation loss. So it is very, very, very downhill. The quickest time for that 8 kilometres is 24 minutes, 44 seconds for the male, 26 minutes, 50 seconds for the female. 8K in 26 minutes.
Wow. I actually saw Brendan Davies last night. He was out there supporting and checking out some of the runners doing the milers. And, yeah, he's a great runner.
That is a hectic 8K.
That is just absolute rockets.
Oof. That would be, you would feel that.
I can't even, what is that pace per I can't even fathom it.
It's quick.
Is that 3 minute pacing?
Yeah, it's fast.
We've in the chat here, someone's commented about the bike riders doing stellar job of navigating the crowds. Agreed. These bike riders are following the runners on these tracks look very easy. Perfect conditions. We've got a poll put in the live chat as well about Jiaxing Xing, will he beat last year's race time, yes or no? So we've just got up here the top 5 males. Jiaxing Xing, Mike Carroll, Rhett Gibson, Benji Patterson for the top 4. So a bit of an update. And then we're back to the 3rd male runner just coming through. Last year's race time. Do we know off the top of our heads what that was?
Last year's race time for the winner was 9 hours and 1 minute.
Oh, okay. I feel...
Yes. So it's going to be close. That's for sure.
I wonder if he's got that front of mind. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, thank you. Someone's told me. It's at that checkpoint where I said who is with Mike. Someone's filled me in. Mike's sister and mum. They did a fantastic job. Love to see the two ladies are part of the team. It takes team effort to get someone through a 100-kilometre race in fine form.
Absolutely does. A whole lot of teamwork out here, just like it is teamwork with these events. So it's really awesome to have the big partners of this race help out. The New South Wales government being one of them. Obviously, our title sponsor, HOKA, being here and representing. NAC as well, keeping everyone fueled out there. And also Sunto. You got to have a Sunto watch. You got to be on time, right?
Also, we are so impressed by all the elites, but also the first-timers out there. A huge shout-out to Callum Hunter. For sure, he's on his last leg of the 50K. And there's a lot of first-timers out there. So the elites and the first-timers are just as important as each other. And it's, fantastic to see everyone giving it their all today.
Absolutely, we can give a shout out to the first timers. I think it's one of the most impressive things for someone to come out and do a trail race full stop, regardless of whether you do it at the very front of the field or at the middle of the field or at the back of the field. Moving into this kind of a sport and taking on a challenge like this is really awesome because you know, you get to experience something like this on race day, Jackie, where you've got this challenge unfolding along these beautiful trails with these incredible scenes. But really, this is like the 1% of your running life and your running journey. Like everything else within to this point is so important too. You spend so much time out there running and training and preparing. You get to see so much in doing that. And this is really like a celebration of that. So, you know, it's a big shout out to everyone who comes here as a first timer, but it also means that they're, in some regards, normally an experienced runner because they've been putting in a lot of effort to get to this point.
For Shane, I always try and remind myself during a race to enjoy it, enjoy every step. You know, this is what you've been training for and you put all the hard yards in for, and having that mindset of, oh, I just wish the race to be over. You're sort of skipping through the whole experience. So if you can find joy in the process of the day, the hard moments, the, you know, the highs, the lows, the good and the bad, then that's what it's all about. And you get to the finish line and no matter where you end up, you feel proud of yourself. Also, first, shout out Christian Lewis, another first timer. Children are so inspired watching the running live. Shout out to Angus, Faf and Joel, and Drew. So good to see and hear about all of these guys from the live chat. You can see here on the screen the amazing skills of the video guy on the bike there, tracking nicely behind our runner.
Oh, yeah.
So we are tracking Rhett Gibson, the third male in the UTA 100 here. He's quickly approaching the Queen Vic aid station, and he is he's in hot pursuit from a number of other guys. Benji Patterson was only 5 minutes behind him at the last aid station, 2 minutes behind. Well, let me start that again. Gibson currently in third of the UTA 100 in the males race. He is getting trailed by Benji Patterson, who was 5 minutes behind him at the last checkpoint. Behind him was Matty Crean, only 45 seconds. Then there was George Murray, another 90 seconds behind Matt. And then you've got Daniel Steen, who is 3 minutes up on that. So it is absolutely tight in that top echelon of those guys from third to seventh. There is a race unfolding there that is going to be very interesting to see happen and go down over these 25-ish kilometers of the race. And not far behind that is Eve Moore, our first female. She is currently 9th overall, and she is coming in hot. So that is sweet to see Eve Moore getting up there in the overall ranking, and the race unfolding between her and Beth McKenzie is something that we are awaiting to see unfold. When we get to see Rhett go through this aid station, I am sure we're going to get these camera runners out there and camera riders out there to backtrack and pick up our first female of the UTA 100 out there today as they approach this section along Tableland Road.
It's pretty cool as well to think Eve and Beth, the gap between those two, the first and second lady, it stayed nearly the exact same all day, within about a minute.
Yeah, it is.
That's some serious consistency on both of their behalves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, Beth's doing what she's gone a little bit ahead of Emily Brunt now, so she's made a little bit more space. She's got about 20 minutes there. And we've still got all the way down to the 10th female, Nicole Patton. She is pushing hard for that 10th spot. I know she'll really be wanting to get that top 10, so it's cool to see her hanging on there. A few other new names. But yeah, to be running top 10 in the UTA is incredible.
Grabbing a little go. Slow mode, you mate, you're all good.
So hopefully it does stay nice and sunny the whole rest of the day. There is just predicted to get some light showers. I don't know if that'll be welcome to cool people down or not, but at the moment it doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Yeah, it seems pretty nice out there. There's a lot of fire, which is awesome to see. We should be able to catch Rhett Gibson heading into that aid station very, very soon. He'll be the third male of the UTA 100 to pass through this Queen Victoria Hospital aid station.
I'm excited to see how he goes. I always love seeing these aid station stops. Is it an F1 formula changeover or not? Here he goes. He's in.
He's in. What is he going to do? Who has he got to help him out? How quick is this going to be?
Oh, this is cute. The kids and everyone are there. It's a team effort here.
He's got his kids. He's got a couple of flasks ready to go. One fresh flask in to the right-hand side pocket of the vest. He's taking a bit of time to have a chat. He doesn't look too rushed in here. He doesn't look too rushed. Mikey Carroll definitely looked a little more rushed in there. He's actually taken off his pack for a moment.
Yeah. He's cruising, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's definitely doesn't have the urgency that Mike Carroll does, but I'm sure he'll be out of there in a few short minutes. Can you see a bit of that blue haze popping out there in the forest? The blue haze of the Blue Mountains.
Those eucalyptus oils.
They are doing their thing. Look at that for a vista and some scenery. I think that is Mount Solitary there in the background. You can see that cliff escarpment there in the background. I believe that is Mount Solitary where the runners are going to be heading. Not towards, but they do head in that direction down into the Canumba Valley.
I'm just looking at the live chat. Yes, huge shout out to all of the mums and the dads. A lot of new mothers and fathers. Kids have been born recently, so juggling that is impressive and still coming out here and racing. I mean, as someone, I'm solo and even squeezing in training, I find that tricky sometimes. So juggling all those things is a whole other ball game. Wow, look at that shot.
Yeah, that is absolutely epic.
I was going to say, you're not allowed to say epic again, right?
Okay, yeah, sweet. Well, it dropped. It dropped. This is the World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park here, folks. This is why this location is so incredible to come and run. The expanse of this place is absolutely ginormous, and it is scenes like this that really kind of take your breath away and make you realize how small we are as humans in this big wide world. This is truly a beautiful, beautiful place to run, beautiful place to be. And that is why there's literally thousands of runners out here this weekend running. Thousands. Second biggest trail running race by participation number in the world here, the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. And we've got a bit of footage here early mornings as we watch a little bit of the UTA 50 race recap unfold. These are the scenes from World at Katoomba early this morning. You can see cloud inversion there. And it was a race and a half that unfolded. Dan Jones leading from the start, along with other New Zealander Caitlin Fielder leading from the start too. Dan, I'm sure, very happy to celebrate that win. Big high five there to his old man Neil as he passed by the finish chute there. A big celebration. And similar with Caitlin Fielder winning that race. Confidently, she was pretty cooked at the end there when finished, but definitely enjoyed her time out here at the event. A great race as well from the second place male of the race, Miguel Benitez, furthest distance he's has ever run, coming over the line there.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trailers UTMB. The very first time we are doing this live stream to the UTA 100 and the U50. Mixed in with folks is a little bit of action from the UTA milers as they come across the finish line here. Epic achievements by them in all the way around that course. Jackie, it is really, really amazing to see some of the footage of this incredible landscape and the runners moving through it. We've got, of course, as nature provides a little bit of challenge with regards to covering the full race. At the moment, we don't have full coverage of all the runners in all the locations. We've had the top 3 males drop into the final 22 kilometers of the race. That means that they are going to be out of our sight until they basically get to the finish. So the first 3 males, Shen from China, Mike Carroll from Australia, Rhett Gibson from Australia, they have all embarked on the final 22 kilometers of the UTA 100. And we are going to wait for them eagerly as they move through that final very, very challenging and tough section before they get back to Scenic World here, which is the current view that we have. We are going to wait a little while until we get to pick up the lead females of the UTA 100 as they are going to be moving along a section of the course that we do have reception very, very soon. We expect to be picking up more before she makes her way into the Queen Victoria Hospital. And then outside of that will be Beth McKenzie, who we expect to be in 2nd place, Emily Brunt in 3rd place. So hopefully $15 minutes.
On screen again and see how they tackle that section of the course. And oh yeah, I'm just in awe still that these lead 100k runners are coming through so quickly. And yeah, the day's flown by. It's been so fun following all of these runners along. Very close. Yes, someone in live chat has just thrown in here. Matt Crean, he is also making up some amazing times. I think he's quite close now behind the other runners. Just waiting for him to load back up. So a lot of these runners, hopefully they've reserved a little bit of energy for the last 22K, which is really going to be testing them. As you can see, here's the three sisters. Incredible news of those today. Haven't been able to see it this well the last few days with all the fog, but today has just opened it up for everyone. So spectators, friends, family who are here to watch and support all the runners, everyone has had or has been in for such a treat with all of the scenery. Yeah, wow. Okay, so Matthew Crean has snuck into 4th place, George Murray in 5th, and there's only 2 minutes now between Rhett Gibson and Matthew Crean. So, I don't know. Rhett was taking his time at the checkpoint where he just passed through, and we saw him take off his pack and take it nice and easy. So, hopefully that isn't detrimental to his overall time. But it looks like a fire has been lit in Matthew Crean, and he is hunting down Rhett Gibson. So we'll see that unfold, and lots can happen in that last 22-kilometre section.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real section that's going to test your ability to set yourself up to finish a race strongly, and that is what's going to be really interesting to see unfold. Matty Crean said he was in great shape for this race. He said that he had prepared for this race probably better than any other race in Australia that he had prepared for. So it's going to be really interesting to see if he has and the ability to finish off strong and really put some time back into closing that gap on Rhett Gibson. I think they are both going to be very aware that the race is very, very far from over.
And, you know, it's such a different sort of race being in that top 5 sort of bracket where you're really racing. So the mindset is a whole other ball game again, because you've really got to be locked in and you're thinking about who's in front, who's behind. And yeah, it's tough. Oh, this is quite heartwarming seeing all the finish line now. I think it must be 2 brothers maybe. Jack Bate and Adam Bate. Congratulations, guys. Howard and Bronwyn as well. It was just a huge influx of race finish for the 50 kilometres.
A few shout-outs going here. Sam Cooper, shout out there. Also, Lorraine, number 2336. Big shout-out to Lorraine, that was. Well done, Rob. Great pace. Big shout out there from Sandy. And yes, Kaz, back at the finish line for you. We have moved back to the finish line for you, Kaz. So I hope you can see those miles coming through.
Well done. Oh, and picking up kids right over the balustrade. Josh Griffin. Go, Josh. Get in. Look at that. Happy days. Claire Dixon's in the house as well. Welcome home, Claire.
Here we have Daryl Morgan from Canberra, finishing off his UTMB 50. Welcome back, Dazza.
All right, team, make some noise. We got another finisher in the chute. Coming in strong, a smile on her face, Nicole Coughlin. Next up, James Farrington. Finishing the UTMB 50 in the books. There you go. Beauty.
You can see that the sun is starting to ease off a little bit. It's getting into those early afternoon getting a little bit shadier and cooler out there. Eve Moore is still leading strong. Same gap on Beth, the second 100-kilometre runner, about 8 minutes. Here we go. We've got a sprint finish here at the finish line. Oh, she's looking very happy. Oh, I love seeing that camaraderie.
Welcome home, Big Rider.
Such an achievement, no matter the time.
Keep that noise going. We've got great.
What do you do when you finish a race, Madge? What's the after a race? So what do you have? A burger, a pizza? Do you have a ritual?
After a race or during a race?
After a race, when you've crossed that finish line, all of these guys crossing the finish line right now, are you smashing down a pizza or a burger, or?
You know, if there's one going, I might get involved. I actually got hooked up with a very sweet pizza last night, so yeah, it's very appreciated after a race like this. Some chips, gotta go hard on the potato chips, I think.
Chippies, all right, there you have it.
Yeah.
Well, whatever these guys have, they deserve it. Shout out, let's go Pikashi. All right, we're going to do a little update on the 100-kilometre men. We've still got Mike Carroll in second. Brett Gibson, 10 minutes behind. Still a 2-minute gap with Matt Cream. Places are all staying quite solid at the moment.
I tell you what we can do, folks. Make sure that your gift game is strong. We're going to put some of this chat up on the screen here as we welcome Eve Moore back to the screen and back to the live stream. So this is our first place UTA 100 female, and she is back on the screen. Awesome to see her. Give her a shout out on the chat. If you put your comments in the chat for Eve, giving her some support, you'll see it pop up there on the side of your screen. Sorry, we can't remove our faces right now, but Jackie is ready to go. Stoked to be here. Getting the gloves on. It's cold in here. Jackie's got gloves on as we're sitting in the studio. So yes, we are watching Eve Moore right here. There we go. Look at that gif. Let's go. Appreciate the work.
Whoa, I feel pumped up seeing that.
I appreciate the work on that one. That's got to be Anton probably behind the scenes putting that one out there. Epic work. So love it. Anyway, let's get the gifts going here. Give some support for our lead female in the UTA 100 here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Eve Moore making her way towards the last crude aid station at the Queen Victoria Hospital. She is putting done in very impressive fashion. Penn Carroll, love the gift there. Nice work. Yeah, I wonder if the New York Knicks are gonna take that series out against the Celtics. Who knows? But big shout out there to Penn Carroll for putting some action into the chat. If you want to get involved, go to livetmb.world. Get behind Eve Moore as she continues to lead this women's race at the UTA 100 for 2025.
Now, what was the female time for the winner last year, that with Beth?
Beth won the race last Eve is sitting right now.
it's getting really tight towards the pointy end of this race, and they just don't have any time for hiccups. I mean, honestly, bathroom stops, redoing up a shoelace, just don't have time for any of that, and they really have to have their foot on the accelerator.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be super important for them to maintain that nutrition, maintain that hydration as well, because there's still a long way to go. There's a long way to go in this race, and there's an incredible amount of challenging terrain to overcome. There's a huge steep section of fire trail road, losing 650 meters over 8K as they descend down towards Jamison Creek in the Kadumba Valley. Once they get down there, they have a lot of climbing to do to get back out. Pretty much bang on 1,000 meters of elevation gain as they work their way back towards Scenic World and the finish line of this incredible and iconic race here in Australia.
If they've raced well and paced themselves correctly, a lot of these runners will be hoping to have some extra gas in the tank for that last 20K, because that's when some real moves will be made, I think, especially with all of these very close competitors. A few minutes between it for a lot of these runners.
Yeah, absolutely. The top 10 and the top 10, well, the top 10 of both races, the male and the female race, is really close.
Must be some fierce competitors, because as I said, that mindset to be really out there and racing is a whole different thing again. So, yeah, they must be very driven and really want it, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this race, the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB being part of the majors within the UTMB World Series, that top 10 get automatic entry into the World Series finals in Chamonix Mont-Blanc at the UTMB Mont-Blanc races. So the top 10 of this race here, the UTA 100, would be getting automatic entry into CCC, the 100-kilometer category race at that World Series final. And that is super exciting. And I am sure that is on the mind of a lot of these runners to be able to get that entry directly into those races.
For sure. And I mean, the double stones that are up for grabs as well, plus the 210 extra spots.
Yeah, so the top 10 of each race here at the 50K, the miler, and the 100K punch an automatic entry, as well as the first place runner in every age category of those event distances too. So a total, as you said, Jackie, a total of 210 spots are going up for grabs in the race today.
Not to mention the juicy prize money. I mean, from the 50K to 100K and the miler, there is fantastic take-home prize money for the lead runners, which would be a nice way to help fund them getting over to the CCC.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, folks, we are going to have a short commercial break, and we will be back in just a moment as that concludes, leaving you with Eve Moore leading the UTA 100 women's race.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm so happy.
All right, and we're back here following along behind Eve. She is just slowly ticking away at things, passing these 50K runners. Might be passing a few of the milers. But she's looking good. She can't let up too much because Beth McKenzie is not far behind her. So we're going to be following Eve all the way into the next checkpoint. I don't think she's listening to any music. All I can hear there is one of her support crew yells out, "I've been waiting for you." Oh, that would give her such a boost. Great job, Eve, running through there. So she is still tracking strong.
On here, folks. Some good chats going on here, folks. Keep the encouragement flowing along.
Go, Katie. Josh Parko. Great second half. Christian Rodriguez. All right. Good morning to people in the UK tuning in. Go, Paul and Amy Wilson, Anne-Marie and Steve. Tuesday tracks. Awesome to hear from you guys.
Okay, bike coming through filming.
Orange emoji for EJB, but shout out to EJB with the orange emoji.
Sorry, I don't want your good shots of the leaders. Coming through. Okay. Coming through. Coming through. Got a bike filming the runner. Sorry, bike coming through.
I'll try not to annoy you too much, but I'm just going to follow you for a few kilometres.
I haven't had company all day, I'm happy.
Oh, you're doing so well.
Thank you.
Copy that, Isabel.
Okay, there's a drone above us filming you now. Yeah.
Well done, you.
Smashing it. What I'm not telling you is that my helmet's in my hand, but it works so well. Filming coming through behind, sorry, filming coming through. You're doing really well, thank you.
Hey, keep going, mate. You're killing it. Second female.
Good job.
Smashing it.
Awesome. Well done.
And they're back on us. Everyone, you're on the live stream.
After this little hill, you're pretty much downhill to the station.
coming through on the right.
I'll have to make a call in a sec. I'll have to do a talk. Alright, they're going to stick onto me now. To me for a sec. Yep. Hold on. Onto me now. Oh, it's okay. 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 Drone's going to have to return for battery.
Yeah, number 6 here, just approaching the aid station. Do you know how far behind number 3 is?
Excuse me, runners. Excuse me, runners.
I'm not sure. Lost them.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are currently following the UTA 100, and we are drone flying along Tableland as our second place female in the UTA 100, Beth McKenzie, is fast approaching the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station, and she will be getting into that aid station to see her crew and for the final time before she makes her down into the Kadumba Valley and back to us here at Scenic World and the finish line of the 1K. So Beth is on a roll. She's still moving super there, Jackie. And I think she is moving with the, with the a great using like very through the aid station at the Queen Victoria Hospital. We didn't have the full coverage of that, folks. We had a down network here.
I do agree. It's looking really good, and she's done it before, so I'm sure she can do it again if she's hard enough. But yeah, I think she has that real fire in her, especially since she's transitioned from triathlon across to ultra running. And there was a video. Look at her. She looks like she's having a lot of fun there. Balance, but she was trying to ultra runner go all in on something.
Absolutely, and she's looking really good as she makes her way back to the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station.
When it gets to the nosy end of things, the pointy end, or Eve has to really push to hold on, and I think that'll be just so exciting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be great to see her head into that aid station, which is at 80 kilometers deep into this race. She's not far off, navigating around a bit of this mud and a few of these puddles here as this section of Fire Road / full drive track runs parallel to Tableland Road here.
Beth isn't shy when it comes to the trails. When it's been raining in the Sunshine Coast, almost flooding and crazy conditions, she still gets 3 runs and really technical trails. Yeah, rain, hail or shine, she'll get out.
Yeah, it's great to see moving like she is these trails here. It's going to be really interesting to get a good time split of where she is at when she gets to this aid station. And we place female Eve Moore, and she passed through that aid station approximately 5 minutes to how that is shaping between their timings and what the gap will be that Beth needs to close out into first place for the race here today. And there's plenty of opportunity for that to shape up and for that to happen out there.
Hey, there's also been some exciting movements. Nicole, who I mentioned earlier, Nicole Patton, I think she was sitting in about 15th, to be honest. And then she made it to 10th. And now she's made it all the way up into 7th place for the females. So making some awesome moves. Tony giving out the shout out to her sister, Nicole. Wow, she's just... Absolutely. Can she make it into the top?
We'll finish out here. I'm sure all of these women are super hungry to finish in this top 10 and punch a ticket to the UTMB World Series final over there at UTMB Mont-Blanc at the end of August next year. So we just need to make sure that's clear. These runners will get an automatic entry into the race for the 26th seed, not this year, at end of August 20th. Beth McKenzie moving through this small little section of trail. You can see a few ghosts hanging up there in the tree. I think that would scare the living life out of a few folks through that section of the trail late at night, which is definitely going to be the case for a lot of runners out here today as they take on this UTA 100. Beth's crew and her family to be waiting eagerly at this checkpoint as she comes in, and we'll be able to get a great measure on exactly how far behind
He's pits.
So that is cool to see them bust through that aid station. Really, they are going to know exactly how far the distance is between Eve Moore and her, and they are going to be giving her all that information, making sure that she gets to it. All right, folks, play and win. Scan this QR code that is on your screen. Enter the contest to get yourself some sweet UTMB World Series merch and some HOKA shoes. Make sure you jump back a little bit into the live stream. If you didn't quite catch that HOKA QR code, make sure you scan it. Get yourself into that competition to play and win for that competition. To get stoked on some product there.
All right, we've got a shout out, Ollie. You've got Granddad and Gran cheering for you. Maha, Luke, Lulu, Kevin, Barry, Floran. Got some fun gifts. Not long, and I feel like the 100-kilometer male leader crossing that finish line. It honestly, it could be maybe an hour.
And I think there's about 15 between first and second.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be interesting to see what Shen from China is doing down there. He's
at 92. Is he at 92 kilometres?
He passed through 92 kilometres a while ago now. He definitely passed through there a while ago. The next timing point we're going to get from him is at the sewage treatment works, and that is going to be at 96 kilometres. He's expected there in around about 5 minutes' time. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he goes.
That's unreal. So don't go anywhere if you want to stay up to date with the lead males and females coming in for the 100K. It's going to get pretty exciting.
That's it, folks. And you can see on the side of your screen there what it means to be a part of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB World Series Majors. You get all of the benefits. And you can see here, these are the other World Series Majors. HOKA Valderon by UTMB, HOKA Kodiak by UTMB in the United States of America, HOKA Chiang Mai by UTMB in Thailand. They are the 4 UTMB World Series Majors that are available to go and be a part of. And you get double the running stones to enter the UTMB World Series final lottery at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So here we are at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in Australia, and you are here watching this race unfold. If you want to go and check out the other World Series majors, as we mentioned before, there are a few of them out there, and you can go and check out the one in Europe, which is the HOKA Valderon UTMB. That's going to take place July 2nd to 6th. We have the HOKA Kodiak Ultra Marathons by UTMB. That is going to take place October 10th to 11th. And the HOKA Chiang Mai, Thailand by UTMB, that's going to take place between December 4th and 7th. So there is a bit of time, folks, to get yourself ready and get yourself along to one of the 3 remaining UTMB World Series majors for 2025. They are going to take place throughout the rest of the year, and they give people a lot more opportunities to qualify for the UTMB World Series finals.
I mean, after seeing the caliber of the race today and what a major looks like, you'd be silly not to, check out those other ones, because they're definitely in the best, most beautiful locations in the world, and the courses are really well mapped out.
Yeah, absolutely. They are beautiful, beautiful parts of the world, and they are perfect places for trail running. As we've just gone over 8 hours and 30 minutes into this race today. For the UTA 100, unreal. 8 hours and 30 minutes. If Shen from China manages to finish this race in the next half an hour, he will be bang on the finishing time from last year, being 9 hours and 1 minute for the male winner.
I think Emily Brunt is enjoying this road section a little bit here. She seems to be moving a little bit more freely. Must just be a matter of really locking in and thinking, let's just get it done now. If I was in their shoes.
A little bit of chat on the chat. Warwick Run, if you want to go and find that QR code, head over to live.utmb.world and watch the live stream from that platform. If you head over to the live stream that is at live.utmb.world, you will be able to find that QR code pop up to enter and play in that competition for some sweet swag. So make sure you go and check that out.
All right, so we've still got Eve Moore in first, and not far behind, about 7 minutes, Beth McKenzie, followed by Emily Brunt, and then Julia Grant and Meg Sinclair. We've still got Then in 7th position is Sophie Broom, and Nicole coming just after that, Ellen Bradley and Emma Gray. So a strong top 10. And at the moment, we're just following Emily Brunt along here. She's going to drop down into a trail section again now. You can see the kick of the sun has faded a little bit, and it's starting to get a little bit more shaded and covered. The temperature's probably going to start to drop a fair bit over the coming hour or two. There's still a lot of 100-mile runners out there actually who are going to be coming into evening number 2 tonight, which is going to be tough going for them. I guess as long as they can keep some forward momentum, that's the main thing, and they'll get there in the end. We've got Go Alex, Go Beth, Lauren and Joseph. Not long, guys. I think we're going to be having some updates on where our lead male, Jay Xing is at. Emily's looking like she's finding a nice little groove through this single track sort of trail here, and looks like she's got a little bit more of a pep actually. So that's nice to see. I know when it gets to this pointy end of things, she'll be wanting to really just tick over those Ks and get through that last checkpoint. There we have it. The first 5 females. We've got Eve Moore first. Second is Beth McKenzie, Emily Brunt, and Julia Grant. I think ignore the first name that came up there. Oh, the mountain's looking as epic as ever. We need a counter on how many times we've said epic today, but that's okay. Then for the top males in the 100K, Jay Shen, Mike Carroll, Mr. Consistent, Rhett Gibson, Matthew Cran, and then George Murray. George Murray has been sitting in 5th for a lot of the day. He's been really, really solid and knows what he's doing out there. He's only a few minutes behind the runners in front of him. So anything could happen in these later stages, especially coming into the big stair climb, 951 steps. And I was chatting to a 50-kilometre runner on, and he said the last 4 kilometres felt like forever, and it was really challenging. I mean, following these leaps, they're making it easy, but I think it's hard going.
You can see there, folks, there is one hell of a trail getting made out on the course there. You can see that that strip right there. That is going to be pretty slippery, pretty muddy for all of the runners that are going to pass through this section at a later point. Sometimes it's really impossible to avoid some of that mud and some of the terrain that's out there. But it's going to be, you can see there a bit of some of the wood pallets that are laid down out on the course, which is very, very helpful to see. Here is a bit of a spread. This is coming at you live from the Queen Victoria Hospital Aid Station. This is 80 kilometres into the UTA 100 race. That is a spread and a half.
Look at that rainbow of the fruit. That looks amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty good for people. That is one epic spread that they put on for the runners out here, making sure that everyone has what they need to continue on and get this last section of the race done. There's a tough 28 kilometres to go from that point.
It gets pretty tricky normally at this point in a race to get in much food. You're normally pretty overeating, and it's a bit of a struggle. You might feel a bit nauseous, but if you can just grab something and try and get in some more calories and fuel, it really helps in that last push.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really, really important stop for a lot of the runners. It's all pretty beautiful with those autumn colours there on the trees. What a lovely scene it is up here at the Queen Vic Hospital. But it gets pretty cold and pretty dark as soon as you descend from this part. That's physically and I suppose metaphorically sometimes if you haven't looked after yourself. But it is really important. That is the last checkpoint. A lot of the runners get to see their crew, and there is just one more aid station in between them and the finish line as they approach Scenic World and get back to the safety and the warmth of this part of the world where we are now. And yeah, looking forward to seeing the lead male runner come back to this part of the world, which he left at 6:20 a.m. local time earlier this morning. It has been 8 hours, 39 minutes elapsed in the UTA 100 race. We are here with Emily Brunt as she approaches the 80-kilometre aid station, the one we just had a look at here. This one right here, Queen Victoria Hospital, with its beautiful sunshine, its autumn colours, a lot of happy people, a lot of colourful food, and plenty of water. This is exactly where she is going to be expecting to arrive any moment now. Maybe stop a few little items, get a changeover, because it's going to be at least a couple of hours until she gets here and then to the finish line.
It looks like such a beautiful spot to set up a bit of a deck chair and just chill out there, but hopefully the runners get to enjoy it as they quickly move through there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's nice to see there's a bit of atmosphere going on, though. Lots of people.
Yes, this aid station at the Queen Vic Hospital really turns into a show. Later on at night, hundreds of runners pass through this checkpoint, and it gets cold, it gets dark, and it becomes this beacon of hope and this beacon of light for a lot of those runners, because there's music blaring, there's heaters set up, there's food available, and they really pull on that last bit of support as they then descend down into the Kadumba Valley. So that aid station there is it's an absolutely vital part of this race, and it's helped so many people get recharged and re-energized for that last little section, because that section is tough. It's very, very tough.
Here we go, Emily Brunt. I think it would make her feel quite good passing a few people. It gives you that little confidence kick.
Yeah, even if they're not in your race.
No, it's true. Even if they're not in your race, it just gives you this little boost of sort of like a little mini endorphin release, and you feel like you're sort of making some legway.
Yeah, just bury them.
Eat dust.
Especially when they step to the side of the trail for you as well. You're like, yeah, you heard me coming. You heard me coming, and you thought, is that a gorilla on a hunt right now? I need to step to the side because it is about to go down if I do not get out of the way of whatever is coming up behind me, and let them take on the trail. And then you run past feeling like King Kong.
If you were right now and you can see there's someone in the distance ahead, you then set your sights on that and you think, I'm going to catch them. And it's just breaking it down to those small segments.
I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm not disagreeing with you.
We're on the same page.
I'm on the same page.
I'm
not disagreeing with you. I'm saying what you're saying. That's what I hear. I hear what you're putting down. I don't know why I'm not arguing.
Are we fighting?
I'm not fighting. I'm telling you.
How many hours have we been here together now? Gosh, too long.
I agree. It is the way it goes down when you're passing people in your race, out of your race, doesn't matter. Just it's all, as well as being polite and courteous and respectful of all the other runners out there. It's really important. Tableland Road, here we are, following third place female Emily Brunt as she crosses into the aid station in a few short moments.
Pit stop time.
It is going to be a bit of time, folks, when we watch Emily Brunt through this aid station. We are going to see a little bit of downtime we expect before we see our lead male finish the UTA 100, which we assume is going to be Shen. He's currently estimated at the bottom of Furber Steps in 31 minutes. which means we reckon he will be at this finish line in approximately 40 minutes or so.
I want to see if he's even puffing when you interview him at the finish line. And I'm excited for that. I think he's going to be fresh as a daisy, honestly.
He has had an incredible race so far, so it's going to be great to see how he goes with that.
Few shout outs here. Chase Bailey from Ash Bailey. Keep breathing, Callum. I hope Callum keeps breathing as well. Luke Barrett. Keep at it. Go Zach. Iris. Go Mick. We've got Noosa runners here. We've got Ella and Elise who are following Beth. Beth, your absolute weapon. Can't believe you weren't even running 4 weeks ago. What a comeback after injury. Yes, she is an incredible woman. All right, Beth, keep going. And great work, Madge. You got a little kudos here, Madge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. I've passed that on, Kerry.
Far out. Is that Kerry Suter? The one and only Kerry Suter coming at us live from the chat. Kerry, where are you in this world? Are you back at home in Rotorua, mate? I thought you were going to come out this year. So I'm disappointed not to see you, Kerry, but it's great to know that you are following along, my friend. I hope you're doing well.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Epic little bit of footage there from Luke Barrett passing through the Queen Victoria station there, getting helped out by his partner Sarah. That is Emily Brunt right there to the right of your screen there with the blue t-shirt on. She, third female in the UTA 100. She is in at the 80-kilometre Queen Victoria Hospital aid station, getting some assistance. Haven't cut. There we go. There's a good shot. Thank you, camera man, woman, or otherwise. Thank you for getting there and getting that shot for us. There we see Lukey Barrett in the background. Shout out to Luke. Done. So this is Emily Brunt, third. She is getting on the Coke train in terms of the Coca-Cola drinking. That is great. That's a good strategy. She's going to need that for the rest of this section that is coming up. But she's looking strong. She's pretty cool, calm and collected here. Getting the assistance she needs and doesn't look like she's going to take any time to sit down or anything like that. Looks like she's going to get on with it.
Well, she doesn't have too much time to play with. So if she's wanting to hold that third position, look at her, she's out of there. It's always a little bit hard to get those legs moving when you come out of a checkpoint. Even standing still for a moment, it can be a little bit stiff. But once the food kicks in and the energy sort of then You can speed up again. Oh, we've got in the chat here, go Vanessa. I've had about 10 people today give a shout out to Vanessa. I actually travelled with Vanessa out to the mountains. I'm sure she's smashing it out there in the 100K race. Such a good person to have in the sport of ultra running. She's down here with the whole crew from the Gold Coast. So hopefully she has an awesome day out there.
Here we go. Emily Brunt leaving the 80-kilometre aid station at the Queen Victoria Hospital. She is embarking on the last big challenge of her day here at the UTA 100 in the Blue Mountains National Park of New South Wales. She is heading down the Kadumba Valley Road, descending down into the Kadumba Valley, which you can see in the top right of your screen down there. And she has got approximately 22 kilometres to go in this race. In third place, she is leading ahead of the likes of Julia Grant, Meg Sinclair, and Sophie Broom, all following in pursuit, trying to get on that 3 podium. As we look at some of this epic drone footage, we'll give a bit of a shout out here to some people. McGrath, a big shout out to you. Dave Boyd, big shout out to you. Sam Coleman, just about to finish. Congratulations, great work. Owen Finch, nice work, Owen. Keep it up. Go Abu, go big man. That's a big shout out to Abu. Heather Nash, go Chris Nash. Relentless forward motion. That is a saying that exists in this world for sure. Luke Izzard, big shout out from Cootamundra. So huge shout out from the Cootamundra tribe for Luke. Nice going. Kerry Suter is in fact the Kerry Suter watching from Tarawera HQ. Wish he was here. Listen to every word. Go squad run. Go Ali. Ali, his partner, is on the finishing line, emceeing away like a legend. Thanks a lot for watching from England. Big shout out to Tom Adams. Yes, Vanessa, getting a huge shout out there. Alvera, you go. That is what I've been screaming all day, Alvera. You got this, girl. Right on. Go.
That sounded good. You did that well then, by the way.
I've been shouting it all day. It's what I've been doing. I did it 4 a.m. this morning in the shower, and you got this, girl, all day long. Callum, absolute gun. Big shout out there from Potter. Adam Mignaka, smashing, absolutely great stuff. Maddie Crean, big shout out from St Kilda Road, Melbourne. That is absolutely it. Check this out, folks. Strava segment of Furber Steps on your screen right now. What do you think of that, Jackie?
I mean, oh, here we go. Trying to take it. Scott Noon, 4:29 up the Furber Steps. I can't even fathom that. Amateurs 19. Sometimes it takes some of the backpack runners an hour to get up these steps. So that puts into perspective how fast Scott Noon's moving and Sarah Jones. Wow. 951 steps. So that is what a lot of our top males and females are looking to tackle within probably the next hour or so.
Couple of shout outs to go. Big shout out to Rico getting it done. Callum getting it done. Greg Beer, Anita and Rob coming into Scenic World. Nice work, Anita and Rob. As we jump back here, big little shout out now for Beck Patterson from Mum and Dad. As we cross back to this screen, Emily Brunt, 3rd place in the UTA 100K women's race. She is making her way down the Megalong Valley Road, down into the Kadumba Valley.
She's looking good there. She's really looking like she's opening up her legs a little bit more and running a little bit freely.
Absolutely. This is some footage here of the Queen Victoria Hospital 8 kilometres into the race.
This must be Julia Grant. She's looking good. She's not far behind Emily. Looks like it's been quite a quick aid station stop for her, and she's going to be back out there. Oh, doesn't that just look absolutely stunning?
Yeah, it's a beautiful time of the day to be running this section of the course. Absolutely.
Legs looking a little tiny bit stiff there as she leaves that checkpoint, but once again, I think that adrenaline kicks in when you know you've only got 15, 20 kilometers to go.
Absolutely. This downhill is pretty relentless. We saw before there is 650 meters of elevation loss over 8 kilometers. Fastest time down just over 24 minutes.
That's Brendan Davies?
Yeah.
8 kilometers, 24 minutes, and then Lucy Bartholomew had it in, I think it was
just over 26.
Yeah. Oh, that is such impressive stuff.
Yeah. That is solid leg work. That is a leg day.
Oh. And then to think you've got to go back up. Oh,
yeah.
If you can see at the top of the screen here, that profile of the elevation, that gives me the heebie-jeebies. Honestly, look at the spike up at the end there.
Yeah.
That is an insane downhill and then a huge up.
It's a tough little finish for sure. Absolutely.
I think you'd really have to focus on just one step at a time at this point and not try and think too far ahead.
Yeah, it really is important to find a whole lot of rhythm as you finish off this last section of the race, because that downhill is just, you just need to be on it. You need to be consistent with how you run that. And then you really need to be on it when you get on the other side of that and have to work all the way back up. So finding a lot of rhythm in that is going to be super important for these runners.
Shout out to all the Gold Coasters. Shout out to Jasmine Burton approaching the Furber Stairs. Oh, she must be doing the miler, I think. And we've got Luke from Townsville Hungry Runners. Andy Lee. Shout out to my boy Hacky smashing the 100K, killing it. Great running, Emily. Racing the MUT in South Africa next weekend, part of the UTMB World Series.
Big shout out to Andy Lee. Folks, if you don't know who Andy Lee is, Andy Lee was the 2009 winner of this race. This is the 15th time, 1-5. It was the 15th time Andy Lee is doing the UTA 100.
15.
Yeah, he is all of them. He missed the very first one, and then he missed the UTA that was not in May, so it was moved to October one year. I think that was in relation to COVID back in 2022, and Andy wasn't able to run that either. So Andy Lee is out there completing his 15th UTA 100. He won it back in 2009, and then he also won it in 2010 alongside Stu Gibson.
He came across the finish line with someone else, didn't he?
Yeah, Stu Gibson and Andy Lee, two guys that came over the finish line together back in 2010. And he's been back just giving it a whole lot of grease all the way since then. So big shout out to Andy Lee. He's an absolute legend around here. He's a legend in the Blue Mountains. He's a legend at this race at UTA. And he really is getting out there and getting amongst it again. He's just a weapon. He won his age group at the Ultra Trail Kosciuszko 100 kilometer last year, back in November. So he won his age group. He's probably on looking good to top out in his age as well this year, because that's what he does. So it's going to be awesome to see Andy finish this race for his 15th UTA 100 finish. And yeah, so if you see him out there, give him a shout out. Big kudos to Andy Lee. No, he's a lot of giving him some love and making sure that he finishes this race strong, and always got a smile on his face. He is just an absolute weapon when it comes to positivity around running and getting out there and getting amongst it. Ultimate chiller. The ultimate chiller is Andy Lee.
So we're back on the finish line here. I think this break now, a lot of the footage following the runners is taking a bit of a pause.
The footage from now on, folks, is going to be a little bit inconsistent with regards to live camera feeds from the race. due to the location that the runners are moving through, it's going to be really hard to get any kind of coverage for this last section of the race, but we are going to be hanging in here because we believe that in around about half an hour's time, the winner of the UTA 100 for 2025 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB is going to be coming over the line here at Scenic World. But we're going to move to a short commercial break and we'll be back with you in a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We aren't far off welcoming the first across the finish line. Shen, followed by Mike Carroll and Rhett Gibson at this stage. But anything can happen as they head into the steps, which is 951 steps they've got to climb. The last 4 kilometres is a real battle. Oh, we can see a nice heartwarming moment here. Whole family running across the finish line. What an amazing effort. I think it's been quite a tough day out for that runner. It's awesome to see people having all of their friends and family here supporting them. We've had Alan, we've had James. So James Rich came across in 8 hours 27 for the 50K. Oh, it's always quite an emotional thing crossing that finish line. Doesn't matter if it's your first event or if you're a seasoned runner. You have this sort of overwhelming emotions. Sometimes it's just relief that it's over.
How good was that? Started yesterday morning at 5 a.m.
So it's getting towards the latter end of the 100K race. This is when those runners are really needing to focus. You can't waver in your pace at all because there's not much give between each of the runners. The leading male in the 100K, Shen, he's got about 22 minutes on the second runner, Mike Carroll. And then Mike Carroll's got a little bit of space on Rhett Gibson. But after that, the runners, there's only 2 or 3 minutes between a lot of them. Then with the females, once again, Eve Moore is sitting in first. Beth McKenzie about 7 minutes behind. Beth's got about 20-minute gap on Emily Brunt. And then there's only about 4 or 5 minutes, fourth and fifth lady. So it's quite close there. Still got Nicole Patton sitting in 7th. You know, she was sitting back in about 15th or something, and all day she's been chipping away and just making her way up the ranks there. It'll be incredible to see how far she can get. We've got some finishes coming in. I always get very impressed seeing competitors doing a sort of jump in the air. Still got enough sprint there, 50 kilometres. Here we go. We've got a prediction of the first male, maybe about 3:40, so maybe 15 minutes away, and we'll be welcoming the first male, the winner of the 100K across the line. That must be getting close to, what finish time would that be then? Because we're trying to, I wonder if he's going to beat last year's.
I think that would be 9 hours and 20 minutes. That would be 9 hours and 20 minutes. So he would be a little bit over the finishing time from last year. But it's a time that's pretty common on this course. Of course, every time that this race is run, there are usually small changes that happen out on these courses. The New South Wales Parks and Wildlife Service do an incredible of maintaining the trails out here for participants' safety, be it runners or the general public. And so there's always small alterations within the course to help manage the weather and stuff like that as the year goes on. There's some very, very happy moments there. People crossing the finish line together. I wonder if they knew each other when they started, but they are rolling along with a strong finish with a big smile. Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive when you see someone do a cartwheel over a finish line. Hey, Jackie, I don't know how it happens, but...
Did you see one earlier? I saw it was almost a round-off thing.
Oh, right.
I was quite scared. It was nearly a flip.
Yeah, that is next level, that kind of stuff. It's truly impressive when someone is dropping a cartwheel.
They've left something in the tank to do that, that's for sure.
God, thanks for dropping into the chat at live.utmb.world. There is a lot of support going on out there for some people that are finishing. If you are watching the live stream, you see someone you know, give them a shout out. There's an awful lot of references to the New York Knicks getting put on the live stream chat today. Look at this, the whole family, relatives and everything.
The Brady Bunch.
Coming over the finish line. That is a way to get yourself a cheap family day out, pay for 2 entries, and then just pull your kids along for the whole day.
Oh, the kids must be so proud of their parents. I don't think I could get my parents out to do something like this. They're happy to watch me, though.
That's pretty good.
I wonder how the 100-mile runners who have finished are feeling. You know, we had the Coffee come in first, then Cecilia, and then Kelly, the first 3 miles. So I think they were home in bed probably by about 5 a.m. and they probably had a nice little sleep. But, you know, you wake up a bit stiff after 100 miles.
Yes, I dare say you do wake up a bit stiff. Whoa. I've had some water bottle carnage there at the last bit. There he goes.
He's recovered.
Getting it done. He's able to celebrate. Soft flask in hand. Nothing lost.
At the finish line,
We've got about 10 minutes until we could possibly be welcoming the male winner of the 100 kilometres across the finish line.
A lot of celebrations here as we start to see the sun getting a little bit less and less in the sky at the moment. Pretty amazing to see such a beautiful day here in the Blue Mountains, all unfolding and rolling with the punches. It was pretty beautiful to see everything that we saw this morning with the Phantom Falls kicking off our start to the day and making sure that we have exactly what we need here to see the beautiful scenery that is the Blue Mountains and why so many come out here. We estimate that there's probably around about an hour and a half daylight left. It might drop off pretty soon with this cloud cover. Hand in hand, that is a way to finish.
Aw.
You a hand-in-hand finisher, Jackie?
I'm a hand-in-hand for sure. I'm
Really?
a crier too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm a real crier.
Okay, that's cool. That's
More
chill.
the, camaraderie of going through something like this with someone else. It's just a nice moment.
Yep, I get ya. Yeah, I hear it.
No tears from you?
I haven't been known to cry much at all. But that's not to say it won't happen one day, crossing the finish line. But it's not very natural. So
I just really get that whole wave of emotion thing going on.
that's great. I sometimes have those waves of emotion during the race.
Yep.
And then I think, I'm going to be waterworks at the finish line. But then the finish line comes and I've already had my moment and nothing really kicks in.
100%. I know exactly what you mean.
Courtney getting it done. Nice work from her. Excellent stuff.
I wonder how the winners of the 50K are feeling. Dan Jones, he did it in an incredible time today. 4:01, wasn't it?
Yep, 4:01. He did the 50K in. Very, very.
And Caitlin as well, the lead 50K female. She was amazing out there today. So solid all day.
Yeah, it was a really, really impressive to see everyone.
Mael, someone on the chat has said that you have the voice of an angel.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Are you going to sing?
Definitely not. I wouldn't do that to people. But these New York Knicks emojis and gifs just keep coming in. I might have to look up the results. Did the New York Knicks beat the Celtics in the playoffs or what? Anyway, doesn't matter because we are here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB watching this unfold, and it is getting closer and closer for us to see the lead male of the UTA 100 make his way through this incredible arch, past all of these screaming, adoring strangers and fans. So it's going to be really cool to see that all happen.
I wish I could see him charge up those stairs. I think he would do it in absolutely fine fashion.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Mabel and Yvonne cheering all the way from Singapore.
Oh, here we go. Here's a quick finisher. I think he might even go for an overtake. Oh, not quite. Nice job. It was great. We got to chat to Troy, who was part of the course markings team today, and they've done a great job on marking the whole course. And a lot of the private land they had to mark as well and choose what exact path everyone would run along. And we haven't heard of anyone getting lost. So that's always a massive positive when it comes to a race like this, especially when you're marking out course distances as much as 100 miles.
Well done, Mark. Mark Lasco.
Not long now until we are going to start welcoming the podium finishers in. I'm on the edge of my seat, quite literally. He's on the steps, I think.
The UTA 100 is on the Furber Steps. Joshua Liang has been on the Furber Steps and is just...
Oaks, we have had Jiasheng Shen from China hit the bottom of Furber Steps. So he is expected here in 11 minutes. Shen from China, our UTA 100 leader, is expected here at the finish line in approximately 11 minutes. He has just gone through the bottom of Furber Steps. He has approximately 1 kilometer, like bang on 1 kilometer to go. But that 1 kilometer has 200 meters of elevation gain and 951 steps to go. So he is going to be hitting this finish line in approximately 11 minutes.
Oh, look at this. Some dads with their boys. That is very cute. Don't know if the youngest ones there will remember that moment as much, but big smiles coming into the finish line here. He is stoked. Oh, another amazing drone shot. You can see that the shade is really starting to take over the side of the cliffs there. Sun is dropping down. The temperature is also going to be dropping down quite low as well.
Yeah, but there is going to be a real drop in temperature when the sun goes. Folks, we are sitting here at Scenic World where the finish line is, and we are pretty much on 950 meters of elevation up here. So it is decently high compared to, say, the streets of Sydney. And we really do feel the drop in the temperature when the sun goes down. So, yeah, so it is definitely a factor for a lot of runners to consider when the sun goes down. It is really important to keep moving, keep warm through movement, or make sure that you get on some extra layers because it gets real cold real quick up here. Especially if there is any wind kicking around, which is no surprise for a lot of people that are used to being outdoors. That wind chill factor is a real thing. We have a huge amount of runners still coming over the finish line now in the 50K, a few of the miler runners too. As we said before, folks, we reckon it's probably going to be just under 10 minutes now, and we are going to be able to welcome Shen from China to the finish line of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB for 2025 as our UTA 100 champion. He is not far away, and it is going to be great to welcome him in. We've had second place Mike Carroll head through the sewage treatment works at 96 kilometres. We've had third place Rhett Gibson move through the sewage treatment works at 96 kilometres. There was 8 minutes separating second place and third place at that point, with approximately 8K to go. And we are waiting to see when Maddie Crean is going to pass through that sewage treatment works at 96 kilometres. It has been 3 minutes since third place passed through that point, and we are going to eagerly await to see when Matty Crean passes through to see if he has a chance. There's always a chance for him to sneak up onto the podium and get on to third place.
Oh, that's nice. Lots of hugs at the finish line.
Lots of hugs. Get a towel and cover them up. Absolutely.
I haven't seen a 100-mile runner finish for a little while now, actually.
They might be mixed in there. So, folks, getting close. Approximately, could be 7 minutes. Our UTA 100 champion comes into view as they make their way.
Pumping outside, we can hear it. The finish line has high vibes, that's for sure. Gonna go absolutely bananas when the lead male comes in. Not long now, approximately 6 minutes.
So these are the scenes here, folks, at Scenic World. as we await our UTA 100 champion from China, Shen. Oh, Myla.
Oh, yes, good to see. He's moving well.
And Max Daniels in the
How amazing is that?
Folks, this is going to be the first time that we welcome a new nationality to the top place position of UTA 100. There has never been a Chinese runner that has come and won this race here in Australia. So
wow.
As long as Shen holds on, he is going to be our first Chinese champion at UTA 100 here in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales, Australia. That is going to be an awesome achievement because there has been some incredible Chinese runners come out to this race and try extremely hard, as every runner does, to get on that podium. And so it is going to be something to see if he is able to come over that that finish line in first place. I do remember that in the space back in 2015 and 2016, we had the Chinese runner Yun. He placed third. He placed third in the race in 2015 and 2016 as a Chinese runner. So he was so close getting on the podium both of those times. But Shen is going to go two better. He is going to get line in first place, celebrating big.
His day is done.
A very relieved looking runner crossing the finish line just there.
It's going to be awesome to see Shen coming in hot. Scored just past 9 hours and 11 minutes. No, 9 hours and 16 minutes in the UTA 100K. We are in the race, and we are expecting him to come through any moment now. All right, folks, we have got some energy and some electricity here happening in the studio. I believe we have our UTA 100 leader approaching the finish line very, very soon. And I think we have some action on this finish of Shen from China. Yes, here we go. We hear the crowd outside. It is getting loud out there. We believe that our 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB UTA 100 champion is coming very close to the crowd and line of Scenic World here in Katoomba.
He's been leading all day and just has had an incredible race.
Absolute masterclass Shen put on from the very, very get-go. So we are hopefully going to get some footage of him as he approaches that final turn and that final moment where he can finally in the fact that he is going to be the UTA 100 champion for 2025.
And to put China on the map with his achievement, that's incredible as well.
Yeah, I am sure that the crowd and the crew back there in China are going to be so stoked to see him put on another incredible performance here at another world-class trail race. He has been performing exceptionally well on the circuit, and he is an absolute master when it comes to this long-distance stuff. What a incredible day he's had. As you said, Jackie, leading from the gun, just not looking back, charging all day long.
It's got to be moments now, and I think we're going to see him pop out from there.
Elton Schibble, Elton Schibble and the miler, no less.
I bet his wife's going to be so proud of him as well. She's been there the whole day with him through every checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. His wife, Lucy, who he travelled over here with, coming to Australia for the first time. They arrived earlier on this week, and they've been able to check out a little bit of the course. And it is awesome that the Blue Mountains has put on an absolutely stunning day here, making sure that all the views were there, and he was able to get his eyes on some of these spectacular vistas, because the last few days have been cloudy, a little bit misty, and we haven't seen the incredible views that we normally see out here have had today. And we really hope that he has been enjoying that whilst getting on an absolute shred fest of trail running out there. Because Shen, he has been putting on an absolute masterclass, and I'm sure he's been loving it. Here we go.
We're on.
This is it, folks. We have not seen him hike all day, basically, but he is doing it right now because he knows that he can enjoy this final section.
Oh, he's back running. It was only short-lived that he was hiking.
Let's go, son. Yes, unreal. Shen from China coming up onto the boardwalk here. This is going to be the final 100 meters of his efforts here today at the Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. The UTA 100 champion from China is right here with us, folks, as he passes a few of the other runners in his final few moments before he gets crowned the first Chinese champion of the UTA 100 here. Absolutely unreal.
He's still moving just an absolutely amazing pace. Look, it doesn't even look like he's run 100 kilometers.
Tracking along, son. He knows what he's doing. Let's go, Shen. Give him a shout out, folks, on the trail chat. Let's get going. Big celebrations here for Shen from China. Unreal. Coming all the way over to Australia. The first time on these trails. The first time in this part of the world. He is coming into the finish line. Little day he has been, and he is putting on an absolute show for everyone here.
Final bend to go.
Unreal. That's
Here
it.
he goes. Oh, he loves the crowd. He always gets
Get in the arms up. Let's go, Shen.
Yes.
Unreal. From the team, the North Face, Shen coming over to celebrate as your 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB champion here.
Unreal. Look at them all going off. He loves it.
Go, Shen. Woo!
Unbelievable.
Big celebration, sir. He looks happy. Look at that. Well done. Well done, mate. Well done. That is how you take on UTA 100 and get it done.
Oh, he's so polite as well.
There is the race director, Nick Christopher, celebrating, congratulating Shen for his incredible achievement there. What a smile. He looks very, very happy. There is his wife, partner Lucy, has been out here the whole week with him. Such a special moment. That is so great to see. Congratulations, Shen.
Huge achievement.
From China for the North Face, coming over the finish line, 9 hours, 26 minutes and 2 seconds, leading all day long. Far out front, by himself, just non-stop, not looking back. What an incredible run. What an incredible effort out here in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. Well done, sir. Well done.
That was incredible to follow along his race today. Wow.
Bib number 1001. We don't need anything else on that bib, just a whole bunch of ones. Look at that. He's got his gold belt buckle. That is what every runner gets when they cross the finish line here at the UTA 100. They get a belt buckle, and he is the only one with the gold one because he is our 2025 champion.
He's looking so content as well. I mean, I'm sure he's just really soaking up all of the atmosphere right now, and it's probably slowly sinking in what he's just achieved. So we're going to have Maj head out there to the finish line and have a chat to him and see his take on the day, essentially. I'm sure that he has made everyone back home so proud. He had such a strong lead on the next runner as well. He's at least minutes or so ahead, so he ran very strong consistently all day, and he deserves this win.
Sam Coleman, Dave Mitchell,
He looks like one very happy man right now.
Matthew Nelson, Tom Gorey.
And, you know, it takes more than just one person to win a race like this, and his wife Lucy's been there with him the whole day. She's been helping him at each checkpoint. He's been in and out so quick through them, and I just haven't seen him waver even once. I think I saw him walk maybe twice through the whole day. Other than that, his legs just kept moving. So strong, so powerful.
All right, here's Miara Oliveira, Eliana Casey.
Incredible to have for him to put China on the board and get a podium win. First ever runner to be from China. That's unbelievable achievement, and he's really paving the way for other Chinese runners, and hopefully we'll see some more of them over here trying to take on this challenge and follow in his footsteps. These final runners from 50K, and you know, there's probably about an hour or two more of sunlight before it starts going down, so people are probably really trying to push hard right now to get in across that finish line before night time comes. Here we are, we're going to hear from the UTMB HOKA winner right at the finish line now with Mayo.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB UTA 100 champion Shen from China. Give him a big round of applause. Shen, you, from the very start of the race, you led and you never stopped and you just kept going, leading all day. How was that to lead from the very front all day long?
今天这场比赛你全程都在领先，然后就一个人一直在跑，也没有完全停下来，你觉得感觉怎么样？
今天其实我觉得我的身体状态不是特别好，但是就是赛道也比我想象的更难一些，但是好在很漂亮，今天还看到了非常漂亮的云海，后来自己慢慢的调整，比自己预期稍微差一点，但顺利完赛非常的开心。
Yeah, today I think it's not my best shape, but I inspired by the beautiful scene, especially the beautiful cloud in the morning. And I run alone all the time, and the course is a little harder than my expectation. But I push myself to change quickly. However, I'm so happy I finished it.
Shen, it is your first time in Australia with your wife to visit this incredible country. Did it meet your expectations? Are you happy to come to Australia to run on these beautiful trails in the Blue Mountains?
就是这是你，也是我们第一次来澳大利亚参加比赛。那你觉得澳大利亚的这个就蓝山的这个风景，然后以及这个赛道，给你的留下了什么样的一个印象？
我觉得赛道非常适合，就是可能刚想尝试越野跑，尝试100公里、几百英里的人群，因为它相对来说难度技术性相对低一点，然后。第二个，赛道上能看到很多动物，比如说袋鼠，然后也可以跑到非常原始的森林里面，然后空气非常的好，我感觉非常的棒，希望下次有机会再来。
Yeah, I think the course in the Blue Mountain is very beautiful, and you also can saw a lot of animals here. Yeah, today I also saw some, but for me, I think this course is very great for the for the all the people. Yeah, it's not so hard, and you can see a beautiful view here. So I recommend for all the runners, you can come to the Blue Mountain, come to the Australia, and I also hope to discover more course here too.
Shen, you are the very first Chinese champion of this race here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. So congratulations for being the first Chinese champion. Will you go and make sure that you are the first Chinese champion at UTMB in the UTMB Mont-Blanc later on in the year as well?
首先恭喜你，你是这场澳大利亚100公里的第一个男子冠军，来自中国的第一个男子冠军。那接下来你要参加 UTMB， 然后你对自己有没有这样的期待，能成为第一个 UTMB 这场组别的第一个男子冠军？
这对于我来说肯定是非常难的，但是可能我会尽我所能去做我自己的冠军吧。
Yeah, I think UTMB is a little hard for me, but I also have the dream. But the most important for me is I should try my best all the time.
Thank you, Shen. Jiasheng Shen from China, your 2025 Ultra Trail Australia champion for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Everyone, give him a big round of applause. Thanks a lot.
There you go. We got to hear from our
And whilst Jiasheng was being
HOKA
interviewed,
UTA Ultra Trail UTMB champion. Incredible. First ever for a someone that's fantastic, and congratulations to him, and with his wife Lucy, who was able to translate some of the interview there for everyone at home. And I think they're just going to be soaking it up and celebrating. She looks absolutely stoked and so proud of him, and yeah, he's just beaming, so it's great to see. We're now waiting for the second male, Mike Carroll, to come across the finish line. It looks like it could be, there's a fair bit of distance between Mike and Rhett Gibson. And then there's about 5 men, Rhett Gibson and Matthew Crean. So a little bit of distance between those guys. Unless anyone makes any huge moves sprinting up the stairs, then the spot should be pretty concrete. We're going to check back in on the live chat for a moment. Lots of congratulations here. And for our winning male, he's the GOAT. What trail running is all about. Okay, question myself, Maj, who's going to win Western States this year? I'm until Maj gets back to ask him on that one. Loving the gifts, everyone. Looks fantastic. I am definitely a Red Bull would be pretty good right now. All right. Yes, we are kicking on. We've got a few more hours on the commentating. We're looking forward to welcoming all of the podium runners in. Best of luck to Sheila. I've gotten a bit behind here on this live chat. Josh Norris, absolutely killing it. All right, we've got Maj back in the house. Maj, we've got a question here. Who is going to win the Western States? I said, let's just focus on today. But and I said, I also need you back here to help me out with that. How was he? How was that interview?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it was great. He just seems like such a lovely, humble person. Hard to know exactly what he says in Mandarin because I actually don't speak Mandarin, which is not common knowledge. But he really, it just seems like his presence and his body language and everything is very humble, and he seems like a very genuinely lovely guy who has obviously incredible talent, but also knows how to conduct himself in just such a humble way. So yeah, I think he's really happy to achieve what he achieved, and you know that he has big goals. He says he tried his best. You can always try his best. So it's really awesome to hear those words come out from someone who's achieved something like winning this race here at the UTA 100. So yeah, and his wife Lucy is super happy as well. She's been crewing him all day, being a big part of his journey, and she just looks super stoked.
She looked fresh, and he looked fresh.
Yeah. She did mention that he did have a moment of feeling really tired between the Fairmont Hotel and QVH, so the Queen Vic Hospital, between those two aid stations. But yeah, he obviously wasn't too tired to really slow down that much. But yeah, he got it done, and I think he looked very relieved, very happy, and it's just awesome to see. Yeah, first Chinese runner to come here and become the champion. I think that's a big thing for, it's a big thing for the sport. It's a big thing for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Big thing for the UTMB World Series majors. And
he's probably leading the way for a lot of runners, back in China as well. They now see him achieve this and they want to come out here and have a crack as well.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Shen has some massive goals. He's going to head back to Western States again. A super competitive race, one that he's placed in 10 a number of times now. And so he's going to be heading back there to make the most of that opportunity that he has. And he also has plans to head over to UTMB again and to do the UTMB 171 kilometer event at the end of August in Chamonix in France. So it's going to be, it's going to be great to see how he can make his dreams become realities in those events.
Definitely. And I mean, I'm just catching up on the chat here. Everyone's getting quite vocal. It's exciting to see a little bit of friendly competition, opinions being thrown around.
Yeah, it is. It's really great to see everyone get amongst it out there. The crowd is big out there at the moment. You can see it a little bit on this live stream, but the crowd is, it's really got a huge atmosphere out there, really positive atmosphere. So that's awesome. I think, I think just a lot of people out there supporting these runners is such an important part of this whole race. Mikey Carroll, our second placed male in the UTA 100, has just gone to the bottom of Furber Steps. And so he will be expected here in around about 11 minutes time as well. Shen took about 11 minutes to get up here and get to this finish line from the bottom of Furber Steps. So Mike Carroll, second in the 100K here at the moment. He's making his way up that final challenge, which is the Furber Steps, 200 meters of elevation. Mikey Carroll has placed second here before, back in 2023, and it looks like he is set to do it again here as he gets very, very close to this finish line. There's definitely a bit of time until we see him at the bottom of the boardwalk like we did with Shen, but he's been putting on an absolute show today, and that is awesome to see him in that position.
I mean, what a comeback as well. What a comeback for him after, those two events where things didn't go quite his way, but he's come through today and just shown us all what he's really capable of.
Absolutely. And, big effort there from a guy who has just, we've said a number of times, has just welcomed a new member into his family, another little baby. And, 2-week-old. I'm sure that provides its challenges when it comes to training and preparing for races like this. So, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that are happy to get on the chat and really celebrate Mikey Carroll's finish as he comes in here, second place at the UTA 100, the challenge of Furber Steps to go, something that he's very used to here in Katoomba as he gets back to the, gets back to Scenic World finish line.
I mean, watching his running stride in the last, last third of the race, he's just been looking so comfortable. So I'm sure his legs will propel him up those steps. We're definitely seeing some sore runners, a little bit stiff crossing the finish line now. It's been a big day out there for these runners. A lot of 50K runners, some milers still coming in. And it's amazing to see them getting it done. Lots of family celebrations at the end as well. And they're all getting in before the sun sets, which is definitely going to be a bonus. That sun is set quite soon. And also the temperature is dropping, so it's getting a lot colder out there. We're expecting Mike Carroll into the finish line in under 10 minutes now. And it won't be much further after for Rhett Gibson.
Here comes Chung Lai.
The females are still tracking along as well for the 100-kilometer runners. There's only a few minutes between about 3rd and 10th. Feels like a real party at the finish line at the moment. It's absolutely pumping out there. It's a great atmosphere for all of the runners coming through.
Yeah, it's a really, really great time to be getting along to the finish line here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. There is a lot of people out there getting amongst it, which is really cool. And yeah, if you know anyone out there, it is definitely a place to be, to help celebrate the achievements of some of these runners. The crowd is really welcoming some of these people home. There's some great signs out there, which is pretty funny to see too. And it is a scene out there. It's a scene, a great scene.
Tony, in the chat, the footage, it is difficult in the last 22K of the race. There isn't a lot of footage that can be captured. There's a lot of, in this beautiful part of the world, there's a lot of blackout sections where the internet isn't strong enough. So we're doing our best to get as much coverage out there as we can. But yeah, that last section is quite tricky. Yeah, it is quite tight. Tony chiming in here. Sophie, Nicole and Emma all fighting it out for 6th place in the women's 100, neck and neck on the descent. It's going to be fun to see them coming across the finish line. Really, they give each other a good press. It'll probably come down to whose legs are fresh enough to get up those stairs. 951 steps, and it will come down to that. There we go. More runners coming in now for the 50K. Good job to them.
Here's Mikey Carroll, folks, on your screen right now, coming up Furber Steps. He is minutes away from crossing the finish line here at UTA 100 in 2nd place. For the 2nd time, Mikey Carroll is in 2nd place at this point of the race. He did not finish this race last year. He did not finish the Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB back in December. He also didn't finish his last stab at 100K at the Buffalo Stampede 100K back in April or the end of March. But he is here today doing what he knows how to do. And
today's the day.
Yes, Mikey Carroll, absolutely. And it is so great to welcome you back to this race with such good form. It is amazing to see Mikey Carroll come here. He's been at this race a number of times. I believe this might be his 7th start to the race. And it is so, so good to see him come back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB and put on an incredible performance, just like he did back in 2023 when he came 2nd here. He's repeating that 2 years later. And
he's flying up the stairs too.
He's on a jog. He's just not letting anything give.
Absolutely, is all leaving it all out there as he makes his way up to the final stretch. He is just passing runner after runner as he makes his way. Oh, the cowbells always give you that extra boost as well, but you can see the sun is still poking through a little bit.
Here we go, Mike Carroll from the capital of the country. He is rolling in hot here. Nice work, Mikey Carroll, unreal. So good to see this man come to this race and do what he knows how to do and get back on that podium. Unreal. Look at him run and finish this off so strong, just so determined to get this done and put out his absolute best. He wanted a feeling out here. He wanted to make sure he And he is absolutely doing that for all of us here and for himself, for his family, for his newborn child that is only a couple of weeks old into the world. This is how you show up and show everyone what you can as a parent, as a runner, as someone who is committed to the sport. Mike Carroll, such a gentleman out here in this trail running world, especially in the Australian community. Look at that, picks up his young 2-year-old, takes them to the finish. Absolutely, Mike Carroll, unreal, mate. Big round of applause for you.
What a legend, and he just looks so happy, smiling from ear to ear.
There we go, Mike Carroll making it tough to finish off UTA 100 for the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Add a couple of kilos and cross that finish line, mate. Celebrate with your child. That is unreal. Congratulations, Mike Carroll. You are the second place here at the UTA 100 for 2025, and I bet you are over the moon with that one, sir. Unreal. Congratulations, mate.
He had such an amazing day. He was so solid, and he just looks so happy, doesn't he?
Yeah. Wow, that says a lot. Congratulations, Mike. That is...
I can't wait to hear from Mike Carroll at the finish line. Maj is heading out there now to have a chat with him. I whispering to his little child there, but I bet it's a sweet moment celebrating with him. What a moment. Oh my gosh. He has had such a great day, and he's just been so easy to watch his stride all the way along. We've got someone saying, "Go, Dad." Hell yeah, Mike. Yeah, absolutely awesome. Everyone in the live chat is also getting around this. Oh, it's awesome to see just how happy he is and sharing this moment with his little one. Emotions running high. As you know, he's been here many times before at the Ultra Trail Australia, but this year to come away with such an incredible result. You know, all of the years of hard work paid off, and every single time he's come here and shown up at the start line, it's been one step closer to him getting this result today. So congratulations, Mike. We'll be hearing from him in just a moment. The atmosphere at the finish line is still just going off, and as we get these podium runners across the line, people are just cheering louder and louder, and seeing the celebrations it's just awesome. It's what it's all about. You know, all of the hard work, training, and everything that goes into it. It's this small space of time after, you know, the race, and they cross the line where they really get to soak it up and take it all in, and it all moves quite quickly.
All right, team, listen up. We have the interview over second place here at the UTA. Let's hear it. Maj, you have the floor.
Can't wipe the smile off his face. All right, we're going to hear from him in just a moment.
Standing here with second place at the UTA 100 at the HOKA
Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, Mike Carroll. Mike, unreal run out there today, my friend. You were with a pack of other guys early on in the race trying to trace down Shen. Mate, tell us, when did you make a move? When did you decide that you needed to get out on your own and try to get on this podium or as close to first place as you can?
I didn't really make kind of a concerted effort to pull away. I just found maybe 30 k's in, the hill started and I just crept away. So I think that's often the best way to get ahead. Yeah.
Mike, I remember chatting to you earlier on this week, and you wanted to come back to UTA, a place that you have been a number of times. You've been here with your wife, your partner, and this is a place that you come to celebrate the sport, and you wanted to achieve a feeling out here in this race. What is that feeling you wanted to achieve, and did you get that feeling today?
Yeah, 100%. I just wanted to experience it again. It reminded me running the last 20 Ks and getting to pass a lot of the 50K runners. everyone's so nice and encouraging, and that's when I just reflect on how cool the sport is to be a part of it all. Everyone's trained and put lots of hard work in to finish or to even get to the start line, and to be a part of it is really special.
And what does it mean, mate, to come second here at the UTA 100 for a second time now? What does it mean to be able to do that at Australia's biggest trail running race?
Oh, it's a huge honour to come second. I'm absolutely stoked. The place is fantastic. I feel like I got the most out of myself today, and that's the most important thing. So I'm really happy. Yeah, thanks.
Mike, you recently welcomed a new member into your family. I believe only a couple of weeks old is your newest baby. Congratulations on that, mate. Now, will you be taking the family back over to Chamonix for another shot at the UTMB World Series finals and maybe another run at CCC?
That's a discussion we haven't had yet. It'll be a big effort to take the family, but I would definitely love to get back over there. I had such a special time there a couple of years ago, so I'd love to get back there at some stage, for sure.
Well, Mike Carroll, congratulations again, the second time you've come second here at the UTA 100 at the Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, mate. Any final words to the other people that are still left out there getting it done?
Oh, just a huge congratulations to everyone giving it a crack today. It's such a big effort, and however it goes for you, congratulations and well done.
Nice work, mate. Congratulations.
All right, there we have it. We heard from our second place here at the HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB event. So exciting for Mike Carroll. What an incredible result. And, to do it with his family here. And as you know, he just had a newborn and he came across the finish line with his other little one. Oh, that's amazing to see. And a great role model for, all dads out there. He's just giving it his all. I'm guessing he has his plate pretty full with family, working, training, and then, it's all paid off, all of his hard work and sacrifice to be able to get this result today. So he deserves all of the celebrating. Amazing, amazing to see. And then, it's not far behind. We've got Rhett Gibson, estimate under 10 minutes, and he's going to be coming up and across that finish line in the third place as well. Maj, how was the vibes out there chatting to Mike?
Yeah, Mike it just seems like he's really proud of himself, proud of his effort out there. I think he just wanted to get the best out of himself, and whatever that produced as a result on the day, I think he would have taken. Today it was second place, but he does feel like he really got the best out of himself out there. He's running, with that tight pack of runners. There was about 5 of them there at the early stages of the race as they went along Narrow Neck. And he just said that once he got to the hills and the climbing and all of that, and he just said he kind of naturally pulled away from everyone. So it goes to show that he really is in some decent shape, and he was just a step ahead of the rest of the guys that were out there today racing against him. The one exception being Shen and his ability to turn it on out there. So yeah, I mean, what did he come in the end? 22 minutes behind Shen at the end of the day, which I think, like I said, he was happy about in regards to putting his best foot forward. And yeah, it's awesome to see him do it and get out there and get the feeling that he wanted to achieve out there.
I feel as well he really knew within himself what he was capable of, and he stuck to his own race, and then he knew when to go for it, when to hold back, and he had a great race today.
Yeah, and it really, I think his experience out here on this course and knowing how it works in many regards is super valuable out there, and to see him be able to take the second place today, after coming back 2 years in a row. I think it's like, yeah, it's just awesome for him to be rewarded with that because he's just a really nice guy, very humble, and just someone in the sport that is a really, really great example of how, the best in the sport can be and exist.
For sure, and yeah, it wasn't just one amazing training block leading into this. He's been back at this event so many times, and every single time he showed up at the start line for this, it would have been helping put him in good stead for today's amazing result, and I think that's why it's paid off and he's come across the line in second.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like we mentioned it before, Mike has, he's just had a few DNFs recently within the span of UTA last year and coming back this year. He had a DNF at UTA last year. He then had a DNF at Ultra Trail UTMB in the 100 miler. That was in November last year. And then recently at the Buffalo Stampede at the end of March, 100K, he also had a DNF there. So there's like 3 DNFs of big races in the last 12 months.
And it can knock your confidence.
Totally. And, it just goes to show that it's really important to keep showing up. Keep showing up and just keep getting after it, keep on your game, and things turn around and things really do come back to reward you in this sport if you're consistent with putting in your effort.
Speaking of consistency, this is Rhett Gibson here coming up the steps.
Yeah, here he is. He is not far away from the boardwalk as he gets into Scenic World here. But this is our 3rd place male of the UTA 100, Rhett Gibson, who is coming in, and he is moving still as well as you could hope in this final section of the race, which is awesome.
He doesn't have a whole heap of time on Matt Crean just behind him, so he's got to keep still pushing it a little bit. But yeah, those legs would be burning up the top of those stairs.
Yeah, and Rhett knows where he is right now as well. So he's been on this course a number of times. He knows where he is. He knows what he's doing.
I think he just did a cheeky look back.
I mean, I would be making sure that there's no one close at this stage of the race as well. He absolutely needs to get a hustle on if he wants to get that, because Matty Crean is going to be racing hard, and if he knows he has a sniff at getting on the podium here today.
I haven't seen many look backs today. When you're racing and you're going for it and you start getting into a bit of a habit of checking behind you, that can get in your head a little bit, but I haven't seen that too much today from the front runners.
Yeah, that is a bad habit to adopt if you're getting close to a race finish line, because it can really play with your mind.
And it's quite exhausting as well to be in that headspace.
Yeah, definitely. So this is Rhett. He actually won the HOKA Australia by UTMB 50-kilometer race back in 2019. So it's awesome to see him come back and put on a bit of a show here, getting on the podium. Again, Rhett also had a DNF at this race. 100K last year. So again, just like Mike Carroll, coming back later, training, more preparation, go at last year. He's now on the podium, getting 3rd at the UTA 100 here. Huge effort by him. Because there was some people hot on his heel on.
Yeah, I mean, comeback kings today seems to be the way. Awesome to see for them to, be rewarded with these great results. Moving a little bit quicker now. He's getting the taste for the finish line. He can hear the crowd. He's coming right in nice and quickly there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is him coming in, 3rd place male of the UTA 100 at the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
Amazing result. The crowd, I can hear them from the studio room here.
Big kudos, folks. Give him a clap. Rhett Gibson coming through here. 3rd place male of the UTA 100, the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. There he is, getting over the line. He has got a big smile on his face. Very happy with that one. Very happy indeed.
I don't think he can believe he's quite finished.
I think he will be just getting over 10 hours and 2 minutes, 25 seconds. He has definitely put it all out there. Rhett, congratulations. He'll be very happy with that result.
There's nothing quite like that feeling of just fully being in that moment that he's in right now.
Definitely.
So much stoke. Look at him. He's absolutely... He's beaming. Right, Madge is going to get out there and have a chat to him. Oh, he's doing push-ups. Oh, my gosh. So he still has a little bit left in the tank, clearly. Oh, congratulations to Rhett Gibson. 10 hours and 2 minutes. Phenomenal time. And Matt Crean is quick on his tail. He's only about 4 or 5 minutes behind. So that is very tight, especially in a 100-kilometer distance. He's celebrating with, he's got a little boy and a little girl. Oh, it's so nice to see so many families involved in these races, and the kids would just be so proud looking back. It'll be lovely to have photos and footage of all of this. Winning and sharing it with those around you, it always makes it so much more enjoyable. What a day. Gosh, he's got a whole clan with him. Once again, another amazing role model. He's a dad. He's an incredible athlete and runner. Juggles it all and does it in such a fashion. It's been awesome to watch him run all day today. Now he's stuck in that lead group of 5 runners and very close until a few of them pulled away and they had to really grit their teeth to see what they were made of. So he's getting high fives of all the audience, and that's what it's all about. So it's fun with everyone. Good on him. It all happens so quickly when you cross that finish line, and nice to see him. Look at that to him. All right, we're going to hear from him now. The 3rd male. Incredible.
Go, Shen! Here we go, team. We have our 3rd place finisher here in the UTA 100, and Madge is going to carry on the interview. Let's hear it. Madge, you have the floor.
All right, everyone. I have here Rhett Gibson, the 3rd place male of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, UTA 100. Rhett, amazing effort out there today. You are running with a tight group of guys there for a while there at the start of the race. When did you decide that you needed to make a move to put yourself on the podium at the race today?
This might sound silly. I don't care about the place. I just like running the course, and the place is the place. So I was just running the course, and through 6-foot track started feeling pretty good. And I thought the field started to thin out a little bit after that. So it wasn't a tactical move. It wasn't planned. It was just running the kilometre in front of me.
You were the 2019 50-kilometre champion. What does it mean to come back after all these years? I know you just said the place doesn't matter, but really, mate, it must feel good to come back and get on the podium in the 100K as well.
Yeah, that's a really awesome bonus. The motivator was I ran 10:18 9 years ago, and I thought that was within potential, so I wanted to beat that. I really wanted to have a 9 in front of it. I just missed, but that's okay. I don't think I could have changed tactics too much. I took it quite easy until the 85K mark, and then I took off then. And so actually, Matt he overtook me at the 80K mark. And I also had to trust that the climbing worked, because that kind of worked for me in the 50. I'm not very good at the downhill technical, and I'm too old, and I don't try to be. So I just thought I'd wait and run my race, and it kind of worked out all right in the end.
Rhett, you've been over to the incredible UTMB World Series finals
in Chamonix before. What are your thoughts about getting back over there now that you've got yourself a place back into CCC in the UTMB World Series finals?
Mate, I think I'm still getting over the trauma of the last one. I don't know if I'm ready. Maybe, but this is my big race of the year, so I kind of will sort out another goal in time, but I don't know. I don't really like racing, as silly as that sounds. I just like running. And I had unfinished business with this course, so I got to knock it over. I DNF'd last year as well on this one, so that was the other motivator. So if I race again, I race again. If I don't, I don't. Doesn't matter.
And what does it mean to be able to celebrate this with your family? I assume this is your family with everyone.
We have also
you.
had Matt Crean cross the finish line during this interview.
I'm just the undercard. The
Congratulations, Matt. He's finished in 10:08.
Lisa ran the 11 and crushed it. The boys are both determined that they're going to win the 1K. And yeah, you know, it's awesome to come up here with a family. We've got a place up here as well, so it's quite a special place for us.
Unreal. Well, congratulations. You're at third place here today at the UTA 100 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Big round of applause for the third place male today. And we did have Matty Crean come over the line, the fourth place male of the UTA 100. So big shout out to Matty Crean for an epic run out there today.
You can see there Matt Crean and Brett Gibson sharing a handshake, congratulating each other. Matt Crean just crossed the finish line during the interview that they were having with Rhett there. Amazing results. Matt Crean was only 6 minutes behind, and he had a great, really gave it his all and pushed it along, and looked like he was very happy and smiling at the finish line. So not long off for the fifth male as well to cross the line, George Murray. We saw him running in the pack early on, so it's been a great day out by all of these leading men, and yeah, it's quite close for the entirety of the top 10 males now, who'll be slowly making their way across the finish line. It's dropping in temperature a little bit. The sun is looking to be setting soon, and it's going to be a tough one out there for those milers who are still going as they make.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
What we have seen today is some really seasoned runners with a lot of experience under them come out here and all have a really good day. You know, we've said it a few times today during the live broadcasting that a lot has to go right in a 100K race or any race. A lot has to go right to be able to finish strong, and as well as these guys have. And, you know, from the pit stops, the support from family and friends, from just the consistent pacing, it's been really, really great to see all of these guys. And everyone's done it with a massive smile on their face. Great camaraderie, awesome sportsmanship out there today. And yeah, it's been well-deserved how all of these guys have shown up and competed. And it's been a really exciting way to bring the HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB event live broadcast to everyone to life. And, you know, we haven't got too long until we're going to be welcoming our first female, Eve Moore, across the finish line. She's estimated to be coming in about 30 minutes, and she's had a really, really great day out. She's been leading from the front the whole day, solo, and Beth McKenzie's still just behind. There's only about 8 minutes between them, and it's just been the same distance all day between those two. And then behind Beth McKenzie is Emily Brunt. She's about 15 minutes behind, followed by Julia Grant, 7 minutes behind. Meg Sinclair, Sophie Broom. We've got Nicole Payton in 7th overall. And yeah, between those ladies, so between Sophie Broom in 6th, Nicole Payton in 7th, Emma Gray in 8th, there is 1 minute between each of them, which is actually insane. So they must be running in a bit of a group, the three of them. Just jumping into the live chat quickly. We've got a few shout outs going here. Yeah, sort of a gap in the, it's, you know, in this beautiful World Heritage listed race, there is difficulties in filming the last section of that 20K because of some sort of blackout spots with the connection, but we're doing our best to get as much amazing footage through to you as possible. All right, so a few shout outs here. We've got Go Matt, everyone's dominating. Anne Mackey, great job, age 70 to 74, and she's doing the 100 miles. That's amazing. Let's go Lou, great job. Mark L, go Paul from Fabs. Josh, you're amazing. Dylan, Ruben, best wishes. It is very impressive how the male 2 and 3 are in that older age bracket of, not older age bracket, but they're in the over 40s. It's very, very cool. Go Alistair, go Billy, last bit, you can make it. Don't run through any front yards, Dylan. Sending some support from England for Thomas, Adams and Judy, Dad and Steve. Go Big Hua. Go Emma. Gosby, time to shine despite the sun going down. There's still a little bit of daylight left. Go Kieran. All right, then we've got Danica. Go Christian, last big push. We've got the finish line back up for you, Mel. Hopefully you'll be able to see your sister finish. Go Led from Poppy. Go Matt Allen / Dad. Push harder, Pomeroy. Shout out to Andy Hill. Go Eve. Go Ben, Patty. And Sammy Boy is inspiring us all. All right, so we've got the camera back here on another runner now. Here we go. He's crawling up the stairs there. He's looking a little bit tired. Legs will be burning. That is George Murray. He's going for 5th position. George Murray knows what he's doing out there. He is a very experienced runner. He's had some incredible achievements, especially 2024. He did the Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB. He came in 4th in the miler. He did that in 17 hours. He then did a 50-kilometre mountain race in Oxford. He came 1st place, which is an incredible result. It was a 50-kilometre race. And then he tackled the Guzzler, which is up in Queensland, near where I'm from in Brisbane. The Guzzler in 2024, he tackled the 100-kilometre race, and he came in 1st position in 10 hours 37. So he has been getting some incredible podium results. He did the Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 100K back in 2023, and he actually won it. So he is a strong, strong athlete and ultra runner out there. 2023, he also did Blackall 100, the 100K, he came in 1st. Wow, he has an amazing rap sheet, a lot of 1st places on there. So George Murray knows what he's doing, and he's had a great day out there today. He's finishing off strong, getting up those stairs. I'm sure he's going to be really proud of himself. It's been a stacked field with those top 5 males. Barely been anything in it. He still has to keep moving, though, because Benji Patterson isn't far behind him. You really can't let up for too long, or you will get caught going Furber Stairs. I still can't quite fathom a 951 stairs. His legs must just be absolutely now. There we go. We got people tuning in again. Let's go, Max McDonald. Nice map. All right, he has almost got it. George Murray, we've run through his rap sheet. He has had an incredible years racing, a lot of first places, and he's coming home strong here to bring in the 5th place.
Here we go, yes. Good-natured human, George Murray coming through. 2023 UTA 100 champion, coming back and getting 5th place this year at the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
Look at his legs moving now. He's moving.
I'm sure he's
Go,
pretty
George.
happy to get it done. George Murray, originally from New Zealand, living in Oz. Big kudos to him. That's not a bad way to finish, hey, Jack?
It is. It's a busy finish line right now, actually, but he's going to dodge him. There's people jumping everywhere.
Oh, no. He might...
Where is he?
He broke the camera.
George Murray, he's across 10 hours and 18 minutes.
Nice work,
Congratulations, George. 5th place for the males here at the UTA 100 kilometers UTMB World Series. Oh, he's had a great day out there. He looks very happy to be finished.
Not bad at all, George Murray. Welcome to another finish line at the UTA 100.
I bet he's happy to have gotten in before that sun sets. What a nice day out. He probably had breakfast. He's run for 10 hours, ticked off the 100K tonight, and he'll sleep well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is looking pretty positive on that finish line too. Looks like he is pretty happy with that result or that effort. There's a big smile there. He's probably going to make his way over to see some of the other guys that he raced against today.
There's been a really nice camaraderie, I feel, between all of the leading males today, and they've been really great role models for the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a quick chat to male Matty Crean, and huge shout out to Matty Crean for coming over in 4th as we were doing the interview there with the 3rd place male, Rhett Gibson. But yeah, Matt was just, he was so stoked. He said he was running along. He hadn't seen Mike Carroll all day, and then Mike Carroll just pops up on his shoulder as they're running along in the early moments of the race, and he says, "Matt, I hope you have a really good day today, mate." And he gave him a little fist bump, and I think, it just means a lot to get that kind of support out on the trails from a fellow runner, especially Mike Carroll.
Yeah, I love to see it. And I mean, you can just tell how they all get along and cheer each other and, celebrate when they see each other at the finish line and everything. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it is pretty cool to see it all go down. Look at these scenes here on the cliff faces of...
Oh, this is showing the stairs in all their glory.
This is it, folks. This is Furber Stairs. And this is what it means to have the Furber Steps hanging out right there on the side of the cliff as you navigate them to get up to the finish line at Scenic World. That is some cool drone footage, folks. That is what everyone has been through. That is what everyone has been a part of. Little shout out to the top 5 runners today of the UTA 100. Taking home some prize money, Jackie. The top 5 get prize money, starting with 5,000 euros for first place. Then it goes to 3,000 euro for second place, 2,000 euro for third place, 1,250 euro for fourth place, and then 1,000 euro for fifth place. Huge bit of prize money there at the UTMB World Series Majors, which is awesome to see. So that goes for the same goes for the 100K and the 50K, and that is for both gender categories as well, for the males and the females here. So big shout out for getting them. Jackie, I've got a couple of signs here that I'm going to pull up for everyone. I'm going to give you one of them. And this is some of the signs that we've found out here. Jackie, there's one. This is 2. These are the signs we're using to celebrate Andy Lee running his 15th Ultra Trail Australia 100K. So big shout out, Andy Lee equals the GOAT.
Andy,
big shout out there, Andy. Nice work. And this one, happy 15th UTA 100K, Andy Lee. So Andy is currently first in his age group for the race. He placed first in his age group at the Kosciuszko, Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB back in 2024, so the back end of last year. And Andy Lee, 2008 champion, 2009 champion as well of this race. He's only missed 2 of these UTA 100s. Every other one he's run, and this is his 15th. So big shout out to Andy Lee, considered an absolute legend, and he's an absolute master of the sport and such a good human to have here. So big shout out to Andy Lee for his 15th UTA 100, considered a GOAT.
15 years of commitment. I don't think I've ever committed to anything for that long in my life.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I need to ask him for some tips.
Absolutely. So these signs for you, Andy. Congratulations, mate, to welcoming you back over the finish line later on in the evening as the day kicks on. He will probably get first in his age group, and he will probably also get himself an entry to the UTMB World Series finals over in Chamonix at CCC. Hopefully it would be amazing for him to take that and to show everyone else what he can do over in that part of the world in his age group and in this sport. So
well deserved.
Andy Lee, congrats, mate. It's been a pleasure knowing you and seeing you do your stuff here. You're a great example of people to look up to and people to understand how to exist in the sport. So big shout out to you, sir, and congratulations on your 15th UTA 100. Have I said that enough times, Andy Lee?
I reckon you go one more time. He's the GOAT. So
He's the GOAT of Australian trail running in that. So big shout out to him. Love your work, Andy. Thanks so much for being a part of it, mate. And yeah, so good. So good.
Super proud of you. It's very, very impressive stuff.
I'm going to have to go return these signs, though.
Yeah, where did we get these? You didn't draw these?
I didn't draw them. No, I didn't have time to draw these. I've been on the live stream.
That's an impressive. Look at that.
But yeah, you gotta be careful. That's an impressive goat. I don't know who drew the goat, but it's
got some
impressive.
artists.
So big shout out there.
Also, we've just had Benji Patterson come across in 6th.
Benji Patterson, 6th place male of the UTA 100 today. Big shout out to Benji from New Zealand, 2nd New Zealander to come across the finish line in the top 10. He also gets his spot over in the UTMB World Series finals over there in UTMB Mont-Blanc at the end of August in Chamonix, at the end of August in 2026, so next year. That's going to be him.
Lots of exciting things coming up for a lot of runners who have had good results here today.
Oh, going to be close there. Eve Moore looking to be at the bottom of Furber Steps in around about 17 minutes time. So that is going to be our first place female of the UTA 100 here. It's going to be incredible to see her finish off so strongly, being out in front all day and just coming into the finish.
Yeah, she's just been, so rock solid all day long. And, we spoke about earlier, she comes from a background of doing the sort of Spartan races. So I think a lot of her mental strength stuff comes from those sorts of races where she's done, tough endurance events over those long periods of time. So she knew what she was in for out there, and she's well practiced for it, and it's helped her stay mentally solid.
All right, folks, I'm going to go drop these signs off, and then I'm going to be back on the live stream in just a moment.
Andy Lee, we hope you loved those signs. All right, we're back on the finish line here, folks. A lot of runners coming in, a lot of happy faces. Jake doing the challenge together. Love your work, inspiration. Amazing, Andy. Andy's getting a lot of love here. 15 UTAs, wow. Eamon, great job. Okay, someone's given a comment in French. I can barely speak English. I speak Australian. So Andy Lee, great job. Then we've got Luke Brown. You're halfway, super proud mum here. Great job, Luke. Keep pushing up that hill, Julian Dent. See you soon, Amy and the boys. Go Paulie from Bathurst. Cheer squad from Brisbane. Pumped to see the progress. Alistair Riddle. England, shout out to Tim Ford, making awesome progress. Any forward momentum progress is better than none. John Short, great job. All right, can we show some love for the females? Yes, we don't have any footage of the females as they're entering into that last 20K section, but it will be straight back onto them as soon as they get onto the Furber Steps. Shout out to Tash and Kate doing the 100K. Bring it home, Captain Noisy. All right, and then the finish line is back. A big screen, yes. Andy Lee just needed his moment there with the signs. Wanted to give him a lot of love for that.
Donna, well done, Larry.
Another happy runner crossing over the line there. As you can see, it is starting to get a little bit darker. The temperature is dropping. Come on, Kieran Lonane from the UK. Here we go, absolute sprint. Amazing finish here. And she looks so happy about it. That's amazing.
UTA 50.
We have Miranda Hill. Nice work, Miranda.
Great to see these runners jogging it in. The legs would definitely be feeling it after coming up the 951 steps.
Folks, how you just gone 10 hours and 30 minutes into the UTA 100 for the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. 10 hours and 30 minutes of racing. It is starting to get a little bit dark out there, folks, and I dare say that down in the forest below Scenic World, below the start line and finish line here that is on our screen, it would be getting quite dark amongst those trees, and that's the way it works out here. The sunlight really disappears very quickly as the sun goes down, and once you're in those trees down in the valleys, it gets really dark really quick. So we are sitting here and waiting for the first female of the UTA 100 for the 2025 edition of the race. We are expecting Eve Moore to be getting to the bottom of Furber Steps shortly. And when Eve gets to the bottom of that staircase, I'm going to let you know about it in many regards, because that is got to be a very exciting moment for us and very exciting moment for her. She has been out in front all day, which has been super impressive to watch. Eve Moore from Great Britain really putting on a bit of a show here for everyone, and making it clear that she is not out here to muck around. She was out here to race, and race she has been. Hopefully she is doing well down there in the forest and in amongst all of the action down there with this race unfolding. Someone who has traveled and raced all over the world. She has raced in Switzerland, France, Austria, Great Britain, Romania, South Africa, Oman. Really, she has traveled the world with her racing, which has been really and had some incredible results as well, which is awesome. Unfortunately, she had a DNF at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc CCC race, which is the 100K race over there at UTMB. back at the end of August last year. Came through though, went and ran a great race at Ultra Trail Cape Town over there in South Africa, running the 100K, placing 6th female in that event. That is at the back end of November. So that was really great to see. And yeah, it's amazing to have her over here in Australia. From what we can see, she hasn't done a whole lot of racing over here in Australia, but she is over here and absolutely putting on a show of racing right now. So that is cool. It's very great to see indeed. We expect her to be at the bottom of the infamous Furber Steps in approximately 10 minutes time. And then from there, it's going to be around about 12 minutes till she gets to the finish. So maybe we will be able to welcome our UTA 100 female champion over the finish line in as soon as 20 to 23 minutes in the evening tonight. And then, folks, it is a bit of a tight battle there with Beth McKenzie in second place and Emily Brunt in third place of the UTA 100 in the women's race. So we are going to see what they can do in that battle that they are undertaking. Can Beth hold on? She knows exactly where she is on the course. She knows what lies ahead. Her family and her two daughters waiting for her at the finish line. Emily is going to be getting an understanding that Beth is not that far ahead of her and going to want to, I'm sure, finish this race strongly because she has been very strong all day. And it's been really, really impressive to see. So hopefully these two ladies who are chasing down Eve Moore are doing it as well as they hope they can. And also we can see that Eve Moore is currently 9th overall in the race. Beth McKenzie is 12th overall in the race. And Emily Brunt is a 16th overall in the race. So our top 3 females at the UTA 100 are currently all in the top 20 of the race right now. Actually, our 4th place female as well. She's currently 18th overall. She is 4th and putting in a great effort too. Julia Grant, who was spent a fair bit of time in 3rd place as well today, but being overtaken by Emily, and she has been in 4th for a while. But folks, we are waiting further confirmation that Eve Moore is going to be crossing over the timing chip at the bottom of Furber Steps and making her way up the infamous Furber Steps, that 1 kilometer with 951 stairs and 200 meters of elevation, as she climbs back up to Scenic World, where they started at 6:20 local time earlier on this morning in the race.
Well done, Clyde. Here comes Nathan Barwick.
Steve Wood.
Vernon Hahn for the 50.
Yes, Steve. Look at this. Anna Buck. Candace Oliver.
Are you going to collapse it? Yeah. As much as I don't want to.
Good on you, Anna.
It'll be smarter.
Madison. Schiffer.
Hezza.
Harrison Murray. I can feel a sense of anticipation building.
It's like you just read my mind. I was just thinking it can't be too far away from our first female 100K finisher.
We cannot.
It's got to be getting close now.
Okay, who's close? Matthew Ramett.
And Martin Jasowski. Marco Sheminsky, Christopher Goshen, Michael Pye. We've got Brett Norris.
Here we go, they keep coming. Jason Adams, Shelley Boland, Joseph Hockey, Nick Fox, Angus Tierney, Paul Fashion. UTMB 50, well done you.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Emma Craig.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the finish line here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are here at Scenic World, where our UTA 100 runners took off at 6:20 a.m. local time this morning. We are here awaiting our first place female of the UTA 100K, Eve Moore from Great Britain. She has hit the very bottom of Furber Steps, and it is estimated that she will be coming over this finish line approximately 13 minutes. Exciting to be able to see that she has made it all of that way, and she has about 1 kilometer to go. A very tough one, but she has hit the bottom of the steps, and she is going to be making her way to the finish. It seems like she definitely has a sizable enough lead on second place. That is Beth McKenzie. And they, well, we reckon she has got it in the bag, is what we say. Got it in the bag.
In the bag. I mean, Eve has been rock solid all day. She got out in front and she stayed there honestly, the whole time. From narrow neck, she broke away from Beth, and then she hasn't looked back since, and it's been very impressive to see her absolutely have a pretty flawless day, to be honest. And she moved through the checkpoints quickly, and yeah, good for her. She is a well-deserving winner. I do wonder if, you know, the coming over her in that last kilometre coming up those stairs. I'm sure she's very proud of herself.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, she is someone that has all over the world, as we mentioned before. She's got a really cool resume of different events that she's done and she's been able to experience. And so it's really awesome that she's now added Australia to that list, and she's come over here and she has just really taken it on from the get-go. She went out hard, taking the lead very early on. She has never looked back, and she has been leading the front of this race ever since then. So yeah, it's really cool to see her roll off, I suppose.
And I think it's been the same for, you know, a lot of the top 5 males and Eve, but they've all put in a lot of work over the years in different ways. You know, they've competed in a lot of different events, and it hasn't just been, you know, like a short stint of training to come here, and they've all taken sort of a long road to get the result that they have, and it's well deserved.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having a chat with Eve on the finish line to find out a little bit more about how her day went down, because it's going to be really interesting to get her account of things and to find out what it was that she did out there and why she did that today from the start, and yeah, just had such a good day out there. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't come across her personally, so I'm excited to sort of get to know her a little bit in the interview as well, you know, and see what her personality's like. Today, she's just really cruised on through and made it look easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, she was like ranked highly with regards to the women that did take on the start of this race. She was probably, I think it was probably 4th in the overall standings with regards to the UTMB index.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's yeah, she definitely has a high UTMB index ranking, and today she just really went out and took it on, and yeah, it's going to be great to have a chat to her and to see her celebrate a finish line, because we haven't seen her pause much today at all. She's just been going hard all day long.
I actually just ran into Jackie Lee, who is in Beth's support crew, traveling photos and video, and she said it's been a big day out there. I think she's hit nearly 30,000 steps alone. And I know that Beth's young daughter, I think Mother will win. One of them's already hit 10K as well, one of the little girls. So they've been out there running around, cheering, and it's, yeah, definitely a team effort to be getting those Ks in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
Team where it makes a dream that we've got James Barron, Rafael Bukowski, Stephen Chamberlain. Here we got John Dennis. Listen to my mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Adrian Robertson and Ida Williams. Here we go. We got Lucy, Shen, and Jamie Shen. And Justin Shen.
All right, ahead on good authority. The leader of the women's race is just at the bottom of the Furber Steps.
Woo! Here we go. Nicole McNamara, Julia Cousins, MJ Filios, Jamie Shen, Justin Shen.
There's another runner, Wayne Reddington. Joshua Pendlebury. Well done, Josh.
Oh, are you feeling excited, crowd? I've seen the tape coming out. Let's do it, Knight. Matthew Cameron.
We got some finishes coming over the line here, folks. Celebrating with kids and family is a big theme here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. A lot of members of this running community are grabbing their loved ones as they cross over the finish line and holding hands as they pass through that archway of achievement here at the finish. That all sounded great. Awesome. We're just coming up to close to 11 hours into this race. 10 hours and 50 minutes elapsed. We are going to be expecting our place UTA 100 female finisher any moment now. Hopefully we will be able to pick up some camera footage of her as she gets to the very top of those Furber Steps. And there is a good chance, Jackie, that she is going to run under 11 hours here in the race today.
I think she definitely, which is amazing to see. And do you know one thing I've noticed is there's a lot of families running in. I don't think I've ever seen such a family finish line sort of feel. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with these runners that are, you know, in the back end of the 50K. They've been out there for a long time. A lot of these runners will have been out there for close to 10 hours as well.
Yeah, it's a big day out. Oh.
Eve Moore. Wow. Hey.
So, team, I've just heard something absolutely wild. Our first female finisher is expected in very soon. And you know what? Not only is she winning the 100K race, it's her birthday today. Like, I don't know. What a birthday present. I mean,
All right, folks. We just got some epic intel here that Eve Moore, the current first place female of the UTA 100, who we expect to be coming into the finish chute very, very soon. It is also her birthday. So that is a really, really cool thing to be able to celebrate on your birthday.
You said you were going to sing for us. So, guys, you've got a treat. Madgen's going to sing for us, so that's exciting.
Might break out and do a bit of a birthday song. If everyone, we could put a little poll up on the live stream chat, see if it's worth it. Here we go.
We're on.
We're on. Here we have Eve Moore, first female of the UTA 100.
She's moved. Yes, girl. Definitely same thing.
It is dark in that forest, folks. As we mentioned before, it is when the sun goes down out here in the forest, it gets dark very, very quickly. And you can see that there's still a bit of light in the sky, but rarely down on the forest floor, it is dark. And this is really the final.
Thank you. Well done. Awesome.
500 meters, if that, of the UTA 100 for as she passed a number of finishes. No, he's doing it. What do you think, Jackie? What a race she's had so far. Leading all the way from the front, taking it on, never looking back. She's just given it everything. And she's she's just held the reins and controlled this race all day long.
I think she's just leaving it all out there right now, and it kind of also looks like she's soaking this up. A little bit. You know, head up, looking around, and I'd say people are out there cheering for her, and probably just being a UTMB on her birthday. What a way to do.
If you are watching along, please give her a shout out on the live stream chat. Head over to live.utmb.world, get on the chat, give Eve Moore, your 2025 female champion here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Give her a shout out, give her a big round of applause, however you can, via the live stream chat. But this is Eve. Running in here 10 hours. Minutes elapsed. She's going to go under 11 hours. Shout out loving that week video. She is. This is Eve Moore, the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB champion. Well done, Eve. Unreal.
Look at that smile.
Huge congratulations, Eve. That is special. Running under 11 hours here on a tough course.
Take a seat. She deserves it. I think it's the first time she's probably sat down all day. Oh, look at her.
And
she's getting the wave of emotions. I knew it.
They are singing happy birthday on the finish line for her. And that's having a bit of a laugh. Unreal.
I'm going to get emotional. Don't you get emotional? UTMB, she's the winner, 2025. I hope she is just soaking it all in right now. She looks very emotional. She just the entire day, all the way through. She broke away early on from see the round out there. Well deserved. Everyone was up. I think there was some happy birthday singing going on, and we're about to hear her at the final moment. She's got a 10 hours, 5 minutes. She all the best tonight, and she should be so proud of herself. Not sure how her legs were working there. She's a little bit stiff maybe. She was faster at those checkpoints, and yeah, there was.
All right, team, what we're going to do now is we are going to hand the mic over to Mael to talk to our UTA 100 women's finisher, Eve Moore. Put your hands together once more.
Yes, folks, I am here with the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 100 kilometer champion, Eve Moore. Eve, what an incredible race out there today. You led all the way from the very start. Was that part of your game?
I got a bit scared when I was in the lead so early on, and was like, oh, have I gone off a bit too quick? But I was just trusting how I felt, because I felt pretty good. And yeah, I paid off.
Eve, what does it mean to come over to Australia to race in this beautiful part of the world. Did it live up to your expectations?
Yeah, even more so. Like it's been class. It's been perfect. Like the whole route was amazing. Like best marked course I've ever ran on. Like there were markers everywhere. I'm great at getting lost, and I didn't get lost once. So that was definitely positive.
Eve, you ran under 11 hours here, which is an epic time for this course. Did you have it in your mind that you were getting very close to that 11-hour time limit and you wanted to go under that?
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for, under 11 hours. So glad I made it.
Eve, you being the champion here in this World Series, UTMB World Series event, you get the opportunity to go and race at the World Series final over at UTMB Mont-Blanc. What are your thoughts about getting over there to the heart of trail running in Chamonix, France to race at that iconic event?
Yeah, definitely. I ran CCC last year but dropped out about 50k. I think I had some sort of bug, so I definitely need to go back and redeem myself.
Eve, we believe that it's your birthday today. Do you recommend this as a way to spend your birthday to anyone out there?
Yeah, definitely. No better way to spend a birthday.
And Eve, finally, can we expect to see you back here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the future?
Yeah, I'd love to.
All right, folks. Big round of applause here for Eve Moore, your 2025 female champion at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
That was fantastic hearing.
All right, Giles, Peter Flynn.
Deserves it. I don't know many people who win an incredible.
David Hall, well done. UTA 50 finisher.
And you know, Eve is an amazing athlete. She comes from a background in a number of different.
Mukunda Canal, Richard Bracey.
Second female, Beth McKenzie in.
Getting it done at the UTA 50 for 2025. Well done.
Was the finish line with the birthday girl.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, very, very happy to do what she did out there. Absolutely. You know, I think she genuinely seemed.
Beth McKenzie. She is on Furber
She had that
Steps,
11-hour.
so she shouldn't be too far away.
Here comes Nick Trivet. He's been on Furber.
She obviously knew what she wanted to set out and do there today.
Also been on Furber Stairs. Has now finished UTA 50 for 2025. Well done. Oh my lord. Here they all come.
Wow. Kathy
Set the
McLeod, Mia
time goal for
Harcourt.
yourself. Your own.
We've got
She did what she knows how to do best, and yeah, she hit her goals and it paid
Rob
off.
Smith,
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan the Man, Ed, Kaz, Cam, Smith, Ed, Chase, Carolyn Harder,
And yeah, and also to make the most of that direct entry into the UTMB
Elise Hayes,
the Mont Blanc.
and Chris Christie. Oh, Greg, I'm so impressed.
Come on.
I bet that outfit would have got hot during the day.
Get a bit and run the race. So it's the race, hey. At the finish in approximately Emily finish that we might see Emily Brunt come over the finish line.
It's all going to be quite close for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. Emily really, getting base, but 2020 place coming back to try and double up as
Romy
champion here.
Amarov. Hey, Romy, you did it!
That we had the remember we've been following the 6, 7 hours, and there's only 1 minute between each of them. There's now about 2 or 3 minutes in between
Sarah
each
Heng,
of those ladies, but
Lucy
it's very
Torres.
close between those 3 spots.
Kim McDonald.
There's about 10 minutes between 6th to 9th positions.
Well done, Kim.
So is Eve planning on heading over season, taking up the most of her spot?
Yeah, she's very keen to get back there and check it out. She didn't have the best time out there, getting a little bit sick last time when she was out at the UTMB World Series Finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. But I think she's keen to get back over there to the heart of trail running and really enjoy that experience again, and maybe have a different result to what she did last time. Absolutely.
I mean, this will be great training as well to put her in, a good position to have a good race.
Yeah, I think an event like this, being at the closer to the middle of May, it definitely sets yourself up for a good season if you can maintain that training and you can recover properly from an effort like this. There's still a lot of time to get in some really good training, maybe in even another race before you really kick into the race over there at the end of August on the UTMB World Series circuit. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Some impressive racing here that we've seen today, though. Just such resilient and rock solid humans. I mean, it's tough to do what they've done.
Yeah, it's unreal. I mean, when you look at that clock in the top of the screen there on the left-hand side, you can see that these runners have been out there for over 11 hours now, and yeah, it's truly impressive. That goes for the 50K runners as well, and some of the 100K runners. So really is, that's a long day. That's definitely a long day. They've really started bang on daylight hours as the sun rose. They were out there running. The sun is now setting. It's set, and they're still out there getting it done. I think that this final section here, this real big welcome back to Katoomba at Scenic World, with the crowds that are out there and the noise. I think it is such a awesome welcome back into the real world off the trails.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a lot of them have been out there, haven't seen, other than a few checkpoints, haven't seen a lot of people all day and whatnot. And now there's such relief on that gentleman's face.
Yeah, I think he lost his shirt out there.
This is Jess Krishna, and they're from the Gold Coast.
Dave Saxby.
They are the runners as they navigate their way up Furber Steps, right on the side of the cliff there, heading up through the forest. There we go. That's how you get it done. Get your mates to throw you a beer.
Someone handed him a crispy beverage.
Get it thrown, a tinny.
Yeah.
Do you reckon if we hustled up a can for Beth, she would do one?
I actually don't know.
What?
Maybe if you put wine in it.
Wine.
She likes wine. I know she likes to have a red wine.
Molly Gallagher, Sophie Ainsworth, Molly Carter, Zane Brown.
Under 5 minutes now for the second female, Beth McKenzie. She's had a great day out there at the from last year.
Torches of the runners as they make their way up Furber Steps.
Oh, you see the little specks of light now. That's quite cool to see, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some amazing photography that comes from this event as the sun goes down and those head torches move through the forest. Some of those really cool time-lapse photos of all the head torches moving through the bottom of the valley there, down Kadumba Valley. Here is a gentleman coming over the finish line, celebrating a member of the body mechanic crew, Mark Green and his crew, getting it done. Nice work. Runner after runner celebrating. Look at this.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Good bit of hand holding happening as these people come over the finish line. That's always great to see.
Big hat. I've gotten a little bit emotional a few times today, actually. I'm a real sap.
Rico, member of the up coaching crew, getting it done, mate. Nice work. Well done, sir. Well done. That is a long day out, but you did it and you didn't need a head torch. That is pretty cool.
Well, we started in the dark this morning and the sun is almost full now. It's dark again, which means it's also the second night for some of the 100-mile runners out there.
Yep, they're going into the second night. Absolutely.
That always takes a real bit of guts to kind of lead into that with a positive headspace.
And I reckon,
Here we
folks.
Go. This is Beth.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes. Unreal. She's marching up strong. Does she have a head torch on?
Doesn't look like she has a head torch on, no. But I reckon someone behind her has a head torch on her feet. So that works. That is the camera runner. And I bet she is getting the benefit of that light. And she's getting it done.
Oh, she's still got it in her to start running again. Go, Beth.
All right, folks, this is it. Second female of the UTA 100 here at the 2025 HOKA Ultra Australia by UTMB, Beth McKenzie. She is charging up these final set of stairs of Furber Steps as she makes her way back to the noise, back to the cowbells, back to the cheering of Scenic World and the finish line here. 11 hours, 11 minutes has passed, 11:11, and Beth is charging towards the finish, passing all these runners as she makes her way along these final few hundred meters of the course.
A huge day, and I mean, she's going to be welcomed in by her two kids, her husband, and they've been with her there every step of the way. It's been really amazing to see. She's just got such grit and determination. You know, she sets a goal and she sets out to do something, and then she just does it at 100% of her ability. And I know that there's a lot of female run crew following closely back in Noosa. They all love her. They have such a great community up there.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
One hand on the handrail, one hand on the other knee, making sure that she gets this done as quickly as she can, breaking back into a run. Just something she is not going to stop doing until she gets to that finish line. Unreal effort here, Beth. Welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia. Welcome back to the 100K again. Second year in a row, she is showing up. Last year, she went one position better than today, but coming second in the event today is an unbelievable effort.
She's got to be happy with that. I think she can taste the finish line. She'd be able to hear it by now, and I can tell because her pace is picking up a little bit.
She said she wanted to come back to the event this year. She wanted to have her kids there. She wanted to be able to celebrate finishing at Scenic World with her kids, and she said it didn't matter what place that was going to be in or would be in. She wanted to make sure she made it to the finish for them. And this is going to be something she's been looking forward to for a very long time. As she comes up through the big finishing chute here, there's going to be a lot of people here cheering her on, welcoming her back as she punches the sign.
It hasn't been smooth sailing. You know, she was out for a little bit with injury, but she's kicked back, showing everyone what resilience really is about. And look at her absolutely sending it in now. Oh, everyone will be cheering for her. Here are the girls.
Here are the girls.
Unreal. Oh, we can hear the cheers. Unreal effort, Beth McKenzie. We're so proud of you.
Big shout out, Beth McKenzie from Noosa, celebrating here as the second place female of the UTA 100, the 2025 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. She said she wanted to finish with her girls, and that she did. Congratulations, Beth. Unreal. That is a big family hug there that she's been waiting for.
We saw that little moment of an exhale, breath in or an exhale, probably soaking in what she's just done. She can't believe it. She has overcome a lot of obstacles to get this amazing relay. And yeah, I think she's a bit overwhelmed. A lot of emotions when you finish an race like this. We're going to be hearing from her just in a moment. Good for her, it's so well deserved. I know that Ella and a number of training buddies up in Noosa will be just so stoked for her. She inspires a lot of females out there. She's a business owner, she's a mum. She's an incredible athlete. She came across from triathlon a few years ago, and she said to herself that she was going to have a at ultra running, and that she has. And when Beth sets out to do something, she does it at 100%. And I think that's such an incredible mentality to have. You know, if you're going to do it well. And she just goes all in. She does it in such style as well. And I can't wait to hear from her. This is Beth McKenzie, second place.
All right, team, I'm going to hand you over to Mael. Here with the UTA 100 sixth place finisher, Beth McKenzie.
Folks, welcome back. Beth McKenzie to Scenic World. Second place female here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Beth, you have been showing up on the podiums of these UTMB World Series races. You're not mucking around. What are you doing out there?
There was a lot of mucking around today in the mud, but yeah, I'm just trying to, I don't know, be not done yet, keep going, and my girls got to come this year, so I wanted to finish for them, but it was a hard one.
Yeah, what does it mean to finish with your girls through the finishing chute there? Yeah, what does that mean to you?
That was incredible. I could have used that motivation at lots of races that they haven't come to, so I'll have to remember that for the future. But I'll have to ask Luke how they were on the crew. Not sure yet.
Beth, you've had an incredible year so far. You placed third at the Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB over in New Zealand. You've come second here. You're going to be heading over to the UTMB World Series finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. How do you feel about that?
You'll have to ask me next week because I retired a few times during that race. I think my body's had enough for now, but yeah, ask me next week.
Beth, you've come from a different sporting world, but you are here in the world of trail running and ultra running. Are you happy to be here? Do you love being a part of this sport? Like, do you love doing what you do out there on the trails over a whole day?
To be honest, I wish I had found trail running well, I did find trail running a long time ago, but I wish I had switched from triathlon to trail running a lot sooner because I just love it so much. The community is so great. Everybody out there that I just got to see coming up out of Kadamba and everything was just incredible, and people are so supportive. It's such a good vibe.
Unreal. And Beth, do you think that we're going to see you here for a third year in a row at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB? Can we welcome you back? Can we put your name on a bib already for the 2026 edition?
I want to say yes, but I'm going to be 46 next year. I might need a break. I might need a year off. But you know what? I think this race is going to be pretty hard to get into after it's been broadcast across the world, because it was a stunning day on this country and it was so beautiful, and I was so glad to be a part of it.
Beth, congratulations again. People, give her a big round of applause. Beth McKenzie, second place female here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
Finish line feels. Here comes Tracy Zhu and Nerily Myatt.
There you go. We heard from Beth McKenzie at the finish line there, and I think she needs a little moment to recover from a tough day out, but I think it's going to be a really promising future for her in trail running and ultra running.
Home.
Yeah, it was lovely to hear that. You know, she wished she found this sport earlier on, but she's now here and showing us all what she's capable of, and it was great to see her daughters and her husband there celebrating with her at the end. What were the vibes like out there chatting to Beth?
Yeah, she's stoked, hey. She's pretty positive still. Seems like she's got a lot of energy. I mean, I think maybe she's also just a really good talker. Like, she knows how to do a finish line interview, and yeah, she seems like super confident, and she seems very happy that like she was able to do that. As we've mentioned, like really stoked to do it with her two girls and to be able to turn up again and to do it in this sport and in this community. So yeah, I think she's pretty stoked. She did say she retired a few times in that race.
Yeah, I heard that.
Which I thought was, I didn't expect that to be her answer when I asked her about getting into the race over there in the UTMB World Series final. But I guess that's just what happens out there in a big race like that. You know, you go through a lot of highs and a lot of lows, and it's yeah, it can be a really tough thing to think about the next race, especially one of the bigger ones on the circuits, and showing up to that. But Beth has done a great job of showing up to these races, especially down here, down under, in this part of the world, the UTMB World Series events down here. So,
and
yeah.
you know, I find it quite interesting being on the other side of things, not being the one running, but I've just been so inspired by everyone out there today. And yeah, it makes me want to get back out there myself. I think that everyone we're seeing cross the finish line in these elite groups is just doing such a good job at promoting the sport of ultra running and trail running in such a positive light.
Yeah, okay. And
the determination, resilience, community, the connection, the camaraderie, and everyone's got happy, smiling faces, and it's all about having a good time and digging deep and seeing what you're made of.
Yeah, it's really important to have people in the sport at the top of the sport, setting a really good example of how to be a good human and get amongst it. So as we see there, a good human in the world, Luke Barrett, crossing over the UTA 100 finish line there. I think he will be happy to have that done. And here we have some head torches and some figures moving up these stairs we've seen a number of times already. And this is going to be Emily Brunt coming up in these final sections of the Furber Steps in third female as she gets closer and closer to the finish line. Emily is going to be coming over the line here as our first Australian of the UTA 100 in the females race this year. Epic to see her come into the race today and really take it on. Really, really impressive.
She's been really strong as well through this whole back part of the race, and she deserves this third place for sure.
Emily was the 2023 champion here at the UTA 100 as well. So really, really cool to be able to see her come back, take it on again. So that is absolutely awesome.
Well, a lot of traffic there on the steps as she's coming up, but she's using her arms, powering through. Not long to go, only a couple minutes, and she's going to be crossing that finish line in 3rd place. I wonder what she was hoping for and expecting of herself today. It'll be interesting to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. Emily won this race back in 2023, but she went under a different name back then. Emily Gilmore Walsh was her name back then. Now she's running under the name of Emily Brunt. So she has got a little bit under the radar there. But yeah, someone who is no stranger to this race at all, has done incredibly well since doing this race for the first time back in 2017. And she's back here getting on the podium again at UTA 100, which is awesome to see. And yeah, unreal. She got amongst it, went to Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB. She's been at Australia by UTMB, the 100K last year. She went 4th swimming last year at the UTA 100. She also placed 3rd at the Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB miler last year. So she is no stranger to getting on the podium here at these races.
Wow, her rap sheet's amazing.
Absolutely amazing effort here from Emily today as she comes through these final few stages of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB finishing shoot. She's coming through. She's looking like she's going to be pretty relieved to get this done.
She's picked up the pace a bit here. She's moving in. Everyone's getting excited.
Head torch off. High fives going up. Let's go.
This is the moment to really soak it in and enjoy it. I bet you I can see her smile in her white teeth. There we go.
Let's go, Emily. Getting it done. 3rd place female here at the UTA 100.
Oh.
Big celebration as she crosses the line. Congratulations. HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. 3rd place female podium. Emily Brunt. Congratulations. Epic race out there.
Oh, celebration. She looks absolutely knackered, but what an amazing effort by Emily Brunt. Good for her. Once again, another competitor who has really put in the hard yards over the years, has, you know, a lot of experience. She's shown up at so many different events, and all of that experience would have helped get her to this incredible result today. I can't wait to hear from her at the finish line and see what she thinks about what's coming up for her, if she's going to be heading over to Mont-Blanc and towing the line there.
Here comes Romeo and Darren Silva. Well done. All right, team, we're going to cross over 2 mile now with 3rd place in the UTA 100 women's field, Emily Brunt.
All right, everyone, welcome your 3rd place female of the UTA 100 here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, Emily Brunt. Amazing run out there, my friend. Now tell me, what happened in your mind when you moved into 3rd place and you knew that you had a shot at the podium out there today? What did it make you think?
I was just hanging on for dear life, like trying to catch the one in front, trying not to be caught behind, and just put everything into it. I'd never cramped before, and my calves were just like screaming at me. So it was incredible, really incredible experience.
Emily, you came 3rd place at Ultra Trail Kosciuszko miler at the back end of last year. You're really showing up on these podiums here at the UTMB World Series events down under. What are your thoughts about heading over to the World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc and having a shot over there at the big races in the heart of trail running?
Well, I am going to UTMB this year. Going to spend 3 months in the French Alps so I can get some real mountain legs.
You've been at this event before. You've had great success back in 2023, winning the race here at the UTA 100. What is it like to be at this event, to be on these trails with all the other runners out there? What makes Ultra Trail Australia, HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, what makes it special to you?
I've lived in the Blue Mountains for probably majority of my life, and I just love running these trails, and it's so awesome that we get to share it with the world.